encourage you and not
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
not tell you you're doing so poorly at it that you just decide never to do it ever again.
Indeed.
Like me with karate.
sure. That 1 month you had hopes of being an Olympian.
One day.
Yeah.
One whole day I made it.
Look at this. I mean, he's laughing and giggling with his well, by the way. It's like a very, there's some bravado almost.
The soul of toss.
Yeah, the soul of toss.
Yeah, very important bottom two stacks here between Shalamov and Lubovetsky now. Both around 20 to 25 big blinds. Very important pay jump.
I mean, by the way, knowing your customer is also like, there are certain players where it's like 2 and done.
Yeah.
Never fire the third bullet without it. Shalamov here picking up the real deal.
My goodness.
Yeah, and anything could happen here with Soloftis. Yeah, 10-7, not an exciting hand, range on range, but as chip leader, you get to call so many combos, and you can actually just lead here, by the way. You know, your opponent doesn't really raise any of the low cards. You actually defend offsuit 6-4 potentially, offsuit 5-3, 5-8 potentially. So for that reason, you get to put out a little bit of money, protect your 7. And Shalamov might want to just let a card come off before he puts in aggression. We shall see. Obviously, you can just want to raise now, extract value.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the raise.
I mean, aces seems like a nice one to just call. Don't know. I mean, when we're up against 10-7, it's great to just raise now. And a little bit weird for Soloftis because the 7-8, 6-5s, 4-5s, all so much more comfortable facing a raise.
Have we seen him back down at all from any of these situations ever, right? I mean, it was all piss and vinegar in the first level. He does not really seem to...
No, I mean, as chip leader, he's going to lead maybe even range here. And Soloftis now, 6-9, we start bluffing, but who knows? He might just lead again now. Yeah, I like it, by the way. I really like it because we get the king-queen or something to fold, or the king-10 or whatever it is. And look at this disappointment for Shalamov. He's not excited. Now, ace is such a strong hand. Will call. And
3.3 million in the middle. River is another 7 trip 7s. For the soul of a toss, another soul about to be consumed.
yeah, and it's a little bit weird because he obviously does lose to a 5. There's not so many in Shalamov's range, but probably just needs to decide whether he wants to go for it all here against...
That's his going for it all face.
8x and Pocket Kings. You can't know that Shalamov... Yeah,
Yep.
He does go for it all.
That's interesting that you say you don't think he has a lot of 5s. I mean, wouldn't he lead sometimes and then always call the raise with the 5? With the
No,
5?
sorry.
Sorry,
Shalamov doesn't.
my mistake.
Shalamov
Yeah,
doesn't have
gotcha.
a 5 too often. And Shalamov with a bluff catcher here. Aces
Get them
does, in some circumstances, make a nice bluff catcher, unblocking certain things. But here, you know, Soloftis might have every 5 pre.
Yeah.
And might lead every 5. He evidently has some 7x. So what are the...
Very few bluffs. Maybe something like a 3x backdoor flush draw.
I mean, he needs
and
to
then
bluff
the
a
4s
6.
and the 6, yeah, of course, yeah.
He needs to bluff 4-3.
Just to set
Yeah.
the scene here, Shalamov calls here and he is out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's big. It's very, 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 very big.
Shalamov folds here. He's down to 14 big blinds.
Yeah.
With the same hand you had against Oli. And the same hand as you had.
He's telling him he's got aces.
Everything got there. Oh, shit.
In a way, it's kind of good to not have a piece of the board, right? It's good to not have a 6-4. The other thing is you have a 7 some of the time. Like when you raise the flop, you have ace 7 to call here.
Yeah.
King 7 of clubs. you have, maybe you don't raise pocket fives. Maybe you don't raise 7-5. So potentially you never have a 5 to call yourself, right? You might not raise 7-5 suited. I mean, this is a real problem. It's a real tough decision.
You might even say it's a conundrum.
It is indeed.
A quagmire.
A predicament.
Yeah.
All these are making it sound way more fun than it actually is.
I mean, he folds and he'll be
Shalimov
relieved.
Gets away from it correctly, but that is still another big pot getting shipped in the direction of Georgios Soloftas.
Wow, what a chip lead.
What a weird way to get there as well. I mean, let's give Soloftas some credit there. Was determined on the flop. Continued, could have got there with a bluff on the river, by the way, on certain river cards as well. As it was, realized all his equity, just playing how chip leaders should. Tough down the streets, putting it back on you, aware that your range is high cards and big pairs, and when the board is like that, it really favors him. Just really, really nice poker.
Yeah, and speaking to how that bluff would have operated, I mean, if the river was a 6 or a 4, that's very similar to the 7, and probably would have bluff shoved on those cards and would have been just as effective, it looks like.
Yeah.
Shalimov under the gun this hand with Jack-10 suited.
Yeah, just deciding whether there's any shoving here. I don't think so. Probably wants to just raise. Sometimes we're going to get played back at, but that's fine. We've got a tough range. Does play nice as a shove, by the way. Jack-10 suited, folding out combos. But yeah, we'll come in for a raise.
Yeah, for 14 big
And
blinds on a shove.
Soloftas, by the way, in a position where he can play big shoves over the open with the big blind short as well. And Andre will release.
All right, Mikhail right back on it. Picks up a couple of blinds there.
Yeah, and Shalimov a little disheartened, you could see, body language. That bluff, his bluff not coming off, and then feels on occasion, he certainly got outdrawn at some point or bluffed.
Which shove up here?
Just 27 more minutes till he can actually be relieved.
Yeah.
Such a tilting spot.
Yeah, and a little sympathy
I'm not
from Vice.
him. I cannot make a call and everything just gets there.
Yeah.
I couldn't find.
Georgios can make the call and everything gets there
Reasonable.
and be right
Yeah. I know what you mean.
with aces.
Yeah, and Vice with the pocket jacks.
Comes in for a race. Betsky is out. Shalimov is out. You don't see those too often, do you?
Raise
Not
and,
at this level.
raise and take it.
Not here in the big leagues.
Very demanding four-handed poker. Very draining.
And the good news is you've only got more demanding three-handed and then super demanding heads up after this.
Indeed. No respite. Yeah, look at this. Even going to open the 6-deuce, correctly widening his range as that chip lead grows.
Chip lead grows and Shalimov ICM pressure.
More. More.
He's feeling it. He is feeling it. He's got the Riz.
Dripping.
It looks like, I mean, can you imagine night out in Limassol tomorrow with this guy?
I might stay an extra day.
Yeah, Joe, you don't get invited to the parties anymore. It's not like it's not NAPT Monaghan Sun or something where they want.
2014, pal.
Yeah, exactly. They're like,
Where they needed bodies to make
no,
the party feel like there were people there.
no one likes it when their dad shows up to their night out.
Am I too old? Is that it? Is it over for me?
You're too old. And here we go.
Another premium starting hand for Mikhail Shalimov. The inner psycho.
All
is
in.
all inner psycho.
Give me counts.
What?
Yeah, this is not necessary.
Just housekeeping on knowing how many chips he has, I think, and
Ah,
maybe trying
yes.
to get
Okay,
in his
makes
head a little
sense.
bit.
Yeah,
Fair
yeah.
enough. But also, we did call it off with 7-4 earlier, so you know,
No. Yeah.
just some of us were a little surprised to see that. So now we're kind of weird.
Shalamov's a anagram of Mosh LA. V.
You got to think these through a little bit more, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
before
don't
you-
just
Oh, Mosh Las Vegas.
Mosh LV. Shall I move LA? Shall
Yeah, you're
Mosh-
also playing a little fast and loose with repeating letters. And how about
What?
how about Vamos Sam? H. VO Shalom. Okay, I'm done.
Vice with a close one on the button. Will come in with one of the worst holdings he'll open. Nice to get through the chip leader.
Lubavetsky with the deuce of spades. Hanging around.
Yeah, and we can suspect that there's a spade in that that other card.
Yeah. Deuces, I think, would have seen a shove for the 17 bigs, so
Yeah, and not
likely an ace or king of spades, or maybe not even an ace, but
queen of spades is,
Yeah,
is
yeah.
fine, yeah. Ace deuce of spades, I think we
this is
shove.
going to be shoving, yeah. As a matter of fact, earlier on the FT, Vice opened the cutoff, and six-handed, he shoved 31 big blinds with ace-3 suited from the big.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Nice, yeah. Strong poker player. Good flop for Vice, of course. Top pair.
Check, check. 7 of spades on the turn. Well, I guess that eliminates 7 deuce of spades.
It does indeed. That's card removal. That's combinatorics in action there.
Right there.
From Joe Stapleton.
Poster
Dan
child.
Smith, eat your heart out.
Poster child right here.
Yeah.
I've been studying a lot of theory, so.
Yeah, you'll be wearing a Flopzilla patch, no doubt, at the next stop. And Andre, pausing momentarily, will check. I don't know whether he was thinking of getting funky. Vice's grip on this hand only strengthened with the 2 pair, with the potential straight draws out there. Might think about putting out some money.
Yeah, and just hoping that Lubavetsky would start firing here as this texture favors him more, but with that, just that deuce in hand and presumably something like a queen of spades underneath doesn't take the bait. And this is exactly what Vice would have wanted as far as, a turn card after checking back that top pair.
Yeah, and the only hand that can attack is deuce 6 of spades. If somehow we had that. Deuce 3 might not defend. It's very interesting. 10 deuce of spades?
That would be real trouble.
I think, by the way, this could be 5 deuce of spades. If
I
he
was thinking
calls.
4 deuce or 5 deuce,
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah. Wow.
Okie dokie.
And that could be 2 pair, by the way. That
And if
really,
it is 2 pair, he is in big trouble.
Yeah, because the flush draw somewhat negated in Andre's range. Mainly, we're going to hear about that in the form of a lead. But Andre, considering leading checks, and Vice, it pot back, by the way. Seems kind of natural to shove. Whether we can carve out something specifically smaller on the flush completer, but maybe we just want to put it in. Very rare that we'll run into a flush, in my opinion. Well, how does Vice value the top two here?
All in.
There we go.
Goes for all of it.
And Andre, if we do suspect that he's got two pair, which seems likely with a very valid bluff catcher.
For his sake, hoping it is the 6 deuce of spades.
Yeah. I mean, the question is what hand checks back flop and then goes like this? Pocket tens does. It's actually somewhat limited, right? A lot of tens, like ace 10, just bets the flop, right?
Yeah.
Pocket jacks bets the flop. So it needs to be like a 7-5 type hand. Again, 7-5, does it open with the chip leader and the small blind? Can just bet. Really, really interesting. I wish we knew Andre's hand here. One presumes he's not ace deuce. Does it play this? No, he can't have ace deuce.
Ace deuce off, maybe calling pre.
Yeah,
but
but
then
do you call the turn? I don't think we do. Maybe. Just very hard to talk about the exact combinatorics. But, you know, Vice kind of like
I think it's ace deuce off.
some players might bet 10-7 on the flop, right? So it's somewhat counterfeit. Only 10-7 opens suited opens pre. So there's two combinations of it. Is this ace 3 as well that Vice checked back? Mm-hmm. If we had ace deuce, again we would sort of block that.
What are the diamond combos that he checks back the flop with, if any?
Yeah, I mean 4x doesn't need to. Maybe just ace queen of diamonds doesn't have to check back because you want to get shoved on by 6-8 of diamonds.
Yeah.
So there's not many. There's not many. Really interesting.
We've been giving a lot of attention today to Oliver Weiss, to Bobby James, to Mikhail, but Andrei Lubovetsky hasn't been getting a ton of attention, and he is a very accomplished player. 3 scoop titles, 2 World Series of Poker bracelets.
Look at this. He's really in the tank, Joe. Like, just, you know, working it through. Seems like it's a very tough decision for him. Working through what he knows about Ollie. If you check back the flop with King Queen, right? Do you just go bet all in here with 2 overcards on the 7 turn, or do you try to steer it to showdown sometimes? You know, if you check back 5-6 of hearts, do you run it and try and fold out a 7? No, is the answer to that one, I'm certain. So where are the bluffs coming from? What hand raises, doesn't c-bet, and now is a bluff on this run out? I think that's the tricky thing to find.
Oh, and he calls it off.
Lubovetsky does call it off.
And it
Shows
is
the ace deuce was the broken ace of hearts, and that's going to be lights out for Lubovetsky. Went for the hero of hero calls with a pair of deuces.
Yeah, and credit to Ollie there. His subtle check back. Obviously very fortunate to turn the 2 pair. You know, wasn't scared by the diamond on the river. Still went for value and rewarded by eliminating a very accomplished opponent. GG to our Ukrainian friend out in 4th for a humongous score, by the way. And now everyone sitting on 459,000, big money. And Oliver Weiss, he's not been killed off. He's back in the hunt for this title.
Yeah, and inching towards the Clash of Titans heads-up match that feels destined to happen between Oliver Weiss and Georgios Soloftis. Of course, don't count Shalamov out with those 15 big blinds, but I mean, this feels like it's just been all the energy has been moving towards this this incredible matchup.
Some of us lost $20 in that confrontation as well.
Yeah.
Me and Andre both got it.
Yeah, Jay, you weren't here, but I gave him 14-1 that he would win the event.
Lubovetsky?
That Lubovetsky would win, yeah.
Ooh.
$20.
That's still...
That's U.S., not Canadian.
I don't think you had the best of that. bet. You may have won it, but I'm pretty sure Sam had
Those
the best
are the
of
best bets to win, the ones you get away with. The ones you never learn from.
it. Yeah, that's not
I'm
really
always-
great odds to be giving Griffin. Do you even have that kind of money? By the way, everyone else is laddered big time. We're up to nearly $500,000 for third place, $459,000 for the next player eliminated.
Which is 2.3 billion in Turkish lira, so
That's a lot of Turkish lira. And there's periods in it, too. There's like a dot and a comma. There's a lot going on. Andre Lubavetsky, we did not announce his actual payout, which is $353,100. And we have gotten through half of the final 6 here so far today.
wait a second. 6, 5.
Yep, go ahead.
Let's carry the one. Yeah, half the field eliminated. Good work, Joe. Human calculator stuff.
God, I mean, I wrote that down on my break. So
You should see him at the 200K
He's
level,
being
next
he's-
level.
He's being fed that by the production team.
Oh, yeah, it's right here on the Skype chat. And as you can see, there's still quite a chip discrepancy with Georgios Soloftas holding twice as many chips as Weiss and Shalamov combined.
No.
More than.
Oliver Weiss, anagram for very lose. So I don't know whether that's a harbinger
I
of
taught
things to
Sam what
come.
anagrams were. He's like a kid that like just
Yeah,
learned
yeah,
what
yeah.
rhyming was.
I mean, that was a very loose interpretation of Oliver Weiss.
Well, he caught on very quickly to the thing that I do, that if it's close, people don't pull you up on it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It just has to sound
It's,
believable.
it's only the chop box song that we take seriously and you can be reprimanded for here in the EPT Kingdom. So ICM very much diminished three-handed, but for Weiss with Shalamov still short, he does need to proceed cautiously. I wish maybe we need to change up the deck a bit here because it does add a level of intrigue, but we'd rather know the cards. The chip does get broken sometimes by people squeezing, and Solofta's going to put that chip lead to work. Entitled to ISO very wide here. Wants to use everything at some frequency potentially.
Weiss is in.
Yeah, and this isn't your run-of-the-mill 9-7 off here. This is going to be some big suited sevens, maybe even as strong as pocket sevens, ace, 7 off.
7-8 clubs.
Yeah, some suited combos that are, connected.
What about the 7 with the ace of hearts?
Yeah, and again we have club heart, and in my mind I would be trying to fold out ace 4, ace 3, hands like that now. Gives us potential to bluff higher cards as well.
Now, if Soloftas knows he's been limp folding those hands, though, the
Yeah.
raggy aces, that makes it a bit more interesting. And maybe
Well, yeah, but ace 4 of diamonds, ace 3 of diamonds,
right, good point.
king 3 of diamonds.
Yeah.
These are the hands that we want to sort of get called by queen 10 and fold out king 4 or whatever.
Chunky continuation bet.
Yeah,
chunky.
and we go ham on a ace, a deuce, etc. I don't know. But let's go. And we feel pretty confident Weiss going to have a club to go with his holding. And I suspect
7-8 of clubs.
That's just
got to
fine.
be the one. It's the only really one you can continue here, other
Yeah,
than maybe
king,
sevens.
King 7, you're out.
9-7 of clubs.
Yes, indeed.
Does he continue with Jack 7 of clubs pre? I think this is a good turn card for Weiss.
Card removal.
Yeah,
9 of clubs.
And Weiss considering lead here, it's definitely different under ICM, but Soloftas, the big bet, somewhat removes 9x. It's not intuitive to be powering the flop with a 9. I mean, there's checks, back, and river, deuce of hearts. What does Weiss want to do now? Does he want a card match with flushes? If he has 7-8 of clubs, maybe we want to bet the sizing that we would bet a jack. Hands like jack 10, jack 8 suited, and such like. Maybe we can get it done with a smaller sizing. Does check. I think he's got ace 7 of clubs, by the way.
Or sevens.
And Soloftas with the nut low, I believe. And normally when we have the nut low, we do feel compelled to bluff. With this line, if we had ace-jack, we would still be able to value bet. I'm certain of that.
1, 2.
And look at that. You know, and this is what top poker players do. They sort of, okay, what sizing would I go now if I had queen jack of spades? And it's 1.2 million, and now we put it back on Ollie. What properties do we want to bluff catch with? Do we check ace-5 on the river and snap it off? If so, is that enough combinations? How do we play 5-6? Do we want clubs or not, or to not have clubs?
7-6 of clubs, greatest call of all time.
Sure. You know, and maybe the story is just too believable, right?
4.8.
That is
Wow.
a raise, a clickback too. It gets the snap fold.
Maybe it is 7-6. I would love to know that hand.
Oh, that one's gonna bother me.
Yeah.
Oliver Weiss.
We'll see it on the stream in half an hour, right?
Yep, that's right. Takes a chunk out of Georgios Soloftas. It's Mikhail Shalamov, the short stack, just 15 bigs.
Yeah, and not yet another tussle between these two. You know, Weiss, you know, closing the gap. And the thing is, when you've got 80 big blinds, you are a little bit protected just because it's very rare that your stack can be put all in.
Yeah.
So the ice, you know, you're positionally disadvantaged to Soloftas, but the ICM is not quite so much. Certainly not in single raise pots and limp pots. So Soloftas got to be a bit more careful with hand selection.
He is being careful. That's as careful as it gets. Shalamov with an ace as well.
Getting flashbacks from the last time he had ace-6.
Yeah, I think we just jam probably here.
A 3-bet jam.
Yeah. Time,
Later.
a tale as old as time. The button open and the big blind jam.
Shalamov picks up 4 big blinds there. He's got some ways to go. But who knows? Anything could happen between Weiss and Soloftas. I mean, I wouldn't hold out hope of a ladder.
EPT Cyprus is anagram for cry pet puss. just so you know.
Attack Out on YouTube asks, was there a deal? Nope, not yet. I doubt there will be.
Between the Turkish and the Cypriot, or between the three guys at the table?
Hey, are we still live?
Sorry.
Walk from Shalamov. for
Moving
Weiss.
on.
Just gonna go ahead. Can we put the chat in emote only mode for the next 5 minutes, please?
Security have just come in to remove me.
Yep.
About time.
I need to talk combinatorics, otherwise I just go off piste.
I mean, I really regret the whole anagram thing. Okay, another decent hand for Mikhail. This time just coming in for a raise.
Yeah, nice hand to find on the button.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be, you know, given his situation in this tournament with 20 big blinds, be fine playing 4 stacks if forced here on 20 big blinds with king queen.
Yeah, it definitely seems reasonable. Shalamov should even shove a few suited kings over the open.
But Jack Frost just calls. Let's see if we get some action.
King 10-8, top pair for Shalamov, bottom for Soloftas.
That's nice, isn't it? The top pair with king queen, Sam.
Yeah,
You know, in position, 19
Beautiful.
blinds,
Beautiful.
wet board.
just
Oof.
go through 3 streets.
Oof.
3 streets of glory. Yeah, and not a fun 8 to have, really. No backdoors, and when the jack comes off, sometimes we're up against jack 10, ace queen. Not exciting to check call here. And
Somehow the board pairing doesn't hit Georgios this time.
yeah, and he's considering whether he gets to ever lead here. I think when it's a range bet and we begin to open offsuit 10x, we have to tread carefully. You know, we can imagine just folding out some equity.
And sometimes getting called by worse, like an ace-queen.
And look at this, Shalamov thinking, when will it end? Second time he's facing a turn lead in quick succession, folded aces previously. Wow, wow,
Sorry, what did I just say?
That is a remarkable run out.
Georgios fills up on the river.
Dirty, dirty.
The house is full. It's full of soul. It's the soul of Toss.
Wow. And it's really intriguing what he does now. He knows he can be beat on occasion, but 9-7s, 9-6s, spades, and will just jam. Nice that he recognizes the strength of the 8. And
Impossible.
Shalamov. I mean, we definitely don't want a queen here. On the other hand, it's only sort of queen jack that continues. Maybe queen 9 even folds. Queen 9 with a queen of spades might continue. So it's not really.
Yeah, and let's just talk for a second of what's going through Shalamov's head. I mean, Soloftis will just have deuce 6 of spades here.
Sure.
Take this line, right? With the board double pair.
But he's got every offsuit 10 as well. And
Yes, of course.
apparently a lot of offsuit 8s,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So if he's capable of shoving the 10 always and the 8 on occasion.
Yeah. But
know-
also the straight draws. I mean, like you said, the queen that Shalamov has, that has relevance. But the 7-9 off, the 9-6 off.
I mean, if you had king jack, it would be an easy fold, right? Ace king is the best one, or aces are better calls.
How
So
does he keep finding ways to do this to people where they have to fold these monster hands? I mean, last time he had to fold aces.
yeah, he's just got so much value, though. I mean, it's really hard, by the way, because right now he doesn't know whether he got bluff with the aces. To just keep folding to this guy is so tough. And you saw Andre almost break and bluff catch Ollie when it's also mental fortitude. It's you know, it's like not like you fold and I've got 30 big blinds. You fold and you're really down to a bowl. 1.9 million. You know,
I mean,
just
I commend
12
him for thinking about it this much. I just, there are so
You
many.
would call?
Huh?
I mean,
I don't know if I would.
Flush
No,
draws,
I mean, yeah.
like flush draws compared to offsuit ace. I mean, the guy's got 10 deuce off, 10-5 suited, something like this. I don't know.
He doesn't have 10 deuce off, no.
10 deuce suited, 10-5,
Right.
10-6 off, something like this. 8-9 off, 8 jack off, 8 queen 8 off,
Yeah,
queen 7,
there's a lot of
8-7 off,
combos here,
8-6
right.
suited, 8-3 suited.
Once
You-
again, we
you
are in
know-
a situation where if Shamalov calls,
Great fold,
nice
by the
fold,
way.
Shalamov.
Take a bow, son, because that's really impressive mentality
Yeah.
to have the discipline to give it up.
It does suck so hard, doesn't it? Shalamov down to 10 big blinds.
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, I don't know the exact combinatorics there, by the way. Like, what flush draws get check raise, you know,
Yeah.
and the like. You know, does he when he has a queen high flush draw, does he give up?
Look at the deficit he's in to find the discipline to realize that that's, you know, not the hand you need to make a stand with how this gentleman Soloftis has been playing. It's really it's impressive stuff from Shalamov. He's not going away quietly.
Yeah, I think the thing that helps you is you have plenty of 10x.
Right.
You know, you don't you
Right,
don't
great
check
point.
any 10s on the flop.
Right.
You have a range bet and protect your 10. You don't ever raise a 10 on the turn.
So less likely that your opponent's going to bluff into you trying to fold you off because
Well,
you, can
you
have
just
10.
your first calls come from a 10.
Yeah.
Right. Second is aces, etc., etc. You know, your hand's the same as whatever ace, deuce of spades there, basically. with
Yes,
king, queen.
yes, yeah.
Shalamov got a walk on that hand.
Yeah, and did have the ace-9 of diamonds, would have happily played for his stack. But he'll take the free chips as he tries to claw his way back into this three-handed matchup.
50-50. One yes, one no.
Coin flip.
Had it both times, and both times Shalamov made an excellent fold with the aces and then with the king-queen.
Like would
Yeah, I mean, we've all had these days of poker well, not Joe, but most of us have had these days of poker where everything goes your way, right? Where, you know, you're in a position where you should be playing lots of hands, and being aggressive, and you just have it time and time again.
Let's be clear. He cracked aces with 10-7 off, and then just cracked king-queen on a king-10, king-10-8 with 10.
It started in the first level with the queen 10.
Yeah, against poor Anton Wig. Different timeline. He's here, three-handed, and we get to look at his beautiful face.
Sure. Can the producer just pull up a picture of him? Just midstream? We get that slow motion again.
Shalamov with a dicey second pair against Vice's top pair at least.
Yeah, and we'll bet it, hoping just to end things with the one big blind bet here and now.
Yeah, shouldn't expect a ton of kings in Vice's range. A fair bit. I'm going to be shoving over the
definitely
at the stack depth, so it's going to be.
You can even
raise here, right?
Well, yeah, you can even size up the 7, I believe, as a result of the fact that the king's almost not there.
But it is. Apparently it is, yeah. Must be the king deuce off and Vice not wanting to get trapped.
And that's a bad card because we can picture the 8-4s, sorry, the 8-5s, the 8-6, the gut shots, the actual straight draw getting there. Really not a nice card to see. And Vice might line up stacks here with the king, getting value from all the traps like queens, pocket jacks, etc. I know that sounds weird to say that he's going to have hands that strong, but
in the traps, those are the ones, yeah.
Yeah.
And not a lot of bluffs I don't think Vice is really going to have. You know, your 5-3 offs. Does he bet 5-4 here, or does he just take the free card? Probably not likely. So I think Shalamov, could sniff out that he's up against better here.
Not so far. One card to come.
What are the pure floats on this flop, do you think? That
It's
would be
a 10.
bluffs? Wow.
2 pair for Shalamov.
yeah, and Vice here might, I guess when the clubs come in, he might be tempted to go for value here, by the way.
I mean, especially if he has king 4.
I mean, we've seen him go thin. I think also the timing sort of betrays Shalamov's hand as one that was losing to a king. And Ollie's instincts might go against him.
That's a shove.
I beat some value.
Yeah, you certainly do.
He says, I beat some value, shows the 2 pair. Vice appears to only have the 1.
King 9, I think, yeah.
So that is a double up for Mikhail.
Yeah, and that's frustrating from Ollie. I think it's a really nice check, actually. Maybe to shove worse kings than that and check the king 9 that keeps in dominated holdings. Goes for the value over the 3 streets and just runs into it on the river.
Shalamov back up to 28 big blinds now. Pretty healthy.
Indeed.
A bit surprised by that pre-flop check back with king 9. Quite a strong blind-on-blind hand.
Well, yeah, but you want to shove king queen and you want to shove king 3 suited to fold out 9-8. But king 9 keeps in 9-8, 9-7, 9-10.
Very interesting.
You could just attack. You always want to be sort of polarized to like folding out equity, and you don't want to shove the medium strength one, basically.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Yeah.
But that's a good mechanic.
I also think that I would also say that I don't think that Shalamov, particularly as a player, is going to trap a better king there. I don't think he's necessarily going to be like. I think he's just going to shove king, queen, king, jack.
you keep in. He's also going to just fold 9-7, which you stack when it comes 9 high. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's much better to shove king 3 of diamonds, which does poorly against 8-6 of hearts, which limps.
Yeah, it makes total sense.
All right, we're going to have a Shalamov and Saloftis on this hand.
I mean, look, he had most of the chips in by the turn there because he played it as a check and just got extremely unlucky with the 10 river.
Pair for Shalamov.
How's Saloftis going to win this? Check raise.
He does have a backdoor straight flush.
Yeah.
Just call. Turn comes 8 of diamonds, and then you get there on the river. You lead. Look at this. Saloftis is like, how am I going to mess this guy up again? Go on, raise it, by the way.
900.
You unblock Queen Jack. What are you going to do? There we go. Yeah, I like it.
That is a raise to 800,000.
I like it.
That was close.
Yeah, and Shalamov, here we go again.
You got to be buzzing here.
Yeah,
Yeah, you go all the way with this baby.
just cool though. Of
course.
Keeping, and the cards that 5 deuce is going to make a nice bluff on is like a 6 or 7, because you're also going to check raise those gut shots. Yeah, and that is a little bit of a passion killer for our friend in the big blind.
Shut it down.
No additional equity.
Very rare to not see this fella improve, but I guess
A card that really favors imposition.
You don't have to be soul bound to every hand, Georgios.
You don't. You don't want to free roll 6-7 and 7-5. If you knew you had your opponent had 5 deuce, you would certainly comfortably check back.
and Shalamov getting to confidently bet for value. 750,000.
Yeah.
Less than pot left behind.
Loftus just pretending that he's got a decision. No need to act hastily, I guess, and give away information, although
1.6.
perhaps we could just fold a little bit quicker than this. I don't know. Yeah, and a sigh and fold.
Wanted to get to the end of the level, which we have now hit, I believe.
That is it.
Okay.
Yeah, referring to the shortening of levels, now that we're three-handed. Just to push the action and pressure on these guys a little bit.
If anything, and I didn't hear the
Threads Up Poker will continue after the 30-minute dinner break, and you heard tournament staff announcing the levels will be halved after the dinner break. That's 50% shorter. Mikhail Shalamov, the shortest stack, but quite healthy after the recent double-up. Oliver Weiss, chip leader for much of the day today, now has fewer than half the chips of Georgios Soloftas, who's been putting on a show, a spectacle, fireworks all around. We've got this thing to play out. It's still $1 million reserved for the winner, but for now, it's a dinner break. And we're going to talk to some Power Path winners. Some of them cashed, but they all had a great time here in Cyprus.
I love the Power Path, actually. Give you a chance to visit so many cool places.
I got the silver pass, yeah. I try to do this because I want to come to Cyprus, yeah.
This is EPT Cyprus. Poker Stars bringing you fun on the beach.
You have a super pass ticket. I was like, cool, can I go somewhere exotic? And I saw Cyprus, never been to Cyprus. It was really lovely, and it was a wonderful experience.
The EPT experience in general is just different than other tours because you have all those fun activities outside of the poker.
It was a blast with the TV table, with all that happened. It's like someone wrote the script before.
Oh la la. I let you win with pocket threes, that's no good.
It was my first time playing the Power Path. Somehow I beat all the field and I got the gold pass. The experience is crazy here, the beats, the good weather, the pool, everything.
This resort is great for poker players. You can go to spa, restaurants, hotels. So yeah, it's the best.
Nice deep runs, so poker went very well. And I hope I can go to an EPT event again, yeah. Thanks to the gold pass, I could make it. I mean, this is a great experience for me that I will remember for a long time. So.
McAllister back in the action, folded to him on the button. He opens to 225,000 with Jack 8. Chip leader Mike Watson has Jack 5 in the bag.
He's going to defend this.
You are correct. The flop gives Mike Watson top pair, 2 pair for McAllister.
Some chips are very likely to go in the middle.
McAllister continues for 190,000.
They both have enough chips to play this hand pretty straightforward. And Mike Watson's rail's been joined by Toodles from Hook. Look it up.
Mike calls. The turn card is a 7. Well, that gives Watson a straight draw to go with top pair, but he's still a 9-1 dog. He checks for a second time.
Herper's gonna derp and better's gonna bet.
McAllister firing again, 380,000.
I think there's only one way for Mike to play this. My guess is call now. Maybe he's able to make a soul read and fold the river.
Once again, he calls. The river's a 5. No way Watson folds now. That's a horrible card for him. Rivering a worse 2 pair.
Yeah, that's really bad.
How much value can Philip McAllister extract here?
Well, there is a 4-card straight out there, but I think both these hands are too strong to not go bet call.
That's 730,000. And Watson calls.
Top 2.
Phil McAllister running hotter than a pizza when you're really hungry.
He adds another 1.6 million to his stack, and he takes the chip lead. Mike under the gun here. Blind's now 60-120. And Watson has queens. He raises. Ace-Jack for Vladimir Troinovsky.
Man, I said it before and I'll say it again. If Vlad spoke better English, he would be a superstar in the Western world.
Troinovsky has re-raised a 3-bet to 575,000. Folded around to the blinds. McAllister's out. As is Toby Lewis. Back on Mike Watson.
Even though I know it's not true, it feels like Queens is a flip against Ace-Jack. I can see Mike doing anything but folding.
Watson elects to call.
Hey.
The flop is Jack 8-4. That's top pair for Vlad. Watson still ahead with his overpair. Action's been checked to the pre-flop aggressor.
I see no reason why Vlad wouldn't bet this. I mean, other than that he's up against queens.
1.43 million in the middle. Vlad makes it 525,000.
Now, if Mike knew what Vlad had, he would definitely raise.
But he doesn't know, so he just calls.
Correct. He doesn't want Vlad to run away.
Turn card is the 10 of clubs. The board gets straightier and flushier.
Pretty bad card for both players.
Watson checks.
Their hands are actually very similar.
Vlad checks behind. 6 of diamonds on the river.
Very safe river for Mike. Sure, some of the time he's going to be up against aces or kings and he'll get value cut, but not often enough to not take this spot.
Roughly half pot, 1.25 million.
And Vlad beats plenty of value bets and all bluffs, so a call here would be pretty reasonable.
Troinovsky calls.
Nice one, Mad Dog. Pretty unlucky run out for Vlad.
Troinovsky lost nearly 2.3 million in that hand. Not an insignificant percentage of his stack. I think he needs a minute. So Toby Lewis just limped in the small with 9s.
Look at you, Toby Lewis, slow playing those 9s, you little devil, you.
Mike Watson checks his option with 9-7 and flops top pair. This could get a little bit messy.
Top pair against an overpair. It's what just happened to Vlad. It's a pretty sweet flop for nines.
Well, Toby Lewis continues to play it slow. He is checked. Mike Watson bets 200,000.
Pretty good spot for a check raise. Noah Valancourt and Chris Mormon know what I'm talking about.
There's the raise, 750,000.
Fairly easy call for Mike. Toby didn't raise pre-flop, so he's generally going to be semi-bluffing here or have a bad two pair.
Mike calls. Turn card. 3 of spades.
Toby.
All in.
Lewis shoves.
Told you knew what I was talking about. Looks like an easy fold to us, but Mike's still beating all semi-bluffs, blocking other top pairs. It's hard for Toby to have an overpair, and after the check raise, he's getting some pretty good pot odds.
He calls.
Has to be nines even, right? Jesus.
Couple of coolers for Mike Watson. This one with a much different result.
Fraser McIntyre and Ludovic Geilich railing Toby Lewis, who only has to fade a 7 on the river to survive.
Maximum sweat.
Maximum effort.
Home and dry.
Yes! Come on!
Toby's girlfriend, Brooke English.
My son. Thank you.
Significant blow to Mike Watson as Toby Lewis gets the full double up.
Toby played those nines a little tricky, and it worked out well for him.
Philip McAllister with 9-6 of hearts on the button. Limps.
More button limping being employed.
King 9 of spades for Toby Lewis.
All
He shoves. Mike Watson has ace jack.
I think Mike's got a reshove with this dynamic. Ace jack could easily be and is the best hand.
All in.
There's the reshove. McAllister folds. Toby Lewis at risk and behind.
Toby's such a boy's name. You'd never have a Prime Minister Toby. Poor guy lost the last one, and he was better off pre-flop then.
Yeah, he's nearly a 2-to-1 underdog here. 10-6-3 flop. Ace high holding. 5 immediate outs for Toby Lewis.
Still, all it takes is one pair for Toby to win this hand.
Ah, damn. It's all fun and games, isn't it?
The turn card. It's a king!
I mean, I said a pair, but I may have spoken too soon. Watson can always re-get there.
Well, Toby is set to double up. Just has to fade a queen or an ace on the river.
See how close I can get to it.
The river is a queen, a straight for Watson.
Ouch.
Toby Lewis eliminated.
Cheers, good luck. I like mate. Good playing with you.
I really feel bad about saying all he needed was a pair to win. I should not have said that. But seriously, where that puppy at?
Toby's 4th place finish worth $267,000. And after that hand, Mike Watson has a commanding chip lead. A7 for Philip McAllister. He raises from the button. Mike Watson has king-queen suited in the small blind.
Love a good 3-bet with queen suited.
Re-raises to 1.2 million. Tony Gregg folds. So back on McAllister.
Oh yeah, Grip said, get at that popcorn. Leave no kernel unmouthed.
Did he just regurgitate into the packet?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening back there. What's McAllister thinking about here? I think there's an argument for calling and for folding. And then there's also this.
He's pulling back his original bet and putting out a 4-bet to just over 2 million.
Mike's got a hand that's pretty impossible to fold in this situation. He is usually going to have way too much equity. It's suited, and it makes a pretty good top pair.
McAllister has effectively bet the third of his stack. He's got 4 million behind.
All in.
All you can eat. And McAllister folds.
So about 4-bet folding with a 30 or chips in the pot, don't do that.
Mike Watson's rail getting very excited. An action on Tony Gregg on the button. McAllister in the small blind. Has jacks. He completes.
Phil McAllister, more like Trappy McTrappy.
8-7 suited for Mike Watson.
Will Mike Watson fall in?
All in.
Yes, he will.
Cool.
Got him.
McAllister, roughly an 80% favorite for a double up here.
The good news for Mike is that 7-8 suited is a decent cracker hand.
I love the way you're trying to put a positive spin on it.
But they're suited.
So a great spot for McAllister. Oh, hang on a moment. Watson's flopped a pair and a flush draw.
Yeah, I think the dealer just put a positive spin on it.
He's now a slight statistical favorite. And that'll do it for McAllister.
Good game, man. Nice playing with you.
He's out in third.
Nice playing with you, bro. Good luck.
Phil McAllister was a pretty interesting dude. Love to see more of him on the tour.
Tony Gregg raising the button with sevens. Mike Watson with King 7 in the big. He defends.
Just the one overcard for Mike Watson.
And Mike hits his one live card to make top pair.
Are you serious?
Yes. Action checked to Tony Gregg, who continues to 350,000.
Tony's betting into a bad board for a few reasons. He can protect against getting bluffed later. Maybe fold out some hands with equity against him. He is not folding out top pair, however.
Watson calls. Turn card to 9.
And when Tony gets called there, I think he's going to shut it down a lot, play this hand like a bluff catcher.
Action goes check, check. Tony Gregg drawing to 1 out. Doesn't hit. Mike Watson may go for value here. 1.8 million in the middle.
Yeah, he should feel pretty confident as king.
He bets $1 million straight.
Now, I did say Tony was going to play this as a bluff catcher. I'm not sure how many bluffs there are to be caught here. I think... no, he's not going to lay it down.
He calls. And sees he's beat.
And that was a tilt whistle. I do not think he was too happy with that call. And it's the Mike Watson fan club from Saskatoon, everyone.
Mike extends his chip lead, opening up nearly a 2-1 advantage over his opponent. Ace Queen for Tony Gregg. He raises to $500,000.
How mad would you be if I insta-folded?
I don't think my Watson's folding King Jack here.
Now, we've got some serious heads-up hands here. Things have the potential to escalate. He brings a knife, you bring a gun.
Watson re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 1.35 million.
He sends one of yours to the hospital, you send one of his to the morgue.
Somehow you're actually worse at accents than Sean Connery. And that's saying something.
That was just how I normally speak.
Tony Gregg responds with a 4-bet to 2.875 million.
Now you've got King Jack and you're faced with a 4-bet. Luckily, Mike's got the chips to just call and try to hit a pair. That's right, everyone. That's a legit play in poker. Call and try to hit a pair. It's fine. Just because it's what you would do doesn't make it wrong.
Mike does call, and we have a huge pot already. There's nearly 6 million in the middle.
Yum, yum.
Oh, Watson outflopped Greg. Top pair.
Amazing flop for King Jack.
Mike checks.
This pot is huge, and Tony's overs are going to be good a lot, so he cannot give a free card.
He's set to continue. 1.65 million.
All in.
Mike Watson check raises all in. He shoves on Tony Gregg.
And that is the appropriate face. It's kind of gross.
And that is going to open up a vast gap between these two players.
Mike did an awesome job of protecting his equity in that hand. And Tony probably likes his chances to climb back from 25 big blinds and then take his equity in that spot.
Right now, Mike Watson has a commanding chip lead. It's 23 million versus 4.5 million. And blinds are up to 150, 300.
Is Tony Gregg going to have another runner-up finish in the PCA?
He's called here with ace-8. Mike Watson checks his option with 7-4 off. Well, the flop brings top pair for Gregg. Flush and straight draws for Watson. It's practically a coin flip.
You would not have expected there to be a collision on the flop between these two hands, but somehow the poker gods provide.
Tony Gregg bets 400,000.
Seems like a pretty obvious spot for a just call.
Why call when you can raise 1.2 million from Watson?
This raise puts Mike in a really awkward spot if Tony shoves. He'll pretty much have to call, and it's a weak hand as far as calling hands go.
Let's see how Tony responds.
All in.
Greg's going with it.
Oh, Mikey. What have you done? I think I know what Mike has to do, but don't forget, he's making a decision for one of the biggest titles in poker.
Hard for him to know that it's pretty much 50-50 here. That it would be correct for him to call. He does call!
Here we go!
Let's flip that coin!
This is a good one to see for you. A really good one. Really good one.
Mike has 12 outs twice.
And this is why they make a deal.
I can't really picture you holding up 7-4 off for the winner's photo, you know? It's like too dirty. It's a great hand. You need a prettier hand than that. Gotta build my image.
If Mike hits, we have a winner.
Just don't turn me dead like you did to Philip. That's true. Offsuit 9, just... Yeah, you can turn a pair or something.
He does turn a pair.
Well dealt.
Mike Watson now has 16 cards he can hit to win the PCA. 4s, 5s, 7s, and hearts, all working for him.
That's a lot of outs. Is it too many?
The river is a heart, and that means it's over!
7-4 in the winner's photo.
Tony Gregg is a runner-up again. Mike Watson wins the PCA 2016 main event.
Two very deserving players made it to heads up, and this one just went Watson's way.
In 2008, he won a WPT. In 2016, he takes down an EPT.
I want to start with that final table from 2 years ago, because that's kind of when you first really came onto our radar in a big way. It was the biggest ever EPT main event. I think it's fair to say, Joe, it was one of the best final tables ever.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome. It was... the camaraderie at that table was something that I will never forget, and I think that you probably had a big part to do with that. Is that intentional, or is that just who you are?
I mean, to be completely honest, that's just who I am. And you guys just saw a bit of it, but we started acting this way like when we were 18 left. We were having a crack at it. Like, I mean, I think there was like 18 left or something, final 2 tables. It was right before the day ended, and we were just laughing and screaming, and nobody was sitting at their seat except the guys who were playing the hand. And yeah, I mean, it was just a clinic from, like, I would say 20 people left, because many of us just knew each other from the other guys, or everybody knew each other in some way. So
in your memory, was there anyone there that just wasn't having it and not feeling it? Was there like one grumpy guy at the table?
Well, I don't want to name names, but they made pasta in that country. I can tell you that much. I think you know.
Yeah, well, it worked out for him, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he got the better end, but yeah. Yeah, well, he was involved, but he was trying to take it easy. He couldn't comprehend why we were making such a joke out of this final table. I don't think anybody really could. But I remember having Norwegians screaming on the rail, like, very like, more alcohol, let's get drunk now, come have a beer, and everybody was screaming.
We had the Norwegians screaming on the rail, we had the Brazilians screaming on the rail, we had the Italians screaming on the rail. It was, I don't ever think we've had an audience like that before or since.
Yeah, I mean, it was very unnormal, I would say. We were playing for huge money. And nobody even considered or thought about it. But me and Jarls were laughing our asses off at like, we would say and we would laugh like 1 hour later about the same thing. And then Kowalski joined, and then Jimmy joined, and it got crazy. It was like playing a home game, but the only difference was it was like 1.7 million euros for first.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Yeah. I mean, for the audience, it must have been insane. I mean, it must have been insane. It looked like a comedy or something.
It really was. The energy in the room that was even coming through the broadcast was unlike anything that I had felt previous to that, at least in a very long time. If there had been another table with that much energy, I had forgotten about it because it was from a previous era.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't know what poker was like before, but I think poker is very serious, especially when we're playing for huge money. That's the normal. But for me, I mean, even at the last final table, I was just joking around. Sean Winter is the same character. I think it makes it easier for you to play as well. I don't think you get as nervous. You don't think about the money as much, and your brain can like focus on other things. And like, if you focus too much about the money, you might get nervous and playing worse. And I don't know. It just helps for me, at least.
I don't know if what you're saying is true, but I want it to be true because that's how I like to be at the poker table. I want to have fun. If it's not fun, it's not really worth it for me. So I guess I want to find out from you is, did you grow up your whole life in Norway? And if so, how do you go from being a boy in Norway to being like the most lax super high roller on the circuit?
I mean, yeah, I was born in Norway, but my parents are from Iran. So, but I was born here, like the only family member, like at least in the older ones. And then, yeah, I mean, I went to the military and I played football with some guy.
Wow.
Who was actually at the future table. I don't know if you remember, Arlen Melsom. He was at the future table.
Yes,
the full Melsom.
This guy, yeah. I was playing at the same football team as him, and we're from a small city and an island in Norway.
Wow,
and
so weird.
This guy was at some final table of some Norwegian championship in Dublin, and I saw him in the newspaper, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. And then he actually learned me the rules and stuff. This guy he was a huge high stakes player back in the days. This guy, he was enormous. He was called Sir Win-A-Lot or something. He broke some records with the sit and goes and with Dario Minieri and those guys.
So it's because of someone that you looked up to was really into poker, and they got you into poker.
Yeah, so he was the best player at the football field, and I would like to say I would like second or third best, and he was just like a really nice guy, always smiling. And then it's because of him I got into poker, because I initially went to university to study economics. It's a cliche story, I know. Every poker player went to economics, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's
No,
it's
some of
the
them went
same.
for business.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the story that goes around. But yeah, he is actually the reason I started playing poker. Yeah.
I need to understand the mindset of someone when they start playing these big buy-in events. Kind of, at what point did you transition to playing the kind of high rollers and super high rollers? And psychologically, do you ever have a moment where you're kind of like, oh my God, I'm literally buying into a tournament for €100,000?
Yeah. So the story is actually quite funny, I would say, because you guys remember the PCA, the last PCA.
The one where you pulled,
yeah.
the one where you pulled $300,000 in bounties in the Bahamas.
No, I pulled more, probably like 600 or something, 600. In the 10K, I had over half the bounties in play, and it was like insane. Yeah. No, I was in US playing cash games in January 2023, and then after LA, I went to Vegas. In Vegas, who do I meet? Adrian Mateos. And I wasn't even planning on going because I didn't play much tournaments. I played some, but not much. And then I got really friendly with Adrian, and he started telling me about these tournaments and yada, da, 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 da. I mean, I don't know if he's trying fishing me in or what he was trying to do, but
yeah, maybe.
yeah, I felt like it was a trick. But then, yeah, he told me like, yeah, I think you would have a shot if you tried. Like, I mean, and it's way different than you think, because I thought what everybody else thought. Like, it's like so boring. Everybody's sitting there like a robot. Nobody's friendly. It's just whatever. But then he actually convinced me, and I think I played, this was my second 25K at the Bahamas, and I got fourth or something. And Bahamas was insane for me. And then after that, I started playing 25Ks, 50Ks, and 100Ks. And I've actually been enjoying it since. I think I barely even played the lower buy-ins at this point.
Just going back to the super high rollers in Barcelona, how did this year compare with last year? Obviously a bigger field, therefore more prize money, but what was the dynamic like at the final table of 2023 versus this year?
Well, first of all, this year it was a 3-day. Last year we ended it in a 2-day because me and Jean-Noel agreed that we would just want to finish that day. But the difference this year was it was more players, as you said, and there were way more Americans, like the top players, like Seth Davis, Nick Petrangelo, Sean Winter, these guys, and
Jesse Lonis.
And Jesse Lonis, #1 player in the world.
#1 player in the world, Jesse Lonis.
No, so it was way more players, and I would say like the field this year was way tougher than the last years. It was way smaller, but nobody was there. Like there was some. It was like me, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams, David Yan, but not many more, And then this year was way tougher, and it was way longer. And yeah, I mean, it's a great tournament, but it's super competitive. It's super tough. It's super draining. Mentally, it's horrible. At times, you just want to give up. But I mean, this is what we signed up for. It's super fun as well. It's super fun, and people are very nice.
I'm glad you think that. I'm glad that you have fun out there. Obviously, I brought it up in your winners interview that the amount of fun that you're seeming to have out there almost seems impossible, given the stakes that you're playing for. But what I really love about it is there's something about you that the other players, they play along. They might be quiet if you weren't there, but there's something about you doing it that sort of gives them permission to loosen up a little bit.
I think it's like, I don't know what like the normal thing is, but I feel like if somebody is friendly to you, it's very easy to be friendly back and do the same thing, But if everybody's being very serious, it's also easy to do the same as them. I think, I mean, I wouldn't take credit for like getting people to loosen up. I don't know about that, but I think I just have like this aura that makes it easier for people to treat it more as a home game, I would say.
Yeah. Here's the benchmark. Can you get Patrick Antonius to smile? Answer yes. Can you get Patrick Antonius to laugh? In your case, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the final table at this 100K, I must be honest, I've gotten Patrick mad once. First time I played with Patrick, he actually got mad, but not at me, but like some run out. And then after that, we started talking, and me and Patrick, when we see each other at the elevator or the hallway or something, and we talk. And I've never seen him laugh as much as he does this time and makes jokes. He shot, like he fired a shot against the Americans, which I thought was super funny. You know, I think, yeah, Patrick is a great guy. And you can just see, like, even him, he's very serious. When he opens up even, it's hilarious.
It is hilarious. Patrick is very, very funny. He just doesn't show it that often.
Exactly. You know, that's so once you get to know these people, like these guys who are playing as much as I do now, you would see like 99, I would say not even 95, 99% of them are super nice.
Welcome back to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour as the main event final table continues. On the other side of the dinner break, 3 players return, competing for the trophy title and first prize of $1 million. Live action continues here from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa with me, James Hartigan, Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, thank you for having me.
And Sam Grafton.
Hey, boys and girls.
A tale of the have, the kind of have, and the don't really have that much. Georgios Saloftas has been chip leader for some time now, close to 120 big blinds at the new blind level. Oliver Weiss, near enough 50 big blinds, not bad. Mikhail Shalamov on the shortish side, around the 25 big blind mark, as we go to 100k, 200k blinds with a 200k big blind ante, and now we are 3-handed. We'll be playing 45-minute levels, so we're going to play 2 levels back to back during this next session. And action is underway.
Yeah, and a slight rearrangement of chairs here, spread out. The chip leader, Saloftas, already in his party outfit. I wonder if that's genuine blue leopard.
Save the blue leopard.
Genuine snowcat.
Yeah, obviously an endangered species in a lot of regions. Cyprus, you could just hunt them for fun.
Well, I hope Shalamov doesn't get carried away with the spraggy here.
I think at 25, we can't really shove. Maybe we just want to... Oh, my days.
He does shove.
Ooh.
And Saloftas does not like to fold.
I really believe he's taken aback here. He's taken aback. But it doesn't make much sense to actually jam better hands next 10. I think he's just going to eventually figure... He should be just up against 3s here, basically. But very big shove, by the way. 25 to pick up 3, so we've got to be pretty selective. And Ace-7, I know it's a hand you don't think much of, James. And Saloftas working it out because he's just not expected this jam.
No.
I believe he will conclude that he has to call.
And he does call, and Mikhail Shalamov is at risk and behind. It is a domination situation.
Yeah, Shalamov has played very well on this final table with something, I would say, a slight misstep. And now he's going to need help in the form of a 7.
Is it always coming? That's the question. Or is the power of the 7 negated by the impact of the spraggy?
I mean, all of a sudden we could be heads up here in the Cyprus main event.
Shalamov's going to need to get lucky. He's going to need to get very lucky now. A 10 high flop. He is way, way behind.
Yeah, 9 jack, heart. There are some get out of jail backdoors, but that's not a good start.
7 on the turn. Going to need another one of those.
Do it for the memes.
Unless there is a 7 on the river, we are heads up. It's a queen, and Mikhail Shalamov is eliminated in 3rd place, cashing for $459,000
Yeah, GG to Mikhail. Big score there. And he was absolutely delightful personality. Obviously, very serious today at the business end of the tournament, but really nice figure to have at the feature table over the last couple of days. And when the dust settles, he'll be really proud of that amazing run and $459,000.
And we are going heads up, and it is the matchup that everyone wanted. These two have been at it since yesterday. There is so much history during the last 2 days of this tournament between Georgios Saloftas and Oliver Weiss.
Yeah, this is very much what we've been waiting for, isn't it, Sam? These two battling, a lot of frustration early doors as well. This really feels like the matchup we've been waiting for all today.
Yeah, absolutely. Two very talented poker players. A big grin on Georgios' face. Obviously, got a lot of support here from friends from across the border. And we'll just take a little pause while they set up for heads up.
More furniture rearranging to your delight, Sam.
Indeed.
Georgios Saloftas playing 145 big blinds. That's around 100 bigs more than Oliver Weiss. Clearly a significant chip advantage. But Nick, 47 bigs effective this heads-up match. There's still a lot of play in this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, of course, they're going to be battling for every penny, and this is where it counts, Sam. Sam, ICM is off the table now. They got to fight for every single chip to try and take that top spot. 50 big blind range is heads up. You feeling good about those, Sam?
Well, yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think Oliver will be relishing this. I mean, this is all you want to do. Navigate the final table, get yourself in with the shout, get to heads up, and then go from there. And, you know, as we say, everything to play for. You're one double up from parity.
Both players guaranteed $642,000. There's near enough 400K separating second and first, though, with more than $1 million going to the winner.
Yeah, not easy to win $1 million in online poker, live poker, you know, in any walk of life, even outside of poker. So, yeah, it's a sort of once or twice a career moment for these guys, and they'll be desperate to claim the money and the EPT title.
We have Georgios Saloftas, a local, lives here in Cyprus, came fourth in the Irish Open this year. And we have Oliver Weiss from Germany, skill moder on stars, has so many big results, both live and online, including a win in the EPT Paris High Roller earlier this year for just shy of €1 million. Could become the 17th German EPT winner.
Wow, that's remarkable. Yeah, such a strong poker nation. And just speaking personally, you know, it's lovely when I see someone that's battled for years, shaking hands here with an opponent with a heads up, a chance to claim an EPT title. And, you know, it's a title that really means something. You're an EPT winner forevermore.
And of course, yes, to echo the point that Sam has just made on YouTube, a Cypriot winner would be a good story. As we established earlier, it has happened before. We've had hometown heroes. We've had players win their local EPT. Most recently, 2 years ago in London, when Ian Hamilton won the EPT on Park Lane.
Yeah, and Weiss immediately picking up a strong holding. Can definitely go either way here. Yeah, a sort of statement of intent. We'll just call and keep in the hands he dominates.
We have an ace-queen 4 flop, so it is 2 pair for Saloftas and the gut shot straight draw for Weiss. We could see action already.
Yeah, it's a delightful flop for Saloftas. And Ollie might even feel like this is a board in which Loftus is going to be too aggressive. Obviously, the jack of hearts in Weiss's hands. He can have the best holding. A direct out to the nuts. Not going anywhere. Not going to act unnecessarily hastily. Consider his options and balance also for when there's more marginal holdings. And on a brick, Saloftas going to be able to put in quite some money with this hand. Let's see what we go. And turn card, which counterfeits the queen and 4 now. Saloftas, of course, would lose to a hand like queen 8 now. actually going to make Ollie feel a little more comfortable with his king-jack also. And it's a little bit weird because if you had an ace, you'd be looking to get value from the queen X and 4X. With the queen and 4, it's a little bit of a strange situation.
Yeah, if there's one thing we've seen from Solovtas so far, though, aggression is where he tends to lean. And then we can see this second barrel here is going to be put in here for 525K into a pot of 2.2 million.
Yeah, pretty interesting sizing. Sort of actually betting his hand strength. I wonder if Vice can decipher it. If I were him, I wouldn't be folding. Plenty of bluffs and plenty of power to get there. Can still sometimes be the best hand, although we might imagine that the bluffs would go bigger.
So 525,000 apiece, 3.25 million in the middle, going to the river, which is, drum roll please, the jack of spades. If Vice catches a pair, it's no good.
Yeah, and now all queens chop. So Loftus will have to decide whether his queen is worth a value bet. Obviously he has queens and aces, jack, kicker.
Check, check on the river, Sam, and that means the aces and queens of Solovtas is going to take it down.
Okay, well now it's 30.8 million playing 7.7 million.
Yeah, and Solovtas is going to have to be careful with sort of balancing his sizings against a player like Olivia. It may well be that that's the correct way to play the hand, but you did feel like he sort of took a medium strength hand and put in medium amount of money. And, you know, Ollie's a sharp cards player.
Yeah.
He'll have sort of noted the way that hand was played.
Yeah, and if he's paying attention, he might have noted a couple other spots that were similarly played actually on this FT as well. A couple spots that really felt like you said he was sort of betting the strength of his hand. Again, not a criticism. It's working out great. It's definitely working out for him at the moment, but there you are.
Jose asking on Twitch, what is the shortest heads-up EPT main event battle in history? I'm pretty sure we've had heads-up matches that lasted one hand.
Yeah.
Very recently, in Paris, when Barney Boatman won his EPT, that was the second hand of heads-up play.
Mate, Jack making magic happen with Jack 7 or something.
Oh, that was one of my favorite EPTs, watching Barney win that one.
Oh, all of my favorite EPTs involve very short heads-up battles. The ones that went on for 8 hours, not so much. Oh, and trust me, I remember all of the long ones.
It's also difficult to beat Eileen.
Bandinelli.
Flexinelli in the house.
Yeah, obviously because of sort of space restrictions, we don't have the fans. They're sort of sitting below the stage, but there are people railing both Ollie and Georgios.
So we do kick off this hand about 35 big blinds effective, so pretty considerable hit there in that previous situation for Vice.
Now has the Dolly Parton 9 to 5. Although, as I say, the suited version should be the Dabney Coleman because he wore a suit in that movie. There's enough hands named after men. Anyway, we have the ace-5 deuce flop, so the wheel draw for both players.
Yeah, and Saflatus, this will be interesting to see. I think we want to check this at least on some occasions. See, it's nice if we fold out a little bit of better Queen X, but we shall see.
A pair of fives obviously currently ahead. Saloftus loads up for a continuation bet.
Yeah, and it's understandable. Obviously, you have an ace-X advantage. And we'll bet 350K. What's the worst that can happen when you got Queen 4? Anything that folds is pretty live against you. And Ollie, with no backups, no straights he can make, or really super strong hands, will call.
Turn card is a 4, giving Soloftus a pair to go with his straight draw.
Yeah, out draws a hand like King Deuce, Deuce 6 or whatever it might be.
Do you think this is suddenly range advantage, big blind defending range?
Yeah, I mean...
It's not quite the same effect as when we see sort of 8-handed, right, in the big
Yes.
blind, right? So it's ranges are just wide, full stop on both sides, right?
Yeah, exactly. And...
Jack on the river does not change the result of this hand.
Yeah, and I wonder if Ollie can ever go for a value bet here. Maybe not. It's hard to tell. We'll just check. Yeah, and on check, he knows the 5 is good. He knows the 5 is very, very often good. Sometimes it's almost nice. You don't realize you're out of position when your opponent catches a little piece. The 4, you know, really helped him steer that to showdown.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you improve in a way that's not useful, you know what I mean? In that situation, I think he has a pretty clear second barrel quite often, but you hit the 4 and you're like, I don't know where I am anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really frustrating, but we continue now. 40 big blinds, effective. Oliver Weiss managing to pick up a few chips there. I love heads up, Sam. I'm a sucker for heads up.
Yeah, it's sort of a relief once those 3 pesky little letters, ICM, is out the way, and we're all the way back to day 1, just playing for chips. Is this a profitable call or is this not a profitable call?
Yeah, I mean, as a spin and go player, ignoring those annoying 3 letters all of a sudden feels like release. Absolutely.
Yeah, and Ollie employing a limping strategy. I think that's the second hand in a row he's limped. We'll probably, you know, you can play a mixed strategy at this stack depth.
King high flop. Soloftus checks. And Weiss checks behind.
You know, I really don't know, but I feel like Ollie is the kind of guy who probably just occasionally plays some heads-up poker online as well. You know, he's really someone that's in the streets and not afraid to just sort of put his bankroll to work all over the place, whether it's Omaha, cash games, or whatever. It's definitely going to feel kind of confident. Really interested to see him delay with no back doors. A hand which a lot of people would auto c-bet this board. And I think we want some delays. And gets it done on the turn instead.
Yeah, there's something to be said for just the 10 high in a heads-up environment, right? In that situation, the delayed c-bet there, I think, is really interesting, Sam. Definitely.
I mean, we don't fold Jack 10.
Yeah.
So, you know, like it's not as, you know, we do fold out 6-5. So
right.
It's something you have to be cognizant of.
Absolutely. And the delayed c-bet, we'll get that one done on this occasion. Not too much of an exchange there, chips-wise, though, of course. Limped pots aren't.
It's attritional.
It is attritional.
I thought you said it's nutritional.
It's nutritional. Hey, kids.
You could eat this granola bar, or...
Have you considered heads-up poker?
PokerStars chips, nutritional information available.
Look at the grin on the headshot of Soloftus. Look at that. He's loving life. Looks like... Who's the main guy in the dandy? Looks like...
the cowboy guy.
What's his name? Come on, Hyde.
Dan? Dapper Dan?
Desperate Dan?
Desperate Dan.
Desperate Dan.
I never read the dandy. I read the Eagle. Had photo stories like Doom Lord.
Wow. Showing. I'm looking around the production team. They all know what we're talking about. I don't know whether anyone tuning in does.
Dandy James.
There's a couple of people out there who are as old as me. Don't worry. Weiss with ace deuce of spades.
So 40 big blinds effective. We have seen Weiss employing some limping. I think ace deuce is one you can kind of go either way with here, but we do see a raise here for the 400K, just the min.
Yeah, and Soloftus with a hand that kind of appreciates this sizing. going to be very happy to come along.
The flop is Queen 8-3. Ace high still ahead. Saloftas with the gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, and Ollie can go either way here. Again, either by instinct or deliberation, you know, will employ some randomization. See, just the folding out of live cards is nice and has some barrel potential. But with a direct gut shot to the nuts and 2 overs to second player, Saloftas not with a hand that he can fold. Facing quarter bet pot. I think if we had a club, we want to check raise kind of often. And actually does it with spade, diamond also. And this is quite annoying for Weiss. Has kind of half a hand. Probably will be forced to continue. Backdoor flush draw overcard.
Yeah, we do see Weiss going for this sort of quarter pot continue bet. Do you feel like this is a little bit on the smaller side, given the fact we started the hand about 40 effective, Sam? I mean, obviously you can have multiple sizes, of course, but what are your thoughts on that? Do you think perhaps that might be playing into the more easy check raise for Saloftas?
Sure, yeah. I mean, Saloftas certainly sort of sensed that it was weak and not going to include top of range. And the queen, an interesting card. Obviously, sort of locks down the board somewhat.
Counts the bet. Going to go again. Like it a lot.
1,300,000.
And it's a little bit weird for Ollie here because ace high gets a bit stronger as all the draws brick. But on the other hand, we lost all our backdoors and an ace, you know, loses now to the boat or the queen or whatever it might be. Just depends if Saloftas is going as wide as he should do with his queen X. Like, does he have queen 9 and queen 7, etc. here? And look at this, sticking around. Gonna make Saloftas fire that third bullet if he wants to get it done. Would be interesting to see on a brick.
It's not a brick, it's a 10, and Saloftas now with the advantage, has a lock on it.
Very weird card for Saloftas. We saw this when he backed into trip tens. Now has more than showdown, but loses, of course, still to the queen and the clubs that Ollie might have.
Goes for the block. And just takes it down, Sam.
Yeah.
And that was costly for Oliver Weiss. 26 big blinds now. We're in spin and go, heads up territory, James.
A lot of people watching on the floor supporting Georgios Saloftas, who has such a strong advantage now. It's 32.85 million, playing 5.65 million. We're now roughly 25 bigs effective.
Yeah, and you feel for Ollie a bit there because he made the really tough call on the turn. I mean, he basically put in money while he was ahead and then folded when he was behind. You sort of do everything right, but it doesn't feel like it. You just feel like, I lost another pot. Maybe I was drawing dead from the word go.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the only thing that could have been done differently perhaps is maybe finding a raise on that river, but again, it's not even whether or not it works in this situation. Did feel like, again, we were kind of betting the confidence of his hand on that river with the block bet on that river when he hits the 10.
Yeah, I guess it's sort of like maybe even something really strong like 8-jack with the jack of clubs or something like this.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
0.3 behind, I think.
Well, Weiss flops best here, top pair.
More or less.
Speaking of heads up, by the way, Sam, we still employ the big blind ante even when we're playing heads up here. In my opinion, I feel like it's too much when we get to heads up, and I think that's something that we might change.
Whoa.
Does that bother you at all? The fact that a whole big blind ante goes in here when we get to the heads up?
Some of us want to get out of there before 4 a.m., Walsh.
I mean, it's the same for both players. So
yeah, it's equivalent for both. I just think it's like a whole extra big blind when your heads up just seems like a really inflated.
Yeah, and this is where Saloftas' strategy might come undone. I think Ollie would definitely check raise a hand like Queen 10. The 8 with the spade that, you know, plays well on a lot of turns might want to just check call. We should see. As I say, I think Ollie going to have a good grasp of ranges. And
950.
yeah, this is really nice, by the way, because you can get away with c-betting, sort of king high, like protection betting it when your opponent is not going to come up with the correct check raise frequency. Whereas now you're sort of at in no man's land with half a hand. You probably have to just call the check raise, to be honest, with king 9. But it's not fun, and therefore maybe you wanted to just check back, and it will release.
Wow.
You know, and obviously we could see he was in bad shape, but it's like Ollie is a strong poker player, by the way.
Yeah. And those ranges being so wide, you can imagine a lot of gut shots being check raised there, maybe some flush draws, that kind of thing. So are you getting run over if folding king high in that situation? Gets it right on this occasion regardless.
32 million playing 6.4 million.
Yeah, that's a lot of extra lives, by the way, just in terms of, you know, there will be some all-in confrontations, and, you know, they're going to make, in general, as many top pairs as you're going to make, or second pairs as many as you're going to make. It's a lot to overcome.
Mm-hmm.
You just get fold.
I think it was a missed deal.
Ah, okay.
We go again.
Sort of like they're playing underwater, right? Like if this was a comic and the EPT Underwater World Championships. Very blue.
You may have noticed, Sam, that EPT is the main, blue is the main color of the tour.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, I think we should make that a reality. First tour played underwater in a submarine.
It's been done. Underwater poker's been done. I remember Robert Varconi took part in it.
EPT Caspian Sea.
No, it was
played in 2 Russian subs. The high roller was in, it was like Hunt for Red October.
What was the site?
It was EPT Nemo. Don't be ridiculous.
No, I mean, you have to remember, back in the mid-2000s, everyone did every single stupid novelty poker game imaginable. I took part in a game which was called Poker in the Sky, where they had a poker table and they hoisted it up on a crane and played it above the Thames. But I think was it Interpoker did an underwater tournament?
What, underwater in what sense?
Well, they're wearing like aqua lungs. I mean, they're not like holding their breath.
Okay. I was thinking more submarine territory. I don't think that's been done before.
It's hard to. We looked into it, Nick, but it's expensive to rent a submarine. Actually, you know, the budget for EPT is quite sizable, but
not expensive as the Bahamas. I can guarantee you that. Easy.
Yes,
it's easy investment.
The bananas on the submarine are actually cheaper than Atlantis. Oh dear. Although the carpet's newer. No, well, it's nice of Georges to be in keeping with the theme.
Here's a great idea. We need to go somewhere that has a better internet connection. I know, a submarine.
Oh no, with the suggestion we can start the Mile High Rollers Club.
Yeah, what if we accidentally start a nuclear war by, like, our submarine wanders off course?
Oh, my God.
And there's an international incident as we get into a bit of the Mediterranean that we shouldn't, you know, spark off a conflagration. Anyway.
Sir, I'm picking something up on the... I think it's James Hardigan.
You think I'm going on a submarine, you've got another thing coming. Vice is opened here with Jack-4. Loftus with the Spraggy, which, by the way, decided Mikhail Shalamov's fate. That hand is cursed, I'm telling you.
Sure. Yeah, and it's not not disguised exactly, but obviously a lot of Ace X does 3-bet. So it's so nice when you call out of position and spike the flop. And Vice with diamond, spade, and a gut shot might elect to bet just, again, what do we fold out? Folding out Jack-7 seems nice. And Loftus now needs to decide whether to raise the flop or just to call and let his opponent barrel off. We can see, we can imagine that it's a flop that Vice could have quite some bluffs on. So now what for Oliver Weiss? Do you think that the king, there's quite some king high calls in Soloftus's range. So if we bet, we do really need to bet big. Do we want to match this hand with the times we have ace jack? Do we want to just check back with the gut shot and take our equity and bluff just a dead hand like 8-6 or 7-6, something that matches up with the ace-x?
100,000.
Yeah, and Fars again, sort of representing almost the hand Soloftus has. And when our opponent's putting in money for us, there's no need to raise now. And just play our hand as pure bluff catcher. Weiss gonna need to get there now.
Does not get there. He's got 20 bigs behind. We're looking at a pot of 3.8 million. He's playing 4.15 million. Soloftus checks.
Yeah, and it's a queen is a card that doesn't often improve Soloftus. A little bit of queen X of spades, potentially. Weiss now deciding whether to pull the trigger. Four of spades, I don't know, seems like a kind of bad card to have.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether he can help himself.
I was going to say, Sam, four of spades seems like a really nasty card to have here, blocking both the gut shots and the flush draws.
I think he's learned by now this guy likes to call as well.
Ace.
Yeah.
Ace is good, and that is going to leave Oliver Weiss with a 20 big blind stack, and the blinds are going up in 15 minutes.
I like this line, though, Sam. I think Oliver Weiss plays a really good hand of poker there, just kind of running into it, as it were.
I mean, the river jam doesn't get through that.
No, it does not, especially with that pre-flop dynamic. And, you know, it shows a lot of strength and sort of discipline to find the check on that river when you could just easily convince yourself to put it all in there and go for it.
Now, I've got a little bit of bad news. Most of you know that we had some technical problems this afternoon. Basically, the main internet connection to this resort was knocked out this afternoon physically. They also took out the satellite receiver. So sadly, Maria Ho unable to join us live via satellite today.
Are you still doing a submarine nuclear war bid, or is this all true?
Maria joins us live via satellite from LA every day.
I thought it was a war games bit. They took out the satellite and blah, blah, blah. No, okay.
When I say they took it, someone trod on it. I mean, that's basically what I'm talking about. It's not like a military sabotage. It's human incompetence.
Are we sure this wasn't Maria Ho sabotaging it so she didn't have to come into work?
So Maria flew all the way to Cyprus to break a satellite receiver so she could fly back to LA and not work today. Sounds like a solid theory, Nick.
I mean, she's already in a nice part of the world. She can pop over here, do the damage, and then, you know, be in Italy by tomorrow. No problem. You know, sipping some wine.
Weiss with a gut shot here.
Yeah, and Soloftus begins with the C-bet. And Weiss may elect to check raise the 10-7 again. We can just check call. It's reasonable. But
I like a check raise here, Sam.
Yeah, check call the 10-9 and check raise the 10-7, something like this.
Almost exactly my thoughts, yeah. And with a hand like 10-9 as well, we sometimes have like two overcards to an 8 that might bet the flop, so we have equity against that. When we have less of that sort of showdown or turns that give us showdown.
And we're at a stack depth where we just raise a jack and get it in, so therefore we have sort of plenty of value.
Yep, correct.
Yeah, and it's nice from Weiss.
Yeah, there you go. Nice work. Love to see a fold direct.
Yeah, and he's going to battle to the very end, Ollie.
Now playing 22 big blinds. Queen 8 on the button.
So 22 big blinds now for Weiss.
Yeah, going to play a limp. Think it's nice.
Yeah, and if you guys haven't looked into them, obviously once we start to get under 30, there's a lot more limping, right? Sam, when we're deeper, kind of can play a mixed strategy, but we tend to lean towards more opens.
Wow, it's a little bit strange to raise the ace-4. Would imagine it's sort of check or jam.
It's just a shove, Sam. Yeah. This is pure. I mean, ace-4 suited becomes a little bit different, right? Better playability when you do call, but the not-all-in raise here opens up the door for a lot of chaos. And ace-4 is more than enough to shove at this stack depth. In fact, GTO probably shoves it near 100% at this stack depth.
Yeah, and it will work out well for him in the form of the toppest of pairs. And, you know, a lot of Ollie's ace-X limp rejams.
Yep.
Which, by the way, is the problem of ISOing the ace-4.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you're up against something better. But,
yeah.
But it's very, very clean spot now. And Vice, with a club, you know, might feel like he's got to hang around just because, you know, sometimes there's the other end of the deck that got ISO'd. It's quite a low EV call in general. Let's see what the turn brings. Obviously, a 10 of clubs or something would be great for Ollie.
Yeah. Ooh.
How about the 5 of clubs?
Yeah, and by the way, a lot of Ollie's limp calls are suited.
Yep.
It's not impossible to have a flush just because of the way ranges are constructed.
Yep. At this stack depth, Sam, you're right. If you are limping a suited combo, you're calling near 100% to the non-all-in if it's correctly sized. And yeah, on this turn, this is the opportunity, really.
Maybe he wants to. He's going to go for a bet. I don't know if we could check back and match with when we have a jack and do something different. I don't know.
You better wise up, Ollie Weiss.
No, yeah, it does check back. I think that's nice.
Smart. Oh, gets that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And this is the first bit of luck Ollie's had against this opponent in a while, I think. I mean, it's a big slice of luck because there's 2.8 million in the middle, and you've rivered what is essentially the nuts. Certainly will be once you get checked to.
Hey, Sam. Should have just shoved the ace-4 pre-flop, buddy. Spare yourself all this.
I like to take the guesswork out of it.
And a hopeful block bet of less than 10%, but I don't think that will deter Oliver Weiss. He's hoping just to get called by Jack 9 of diamonds for this 200K, but Ollie, we imagine, going to have other plans.
And Sam, as you pointed out as well, the ISO non-all-in range here pre-flop from Solofta should be some really, really strong stuff, and then a whole lot of trash that's like one random club and all that kind of stuff. So the raise is mandatory in my opinion.
All in from Weiss, and Soloftas has asked for a count.
Yeah, and he may feel like I mean, certainly he's going to feel like he's sort of induced this with his small sizing. But I think of course, a small flush is a bluff catcher, but I think any flush is better than this hand. And you obviously, if we're ISOing ace-4 off with a spade, we're going to have ace-4 with a club and maybe ace-king with a, you know, or ace-10 with a, I don't know. What clubs do we have? Pocket kings with a club or whatever it might be. Yeah, and we'll just let it go. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, and that is going to be important if Ollie wants to start the climb. It's a good way to start there. 29 big blinds now for the German.
I mean, it's a significant pot because it's not just winning the pot. It's what, you know, if the club doesn't come off and you're forced to, either you relinquish the pot versus a big bet, or you have to bluff, or whatever it might be.
It makes me wonder about that turn situation there, Sam, because if you don't bet the turn, I don't know if you're telling a believable story about having the clubs. I don't know if the sort of SPR was quite right to tell that story, but as played, did manage to get there, and yeah, that could be the start of the climb that Ollie needs to make in order to take this EPT home. Really interesting hand, though.
Ace-10 and a raise from Soloftas to 500,000. We've got 9 minutes left to play at 100, 200.
This is interesting too, Sam. There's there's definitely going to be a mix, but a little bit of limp, a little bit of raise from the ace-10. Sometimes this is a great hand to trap with. As we just indicated, a lot of weaker aces should be shove versus limp at this stack depth, so you end up trapping some like ace-4, ace-5. It's some. It's 25 and below is a lot more frequent.
Yeah, I think it's also, is your opponent going to find
the correct frequency?
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
But yeah.
Okay, a pair of jacks for Oliver Weiss. Top pair, very strong in this situation.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Loftus check back too often, but with the ace-10, he will do. And he's going to feel pretty good about it on the deuce pairing. There's a sort of whole host of straight draws going to be in Ollie's range. But on check, see it's jacks and 2s with a 9 as well. Ollie going to feel very comfortable betting top pair for value. The deuce X gets bet pretty often as well from Loftus, so it's sort of negated. Loftus is going to have a lot of some 9X and a lot of ace high from which he can extract value, and he goes for overbet as a result. Sort of a condensed range, if we imagine sort of medium strength, 9X and ace high, versus a polar range, which will consist of some straight draws, flush draws, and then this top pair. Also some deuce X, of course, that Ollie might have.
River card is a queen. Weiss still good.
Yeah, and certainly Loftus will have hit a queen on occasion. We can imagine queen 10 and king 10 checking back. I don't know whether that's actually Loftus' style, and I think Ollie will still go for value here on the river. That's my sense of his approach and how he'll understand the ranges. Wow, that's
how much?
Wow. Oh yeah, I guess it's pot. It's just pot. He's just lined up a shove, and feels like his opponent won't have checked back enough king queen or whatever. I mean, if he does, he just says, so be it. I think it really feels like Loftus has a 9.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess if Weiss wants to bluff with Miss Diamonds or something like that, this is how they got to do it.
Yeah, and Loftus does actually interfere with 10-8 and king 10, but I think now that queen 10, king 10, 10-8 all get there, I mean, Loftus doesn't have any diamond in hand, if he feels that's where the bluffs are coming from. And Ollie obviously never bluffs with an ace. Loftus considering a hero call here, by the way. I wonder if this is sort of Ollie's strategy, right? To give up, not bluff too much, and just go real thin for value.
Yeah, this is the definition of polarization, right? Like this is going to be, showdown or nothing.
Yeah. He's actually got, I mean, I wonder if Loftus is also wondering, can he even shove a jack on this queen river, right?
Exactly, which I...
Oh, he calls!
Wow.
He calls!
Makes the ace high
Big hero call!
And doubles up Oliver Weiss. Finally, something going Weiss's way.
And there you go, Sam. Look, that razor-thin value shove actually does get it paid. I say thin in the sense that so few people find that value shove.
Did you hear the rub down there?
What did he say?
Nice call.
No, he said, let's go.
Oh, let's go, sorry.
Yeah. No, but I was going to say that's Ollie's a pretty chill guy, and that's him pumped up, by the way. Yeah. Just saying to the boys, let's go. Like, I'm in this now. That's what he's been looking for. Like a chance to make a thin, big value bet and really close the distance. Also, there's a lot, the deeper the stacks, the more skill there is, and Ollie will feel, rightly or wrongly, that perhaps there's a small skill advantage here, heads up. He's played a lot of cards, and this is anyone's trophy still. Of course, Loftus going to be the favorite with that 2-1 chip advantage, but Ollie right back in the hunt.
Yeah, a 2-1 advantage for Georgia still, but 62 bigs effective we're now playing.
And I think he also wants to sort of test Loftus' temperament here. This is the first setback that the Greek has had in a while, and he's got to take it on the chin, recompose himself and realize, yeah, I'm still favorite to win this. Oh, that was a cool hand, big hand.
That was a very cool hand, Sam. And you know, as we've kind of already said, how many players even find the value shove with the jack there, right? So many players just finding a check with, you know, concerned about the queen X maybe peeling off and, you know, costing them the hand.
Yeah, or try and change the sizing.
Yeah.
And do, okay, I'll go for 10% now, I'll block or whatever.
Yeah. So interesting and really a lot of finesse, you know, and I think that's what gets him paid.
Yeah, and you feel in a way, sorry, you know, Saloftis could, and by the way, Ollie will have bluffs, win the title calling down with just ace high, ace 10 a la Steve O'Dwyer, you know,
yeah.
It would have been really cool.
Yeah, definitely some glory equity there as well playing into it. Flush draw now for Saloftis.
Yeah, and it's got some backup to go with it in the form of that gut shot.
8 raises 1,200,000. Moment.
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't say there's, you know, we don't want to project onto these guys. You know, they could be having a cup of, you know, Turkish tea on the breaks and chit-chatting. Obviously, there's players where you see me staring down someone, could be my best friend, but it seems like there's tension. It does feel like maybe there's a smidge of beef between these two. I think they would, you know, I don't think it's just my imagination. No. I think they would really enjoy holding over their opponent and getting it done. You know, they've been very adversarial since you know, for the last 48 hours. And
yeah, and the frustration has been visible, and I like that it's come down to this. This really feels like the matchup that they've been fighting for and that we've been waiting for.
Although I would highlight, it was Anton Wick who described Saloftis as the blackjack player. Queen 6-5, domination rotation in Saloftis' favor.
That's 300,000.
Vice with a bit of an in-between hand, probably going to fold, I would guess, to this half-pot sizing. You can back into a straight. You do have 2 overcards to second pair. 2 ways you can make a straight, in fact, but the sizing and no club going to force him out.
Yeah, it's very much game on now, Sam.
Yeah, and the boys on the rail need to keep their cool as well because they're looking forward to a big night out in Limassol, right? And a few beers, you know.
You mean private helicopter straight to Ayanapa?
Well, yeah, or whatever it might be. But this is going to take a while now, you know, for a victor to emerge. And, you know, let's not... I've been a victim of this before. I remember playing in Brazil with a 7-1 chip lead and 20 people on the rail ready to go out. And then 5 hours later, losing the heads-up match. And you can't get ahead of yourself.
Yeah, no, you don't want to overhype your guy, right? This is work time. Get the work done, take the trophy, and then we can do whatever you want afterwards.
Vice raising with ace-king to 450,000. And Saloftis has got his favourite hand.
Blackjack guy.
Always double on 11. You have to. It's in the rules.
Sure. He's so money.
Calls the raise. We go to the flop. 10 deuce.
Yeah, and could potentially just play ace-king as a sort of value hand on the flop. Will get called by king highs. And, you know, heads up, you don't benefit from keeping ace-x in quite as much because it just doesn't exist in the range to the same degree. Yeah. Very hard to defend enough on 10 deuce.
Okay, well, a reminder that we're playing 45-minute levels now, so we roll straight into level 33. Blinds are up to 125,000, 250,000 with a 250k big blind ante. And that means we're now playing 45 bigs effective, which is the size of Oliver Weiss's stack.
Yeah, and, you know, obviously it will take a lot for these two to get both their stacks in the middle, but a double up would essentially mean a flip-flop in the chip lead. And Saloftus with the ace-10, hand that's got him in trouble a couple of times. Though, of course, heads up, he'll be delighted to find himself with such a strong holding. And Weiss gonna come along.
Yep.
With the suited 2.
Do you want to be defending most of our suited hands?
Suited 7 gapper.
Why is it a suited 2 and not a suited 8?
Oh, hey, Joe.
Hello, mate. You're back.
Hello, my babies. Trip 10s. So Saloftus.
Yeah, super strong hands.
Weiss with the backdoor spades.
He wants the check, by the way.
Now, Sam, wait for it. Do we see him use this sort of emotional sizing again here? Okay, finds the check.
This is the meta game. No hand put a lot of money in.
Yeah, right.
Big hands.
Check it down.
Yeah, and of course Weiss could have turned some equity with a 7 or a spade, but on a 4.
Yeah, I think I just wait. Without additional equity on the turn, Sam, I think you just got to wave the flag here. That check to me is mucho strong. Mucho strong.
Yeah, I mean, if no, we'll bet.
Easy fold.
Ollie not gonna bite. Ollie doubled up, by the way, Joe, just a few hands ago. So that's why the stacks are not quite as disparate as they were before. As we go to the bird's eye view.
A couple of tournaments still happening right now. Jan Kite at the final table of the Hyper.
Love that guy. Big Jan Kite fan.
He said he's really excited because he gets to play the same way he played in Prague.
Joe, it's pronounced Jan Kite.
Okay.
No, we got a thing like he won't tell me how to pronounce his name properly.
Oh, I see.
And he just keeps trolling me about it.
So he doesn't actually care?
No, he doesn't at all.
Okay, good. Yeah, just a couple of tournaments left. As things wind down here, EPT Cyprus. It's going to be so weird waking up tomorrow and having only a single portion of breakfast.
Ollie just going to relinquish.
Release.
You been to Greece, Joe?
I've never been to Greece.
I guess with traveling so much for work, being the international man of mystery that you are, it's hard to just take a holiday to Europe.
Yeah, I haven't.
If you were going to take a pure holiday, would you go to Prague? That's where you'd go.
I don't think so. No, not at this point. I wouldn't be like my 13th time in Prague.
There's other places to see.
Yeah.
Monte Carlo, not going to.
I love a good Monte Carlo on my own dime. One of my favorite things is paying for my own trip to Monte Carlo. Absolutely. There's just something about the Monegasque culture that you can't get anywhere else.
You know the best thing about Monte Carlo is you're not that far from Cannes.
And when you're in Cannes, you're not that far from San Remo.
Ooh, all right.
I did a fun San Remo Cannes double dip, poker-wise, a long time ago at this point.
Yeah,
actually.
and Weiss coming out with a 3-bet. First that we've seen from him. Interesting hand to pick, just using the blocker, but will fold out his opponent. Yeah, we did a very wild night out in Cannes. There was actually an inter-German poker, inter-English bar brawl. And I ended up at Phil Helmuth's winner's party.
Dude, this is so crazy because I had a crazy night out in Cannes. It's the only time I have ever been slapped
Wow.
in public. So there was a bit of an altercation that
Brackets
night.
in public, yeah.
I'm really sorry about that, by the way, Joe. Tiger got out of the cage, buddy.
It was a woman,
Oh.
and I ended up crashing in Daniel's Negreanu's room, and my family from France came to pick me up the next day, and the whole rest of the trip, they thought I was gay with Daniel.
Oh wow, that rumor wasn't true. I thought that was just your life. That was just a period, in your life.
The more I tried to explain it, the more they were like, "Hey, it's okay."
It's very tolerant of them.
Vice limping in on the button. 7-6, Queen 4 for Soloftas.
We'll check. Yeah, and then we got a cab, very hungover cab to San Remo, and the rest was history.
9-6-4, so bottom pair, middle pair.
Yeah, and Vice can go either way here. It's nice to have the backup of the straight draw and hearts. It's almost better to bet this 6 than, say, Jack 6, which is just stronger in terms of actual kicker. Just the playability, ability to make a nut hand is important. And Soloftas will flick it in. And Vice, grip on the hand, strengthens. Ooh, I don't know about this, mates.
Oh, wow. Finds a lead?
Out of line or bang out of line?
This is miles out of line.
Yeah, it's just a little bit different the way it's not big blind versus button in the conventional sense. And he just doesn't want to check fold his hand.
That's what it feels like, right, Sam? Just feels like, I don't want to face another barrel. Can I control the pot by leading for 450 here, which is very small?
I think he would get bluff raised here on occasion as well.
I think so too, yeah.
Ollie just going to be, I think he's just going to not have any of this nonsense. Particularly going to be worried about a hand like 4-5, 4-8, something with additional equity that he just wants to charge. If he knew his opponent had Queen 4, he might not mind as much, although, of course, does have outs in the form of the 9 as well as the 4 and the Queen. Yeah, and Soloftas potentially with a slight misstep here.
3 million.
Wow.
Okay, so this went bet, raise, re-raise.
And this is pure stack swinging around here. Like, this is a real battle of wills. Very out of line aggression. But Vice's hands shriveling up a little bit with this turn 3-bet. I mean, you would imagine a bluff would be something like 5x of hearts or something of that nature, a Jack 8 perhaps. Not going to expect it to come in the form of like Queen 4. And Ollie going to keep him honest.
This did not work somehow. And we have got a massive pot.
Oh, the sweat on this river, though, guys.
I somehow feel like a queen's coming. I don't know why.
No queen, but it's a heart. It's a straight card.
Yeah. Lots getting there. And it's a problem here for Soloftas because the turn 3-bet really strengthens Ollie's range. And we don't have a heart in hand to interfere with that. On the other hand, I mean, actually, Ollie's hand, he's very low in his range now, Ollie, by the way. So I think if he goes all in, I don't know whether Ollie can call, but there are a bunch of snap calls, right?
I mean, Giorgio has hero called, hero bluffed. He has done all kinds of unpredictable heroic maneuvers.
7.7 million in the middle.
That is maybe not going to be enough.
What's he gone for? Like block bet?
5 million. That is a lot.
Wow.
That is more than I thought it was.
Oh my days.
I mean.
Oh wow. What is going on? This is remarkable.
Oh my goodness. Gets Vice to lay it down. Shows the bluff, shows the muscles.
Damn. And Ollie's thinking, I mean, that's wild. No heart in hand, firing, 3-betting the turn, and firing the river. Just raw aggression.
I believe the term is windmilling it in.
It's just remarkable. I mean, really, I would say it's sort of a blow-up that has worked out.
Yeah.
So often we see someone sort of implode, and
the difference between a punt and a field goal is if you put it between the uprights.
Yeah, exactly. But let's give some credit now. On the other hand, how do you win EPTs? Aggression, pressurizing your opponent. We can see how Soloftas has put together the results in the Irish Open and here, how he's come to have such a huge stack at so many points in this tournament. It's because he's absolutely battling for pots. And now it's Weiss who's got to keep his composure. No, he was clicking the button away from the chip lead there. Instead, pinned down to 29 big blinds.
Yes, and I do want to take note that Soloftas now has, once again, a 4-1 chip lead. After that hand, flopping an open-ender here.
Yeah. And
Weiss with bottom pair.
Yeah, and also Soloftas got to rein it in now a bit because you've just also, again, turned over a kind of very out-of-line bluff. Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, on the other hand, by the way, on the 3 of hearts, if you don't bluff that, actually, I don't know, like, you do sort of, it's kind of crazy that you have a bluff there. I think 3-bet the turn.
I mean, what are the pros here, Sam? We're blocking bottom set, something like that. It's pretty wild.
You're blocking 2-pair, and as we saw, 2-pair folds, by the way.
Yeah,
no good. Weiss checked it on over to Soloftas. River's a deuce.
Hey.
2-pair for Weiss.
Texas Dolly.
And it's a real nice river card for Weiss, outdrawing Queen X and better 10X. Going to feel very confident going for value here. We'll
Does
check.
not go for value.
Will he go for...
And doesn't get a nibble either.
He was going for check raise there.
Maybe.
At the very least was...
I mean, maybe felt like his opponent's going to value bet a king anyway, value bet a queen. Now I can sort of assess the sizing. If they go big and polar, we call, and if they go a more...
I mean, the dude just showed another massive bluff. Like, why not just check and see if he puts 5 million in the middle, and then you can like sort of peek through your fingers and call.
Yeah. Like this guy's blasting off with Queen 4 there, and you can't even get him to bluff that river. I mean, you're running bad. Yeah, no. Kudos to the Soul of Toss, though, man. Taking souls out there.
Absolutely.
Just like his name. And yeah, that will mean 32 big blinds for Oliver Weiss starting this hand. Definitely getting into that territory where chips can go all in.
Yeah, a lot of emotion, by the way, to whip over the bluff. I mean, it's very personal in a way.
Yeah. Okay.
So, raising a call, Joe.
Thank you very much. Soul of Toss with the ace high to start things off. Ace high after the flop. Wheel draw, diamond, back door.
Yes, you got it, Joe. I mean, it's a pretty strong ace high with the interaction. And Weiss, with nothing going on, might elect to bet, at least at some frequency. We sort of want to bet always a little bit polar in position, even on flop. Hands which, if we get check raise, we don't mind dumping. And we'll go for a big sizing. And Soloftas out of position can go either way. I think call is kind of nice. We're going to get pressurized a lot on an ace. We can always continue on a diamond. We don't fold out better when we check raise.
We do hit a 6 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, and that's an amazing card for 10-7, by the way. That's actually a double gutter. It's like next to making a pair, and you know, in some circumstances, in a weird way, it's almost better than hitting a pair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's going for this lead strategy again, which I think is a misunderstanding of the way that that ranges actually work heads up. There's not, the low card isn't really, you have king 3 off and king 4 off, whereas in other situations you have more 5, 6, 4, 5, etc. And Ollie might just raise here on the turn. I mean, the problem is if we get jammed on, but he's not going anywhere.
It almost feels like it's like a full ring application being applied to a heads up ranges.
And by the way, there's now 5 million in the pot, and no one has a pair. I mean, they have Soloftus definitely has a pair, but he doesn't have a pair on the board. And ace of diamonds in hand. I mean, he has the best holding here, but he might want to just bluff at it. I mean, he should. Well, I don't know what he should or shouldn't do. And he's checked. And will Ollie
that look
take a stab at it now? I mean, could we go bet, check, raise? I mean, who knows?
Nobody knows.
I mean, this is amazing. This is gunslinging, Joe. This is...
If Ice shoves, at least he can't get raised.
Sure. You do feel you might get called, though. I mean, by the way, Soloftus doesn't interfere with the straight draws. I don't know what on earth is going on here. I mean, Vice thinks...
2.8.
All right, more than half pot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think this is great stuff.
I mean, Soloftus doesn't immediately release, by the way. Doesn't immediately release. Could his opponent have 7-8, 10-8, King 5, something of that nature? Does his opponent ever value bet a 9 on the river? No. If he had a flush, wouldn't he just go all in? If he had a boat, wouldn't he just go all in? What does 2.8 million mean exactly? Is this 6-7, 6-5, King 6? Really, like, credit here to Soloftus, trying to decode what this sizing means, and yeah, he just lets it go. And I don't think it's good. I wonder if Ollie will windmill it back. No, not his style.
Doesn't show.
No need to give any info away. I mean, it's a shootout at the OK Corral, really. These two taking big swings at each other. No small balling around.
I'm honestly shocked it's still going, given the volatility of the pots they've been playing.
Absolutely, absolutely.
How often do you windmill it in, Sam?
No, I do. I've windmilled in my time. But I mean, that was no pair on no pair, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, what would happen with a legit cooler? You just go take out a loan for more chips.
Sure.
Throw your car keys in the middle.
Yeah, that's funny.
6.
Peter on YouTube says, this is such an interesting heads-up match. Absolutely. We're very lucky to have Nick and Sam here, too, to break it down. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, of course.
You think I'd be talking about range construction if Sam wasn't in here?
And
Call.
yeah, no limping either from Soloftus. He's just, I think, raised almost every button. Also bloats the pot somewhat.
Vice and Soul of Toss both flopping a pair. Middle and bottom again. So does Soloftus hit the 5 on the turn or the river? Ha! Wow. One for the good guys. Wow. Good guy being me.
Yeah, and Ollie gonna like the queen kicker here. You know, gonna feel like he's up against some A7s, A6s, and such like. Maybe even some queen jacks.
How do you not lead this turn with queen 8, Sam? It just feels...
And he checked again. It's really nice. No, he's going to bet, right?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I imagine that you feel like you need to lead here now. Yeah.
Yeah, especially as Ollie's sort of identified that he wants to go thin for value. He's going to think that Soloftus is going to have like an 8-3, 8-4 here.
We need to see a raise on the turn here, Phil, from the Jack 5, right? It's so well disguised.
No, because I mean Ollie's going to have pure bluffs, right?
Well,
no, I mean,
but he's going to have equity with the hearts and the straights, right? We can punish that.
I don't know. Maybe.
River's a 7.
Yeah, and bad card for Ollie. Just confuses things. You don't want to sort of bet an 8 and be repping a 6. Maybe we need to check now. I think he's going to try and carve out some value with a 10% block or something like that. That's what he's considering.
This feels like a good spot for a block, Sam, because you can imagine, ace X combos feeling confident calling this river for a small size. Does check.
And Soloftus now deciding whether to go for value with the 5s.
Is this slight overbet territory now, Sam, since our hand is so well disguised?
I don't think he'll go for that with the 4-card straight. I just don't imagine that he's putting in quite that much money. Yeah, we'll go very close to pot.
3 into 3.65 million.
So I guess we really don't want a queen. I guess the bluff is queen jack, queen 10. Something of that nature. We don't have a heart, which is nice. And Ollie, a bit unsure. Okay, what checks back? It sounds like a riddle, a Sphinx's riddle. What checks back but bluffs the river now? And I don't think there's too many, just because I think you can just, I think Soloftus would just c-bet queen jack. Queen, yeah, I mean.
I don't know, Sam. I feel like you just call here a lot, and it's so painful to run into the 5 here.
I mean, also, do they even not bet ace, king 10 of hearts, or king 3 of hearts? Seems like it's Soloftus's. He's not afraid of getting in with a king high flush on this flop. Yeah, nice fold, Ollie.
Good fold.
I mean,
Very easy
the
to call
7s really helped him there, by the way. Yes, Joe.
I've seen so many great folds, so many great calls. I mean, this is like...
It's a real ding-dong battle. I mean, these guys, they want it. They really want it. And such technical prowess. As I say, Oliver Weiss, I've been playing poker with him for 14 years, by the way. He's played a lot of cards. He's played Omaha for high stakes. He's played live poker. He's played online tournaments. He's played online cash games. God knows what.
It's a real ding-dong battle, Sam.
Yeah, and by the way, Soloftus also really going blow for blow, pound for pound, unafraid, like a prize boxer out there, flexing for his friends, pumped up, wearing blue leopard skin.
Street poker versus the range constructor.
I mean, they're both... Ollie's hurt. Back in the day, there was only street poker when me and Ollie first started playing.
That's right. I feel like Ding Dong Battle would be a great name for our new podcast, Joe.
This is a Ding Dong Battle.
Yeah, and Soloftus might fall for this. He's gone for a raise, and I think it's going to allow Weiss to just limp jam here. Oh, no, it's 35. I don't know. I guess in that case, maybe limp call. We shall see. Limp 3-bet. What does Ollie have in his locker here?
Seems like a nice limp raise candidate.
2.2.
Yeah.
I like it.
I like it a lot. This is definitely how you want to proceed on.
Shut it down, Mike.
This occasion.
Shut it down.
Oh, no, Soloftus is going to click it back, and then Ollie's going to shove. It's the classic.
I mean,
that's
sure.
Look at Soloftus. Doesn't immediately fold. Yeah, there we go.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
Nice play from Ollie.
Rack it up. Shut it down.
Yeah, and picking up a million chips where had he just come in for the raise, might not have, either would have had to really high variance it up a 4-bet shove, or, would have probably just faced a call from Soloftus. Having that limp click. It's very entertaining poker. And I think this is why we were sort of, obviously we're pretty neutral, but, we all kind of felt like this might be a nice heads up battle to televise.
The two differing styles just mix so well together.
Personalities as well.
Yeah,
sort of
for sure.
A showman, posturing, pouting, enjoying throwing over bluffs, and someone who's just quiet and controlled and sliding them into the muck. But nonetheless, you can feel the determination.
Sam Grafton, the king of pout, of course.
By the way, and Weiss sensing that this first limp might be a little bit weak. The first limp's always weak. Old poker tell.
King, king, 8. Both players hitting their 8.
Yeah, a little bit strange, actually, with both players.
Now we get to see who the real best poker player is.
Sure. Vice, which is an anagram for wise.
That's
Joe.
right,
So
that's true.
it's like a very wise
475.
ISO. Yeah, and Loftus not jumping for joy, but certainly way above average flop for 8-5 off. Could we get the
just the call?
Could we get the 2-3 run out where the 6 plays? That would be sexy.
Wait a minute. So Loftus is an anagram of foul stats.
Oh,
that's actually pretty amazing.
Story checks out.
Yeah, and Ollie gonna know there's a lot of overcards. Not a lot of overcards, but some 9-10s, Jack-10s, Jack-9s that he needs to protect against. Gonna feel confident betting this 8 on the turn for protection.
How about lots of fat outs?
Oh, and he doesn't actually. It's kind of interesting to me. Wonder. Yeah, and Loftus targeting a call from the ace-high portion of Ollie's range. We can imagine 7s and 6s as well.
Can we imagine an 8?
And what will Ollie do now? Does he want to? And honestly, I really feel like each hand he's sort of making an assessment of Loftus' sizing as well. Will call.
You're actually doing double the work when you throw the 1 chip in. 2 motions. You're not saving any time. Ace on the river.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Loftus not going to be happy to see that card. It really does look like Ollie's got an ace. I wonder if Vice actually even puts out a little small lead on this river. I don't know. Such an unusual spot. No one could, very hard to be well versed in every node of heads up.
Both players have an 8. Both players have a full house. This hand ends in a chop. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. We're wearing them down. We're wearing them down
That
eventually.
was actually much better, Sam.
That's because I didn't really, I just mouthed along. I mimed.
It's weird because he wasn't there in the beginning.
That was my Marcel Marceau.
And then like 1 word into it, he was like, you know what? I do want to be a part of this. And then he joined in.
I'm a late bloomer. I'm a late, I like hang around on the periphery of a party, see whether it gets good, and then launch in.
So when I worked on Mad TV, we used to do a lot of recurring characters, many of which I thought were pretty annoying and not all that funny and not really my type of humor. And I remember asking the head writer one time, like, why do we do so many of these like awful recurring characters where they just say their 3 catchphrases and then end of sketch? And he's like, that's what people tune in for. They want to hear the 3 catchphrases. They don't care that it's dumb. And that's what everyone loves to chop pot is.
Are you calling Sam an annoying character?
No.
No, all of us.
I'm joking.
People want to hear it, even though it's dumb. Pocket queens for Vice.
575.
I like these 2 recurring characters.
Yeah.
I do.
And this is the money spot for Vice. What? And Loftus with a hand that you would 3-bet at some stack depths, but here, heads up, just wants to call. I like this from Loftus. He's certainly interested in this pot. Very strong holding heads up.
And queens immediately outflopped.
Wow.
It's hard to combat the chat pros who are saying how hot Soloftis is running. There's no arguing it.
Yeah. And Ollie going to start betting for value against 10x. And I wonder if Soloftis check raises here. I think if we had King 9 of diamonds, we definitely would. We know we can be up against other King X, but perhaps this one we want to call.
Dude didn't go all in with queens. My God, so bad.
Oh, he did, by the way.
Thank you, Puff King.
And this is where the gunslinging style of the Cypriot is going to pay dividends. And Vice in a bit of a pickle because the real downside of betting queens is you really interfere with Queen 9, which is going to be a very natural check raise. Maybe even Queen Jack. I think that would probably check call. It's this one, and now it's Soloftis.
Oh, man, he can't even value out the 10s anymore.
Yeah, now it's Soloftis' turn to be a little concerned. 10x will check sometimes, but it's quite a natural check back for Ollie. He's not going to have all of them, but certainly will bet some of them. What does Vice want to do? Maybe we just check back here. We're either way ahead or way behind. Jack 9, when we have the two queens drawing very dead. Wow. And
yet another Barry Greenstein.
yeah, and Ollie gonna get off the hook here because
one overcard we could deal with, but two?
Yeah,
no.
Ace Queen, Ace Jack, Ace 3, Ace 4 with backdoors, etc., etc. Very hard. The 9 doesn't play against King 7 or 6 either here now. And Ollie will get the bad news. Could have been much worse.
Hang in there, champ.
You got to feel for Ollie, man. He's been doing so well considering a lot of these situations he's found himself in.
Sure. I mean, in a way, though, he got unlucky and then got quite lucky with the run out, right?
Yeah.
Like a 9 turn or something, and we go off for a 50% more of our stack.
So still better than 3-1. Georgios has Ollie. But that shorter stack is still 31 big blinds. That's why you don't see the all-in pre-flop with queens.
Yeah.
Puff jerk. Sorry, that was uncalled for.
600.
Stop calling our customers a jerk, please, Joe Stapleton.
We don't know they're a customer.
That's true. If they're not,
send me your VIP status, and we'll
sure.
we'll maybe walk it back. King Queen suited for Soloftis.
Yeah, beautiful hand to have heads up.
And finally, Vice catches a flop.
Yeah, I mean,
hard.
He's made some hands as well. And Soloftis, again, with a candidate to check back. But can't resist. Really interesting, his approach. Of course, it's nice to win it here and now. Can even get called by worse. And Vice with the 3 straight 3 flush. Probably a 10 that we don't want to check raise. Losing, the nut low 10.
Yeah, as you indicated in other spots as well, Sam, having the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw also makes it kind of easy to play some turns if you pick up some equity as well in that regard.
Yeah, and we'll come along.
Just the call, going to a turn.
That turns the ace of hearts, so 2 hearts on board now, and another straight card for Vice.
Yeah.
And we do have also the gut shot to Broadway.
Yeah, and I wonder if Soloftis will fire this turn. Again, it seems like potentially we want to check back. The king can be good, the queen can be good, and hit the jack. But is that Soloftis' style?
Not really.
And this is out of line in my opinion.
Here we go.
This is really, really like not quite polarized enough. I mean,
1.8 million.
by the way, it's going to work very, very often, but on this occasion, Vice with straight draw, flush draw, pair, so much going on.
So much interaction.
I wonder if we ever shove 10-3 here. No, we don't, because we actually can't imagine that he's betting 2 overcards and a gut shot. He actually should have probably only have 1 overcard.
It's so out of line that you can't.
It does. It's out of line in that it's almost too good a hand to be bluffing with. You've got so many other weaker 3x, 2x to fire.
Yeah, even
Running aces, yet another Barry Greenstein.
Even some complete air balls, Sam, on the turn. And now aces up for Vice.
Yeah, it's quite a natural check here for Vice. And it feels weird to bluff King-Queen, especially as King-Queen doesn't interfere with any ace-X. Yeah, and for that reason, he won't. And that's a big old pot.
Big old pot for Vice.
Changing direction.
Does not appear to be very soothed by winning that pot.
He's a character who, you don't always, it's not always a reflection of your personality, your outward appearance at the table.
Of course.
But he feels like he's sort of on the edge, sort of, there's something bubbling in him. He looks ready. He looks like might go off and play like Omaha flips on the break, just wanting like give me some more action, let me have some more cards.
And it may be total projection on my part. I think I'm like sort of just putting myself in his shoes and how I would be feeling in that moment. Maybe he's not.
Yeah, as I say.
Bubbling under.
Yeah.
Over there, but it seems like he is.
It's crazy heads up because it feels like you should get a little respite. All the adrenaline dump. You've had the flush draw. It's bricked off. Thank goodness you haven't. And you should get like a minute, but it's like nope. Now you got to pay Queen 4 off.
Play again.
It's relentless.
Here we go again.
And you're probably going to get check raised and.
Yeah, it's gonna be wacky on every street. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, a little surprised at the raise here with Queen 4 off. Seems like a hand we want to limp pretty often, and Solofta's gonna come after it. He's getting a price, but can't continue with Queen 4.
Huh. There are some pre-flop folds. Wild.
And the battle continues now, 41 big blinds effective.
I mean, looks like they're going to make it to the end of this level, which is occurring in about 6 minutes.
Yeah. And I'm really enjoying it. You know, like
it's fun.
A movable feast, right? These heads-up battles, but
absolutely,
this one really feels like.
I think movable feast was a phrase I was trying to think of earlier, and I couldn't come up with it.
No. Have you read it?
No.
Well,
who's the author on that
It's Hemingway's memoir about Paris.
Right, Hemingway.
It's where there's bits you'd enjoy. There's a little. It's just like sort of snapshots. There's a bit where Scott Fitzgerald asked Hemingway to come in the restroom with him, and so Hemingway can assess the size of his post-flop strategy and see whether it's within normal proportions.
His Arnold Palmer.
Yeah, it's quite a. So because I know you're a literary man, you like that kind of literary anecdote.
I like to be known more as a literary man more than I like to actually read. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I want the credit of having read without doing the reading.
Yeah, I don't know whether when you publish your own memoirs there'll be a similar moment between you and Hartigan, whether that's ever happened. But yeah. And nothing against nothing here. In position.
Hasn't stopped them from putting millions in the middle.
Sure. And Solofta's going for the delay.
What will be the title of your memoirs, Joe? Will it just be Hello, My Babies?
Goodbye, my babies, really, as I just sail off into the sunset.
Have you read any Hemingway? Not to put you on blast on there. I know you're a literary man.
I've definitely read something in school, but I don't remember what it was specifically. What's his...
Didn't Hemingway write...
I brought you over onto my turf here.
Yeah, no, I'm not super well read.
Didn't he write Huckleberry Finn?
No, that's Mark Twain.
Oh, there you go. Never mind.
Mark Twain's a fun read. Hemingway is not always that fun.
Old Man in the Sea?
I was
For whom the bell tolls?
I was confused those two.
I think I've only read his short stories. Did he hunt?
Yes.
I think I read some of his hunting stuff.
Yeah, of course. A lot of. He's the one with the famous, the most sad short story where it's like...
Baby Shoes, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I definitely read that one.
What's the shortest joke?
There must be one out there. You just say a person's name. Griffin Bender.
What was your favorite Monaco is so expensive joke, Joe?
Oh, he's had some good ones.
Really good ones over the years.
One I really liked was that Monaco is so expensive that even neutrons have a charge.
No, that's almost like Woody Allen, by the way. That's almost like I looked into the soul of the boy next to me style. That's very...
That is such a good one.
Jeez.
And then there's one really wacky one I wrote, which is that somebody asked me if I wanted to see their private jet, and they showed me Joe Namath in a cage.
That's more American-centric, though. That doesn't land as often.
stupid.
You did one about a baseball diamond being a real diamond or something as well.
The neighborhood watch is a Rolex.
That's some of your best work, Joe. I love that. I love those ones.
Yeah, and here goes Weiss. Coming after his opponent. And they're beginning to, having battled so hard post-flop, beginning to trade. Whoa.
Here we go, see?
Wow. I mean, this is quite... Is this a call, in your opinion, Nick? It's pretty close here with the 8-6 off. Might expected a fold. Dominated by the bluffs, as we see. And King 9.
Yeah, I like a really, really small continue now. You can probably make it like 1.2 even on this texture. 8-6 seems a little out of line for me in terms of three-bet defense.
For a man of my taste. Because, again, and by the way, Weiss, concerned by Soloftas's call, will just check it over. And it's actually going to give Soloftas a chance to take it away from him. And club turn.
I mean, so Weiss now blocking Queen Jack, Queen 10, King Queen. Do we see it sort of a delayed continue now, Sam?
Yeah, we can get there, right? We can get there on a Jack, so why not, try and fold out Ace 7 of diamonds, right? I guess would be the hand we would target.
Wow. This is very interesting.
Yeah, and it's Ollie's sort of, it's kind of his undoing is that he feels like Soloftas is such a blaster that he doesn't want to really bluff him, just wants to put money in with the goods. And it's actually going to allow Soloftas to take this hand away with the low-hand gut shot. I mean, if for some reason we had King 9, I think this is quite nice, right? If we just flop the goods, let's just check. Yeah, and Ollie just 3-bet and done with it.
And Soloftas gets away with another one.
To be honest, it is a board that hits the peeling range. The Queen Jacks, the Jack 10s, the Jack 9s, the 9-8s, King 7 suited. He can't really imagine that he's calling. It was like a quick call. He can't imagine that's an offsuit 8.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Sure.
That unusual style.
We blocks, I think with any pocket pair as well, they consider a shove.
Yeah,
right. Or maybe even do shove. So those that we're normally targeting, let's fold out 7s, right?
Yeah, right.
So I don't know. I mean, another time we could have said great play from Ollie. So I do understand. I mean, you know, the 6, you're blocking 6, 7, 6, 5.
Yeah,
I'm just, it's just when you can see the 2 hands, it seems so easy to bet.
Yeah, I mean, even if he's got like a suited ace in position, the kind of size we want to use there probably gets called as well, doesn't it? You know, if you're in position in Soloftus's position there.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting spot though, and I default to Vice's wisdom.
He's gone for it again, by the way, attacking the limp with the offsuit ace. Don't know. Again, playability is a bit of a problem out of position, elevating with the ace-3, especially with someone that's going to defend correctly. And we're just playing a bigger pot with the same 2 hands out of position. And when we get out-flopped, we just don't have the visibility down the streets to get the good value bets in. And here we go. Bottom pair versus second pair.
We've seen this over and over again during this heads-up match. This time it's Vice who's flopped slightly better. This is going to be the last hand of the level.
Yeah, and Ollie's stack somewhat precarious, by the way. 6.5 million, 3 million in the pot.
Backdoor potential here as well.
He's considering just, I mean, I think he's just going to call, but I think he's considering just jamming, by the way. Yeah, just saying like hand over, like for when he's up against, I mean, and this, I mean, he's getting really punished for this ISO with ace-3. He can't really imagine that he's up against a 4. It's probably going to be 5, 6, air, or an 8.
Some good 8s, yeah.
Some really good 8s. And look at this with...
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my days.
Soloftus jams.
And a call.
Vice makes the call. Got him where he wanted him in a strange situation.
Wow. Wow.
There is history here, Sam. There is history here, mate.
Look at this. Like, Ollie's like, yeah.
He's like, yeah, of course I'm calling.
Yeah.
Like a second pair.
Yeah, look at this. A little, almost.
Vice,
I mean, by the way,
is at risk here.
If we get a wheel or an ace or a 3 or whatever, we have a champion, by the way, Joe Stapleton.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 21% of the time, we have a Greek Cypriot champion here in Northern Cyprus, and that would be remarkable. On the other hand, it could be a big double up going into the break. 20 minutes to reflect on a new, improved, shiny stack. Big moment here.
Vice has been waiting hours to catch him. 8 on the turn.
Doesn't really change anything, although wheel draw evaporates.
Vice just has to fade the river, has to fade aces and trays. River card, double up Vice. And that is the smallest gap we've seen between these two in quite some time. Vice now on 60 big blinds, 92 for Georgios.
Yeah, and it's a big moment going right into the break here. Not fun to be on the wrong end of things there. And
could have been over.
Been so in control of this final table, Soloftus.
Soul of toss.
And it's just such a lesson. You have to be so controlled with your c-betting, so controlled with the ranges pre-flop to not unnecessarily bloat the pot with hands you don't want to. And you know, of course, it could well have worked out, but supremely punished. And credit to Ollie for just getting in the money there.
Yeah, no, exactly. Sam, I was going to say, like, just to have the awareness to find that call is just showing that he's really starting to go with the flow of this heads-up match.
Oliver Weiss with a major comeback on the last hand of that level, doubling up, trapping his opponent with second from the bottom pair. Up to 50 big blinds now. Georgios Soloftus still has the lead, but that lead is no longer even 2-1. Still the matter of giving away $642,300 to the runner-up and $1,030,000 to the winner. We're taking a break here in Cyprus. More from this heads-up battle when we return. Back after this. Pocket nines for Shemian, queens for Greenwood.
Great spot for Sam. Starts the hand with just under 30 big blinds. And there is the re-raise from Greenwood. The 3-bet to 415,000. Action back on Shemian. Shemian shoves. Loses this, which he will. 4 times out of 5, he'll be left with just 13 big blinds.
When you got a bunch of players who all know what they're doing, they're going to cycle around and jockey for position.
So far, so good for Sam Greenwood. Queen's holding.
7.
It is always coming 7.
You still like your 10, that's right.
Yeah. Still doing okay.
7.
I burned the 9 of spades.
No 7, but it is a jack.
And now the queen's dead. That's good.
That's good.
Queen of spades is dead.
Queens and 7s, the cards that are working for Shemian, the cards that Sam Greenwood needs to fade. Is Andre Letal correct? Is it always coming 7? Not this time. Greenwood gets the double up. Shemian is now the low man at the table. Greenwood's now second in chips just behind Christoph Vogelsang. Things now changing very quickly. Now the stacks are getting shallower at this Super High Roller final table. Greenwood with 10s here, raises to 200,000, round to Shemian in the big blind, who has 7-6 of spades.
Very reasonable hand to defend. I don't think we see him make the jam here. Probably a little bit.
All in.
Excuse me. There we go.
Just wait 3 more seconds next time.
And he's going to get called really quickly and be in a lot of trouble with the 6-7 suited.
Wow. Shemian gets it in with 2 undercards to Greenwood's pair. Domination Nation. And Shemian's going to need a lot of help.
And this is one of those spots where, to an audience, it may feel, he's all in with 6-7 suited. But, of course, his objective is to get folds, and he's going to get a lot of folds. We've just spoken about how Christoph Vogelsang is going to open wide from the button. I'm sure Sam Greenwood is as well. So this, a lot of the time, is just going to get the fold it needs. But, sadly, when you run into it, you're in pretty bad shape.
It's going to get the fold a lot. It's going to be live a lot. Neither thing is true in this case.
Exactly, yeah.
18%, not terrible. Much less now.
Looking good, down to 4%, and a very strong chance that we lose Ola Shemian in 4th place. Remember, this is his 4th cash in the 100k Super High Roller here in Monte Carlo. 3 in the money finishes in a row. He won this event in 2016. He came 5th last year, and he is eliminated in 4th place this year, cashing for 513,000 euros.
He got caught red-handed on the bathroom floor. Swaggy. This year, it wasn't him.
We're down to 3 players, and the stacks are relatively even. 44 bigs for Greenwood, 36 for Vogelsang, Ali Reza Fatehi with 31 bigs. So Sam Greenwood has become chip leader by virtue of that coup against Shemian.
Have I given a trophy yet to either Vogelsang or Greenwood? I don't think so, right?
I don't believe so, and you certainly haven't to Ali Reza.
Yeah, that much I know.
Ace, Queen of clubs in the small blind.
I usually just root for whoever's going to give me the easiest time during the interview.
Right, okay.
And I think that Vogelsang is going to be like pulling teeth.
Nice enough bloke, though.
Yeah,
for sure. There's no edge there, Straightforward, but maybe not as entertaining as it could be.
We talked earlier on, Joe, about the fact that Christoph first appeared in London in 2013, and I remember we sat down and did an interview with him there, and actually he's a very personable chap and actually quite a good interview.
Okay. Well, then I hope I was wrong in that statement.
3, 4, yeah.
Well, an interview of your caliber, Joe, you'll be able to get anything out of any of them.
No. Oh, goodness, no.
So Sam Greenwood has called the raise with 10-7 of diamonds.
10-7 suited has been huge today.
And the flop
Oh, boy.
is Jack 10-7 with 2 clubs, 2 pair for Greenwood. The flush draw, the royal flush draw for Vogelsang. And it's pretty much a flip at this point.
Yeah, this is a huge flop for both players, of course. And blind v blind as well, 3-handed. Every chance we see chips going on the flop, if not the turn. This might even be a spot where Vogelsang wants to go for a check raise all in. Obviously, it's really hard to make mistakes or do anything wrong with ace queen of clubs here because you just have so many outs. You have so much equity.
Here we go. Buckle up, buckaroos.
And Greenwood's hand is one which is really strong right now, 2 pair in a blind v blind situation, but it's also very vulnerable.
Correct.
So many bad turns. So I'd be surprised if we see him flat. I think his best option is going to be to raise, and Vogelsang with so much equity is just going to put it in and we'll run it out.
There's the raise from Greenwood. It makes it 700,000 total.
.6 in the middle.
And the good news for Vogelsang is he's still deep enough that Greenwood can be raise folding here sometimes. So he might make a raise fold with something like 7-8 that blocks some of the more nutted hands, blocks some two-pair combinations. Or it's just being aggressive with like a queen 9, right? Because he has all the chips. We just spoke about Vogelsang not wanting to get overly involved. He does decide just to call with the ace queen of clubs.
Well, this pot, 2.1 million. Vogelsang with 2.4 million behind. 5 of hearts does not help him.
Is there something to... I'm reluctant to just call there because I feel like if a club hits, then it kills my action.
Well, a club, sometimes, obviously, your opponent's going to bluff that card as well. I think the more of a consideration should be turns like this one where your equity is diminished so much and you're out of position. And Greenwood is incentivized to be aggressive because Vogelsang doesn't want to bust before Ali Reza, right? So it could be a spot where you actually end up folding too much of your share of the pot. Obviously, the easiest play is just to ship it all in on the flop. It's never going to be bad. You have heaps of outs against pretty much anything. But this might be a consideration from Vogelsang where he doesn't want to bust before Ali Reza does, and with all due respect, probably fancies himself to have an edge over that player. So, like, putting it in what is kind of a coin flippy spot.
So Sam's decided to overbet the pot, putting Vogelsang all in.
Yeah. And now he really can't call because he's got a brick turn. He's not getting a decent price to draw to his hand. Unless, of course, he thinks he's ever good with ace-high. Unless he thinks Sam Greenwood enough of the time...
What percentage of the time does ace-high have to be ahead here?
A fair amount, Joe. A fair amount.
Okay.
But like it depends. You have to expect him to be bluffing hands like queen 9 or like king queen and getting really aggressive with those a lot of the time for you to want to call off.
Which he's probably not doing that often.
No.
Not often enough, obviously. Hence the fold.
So Greenwood now playing 56 big blinds. Ali Reza Fatehi 32 bigs. Vogelsang now the low man at the table. The shortest of the 3 remaining stacks with 24 big blinds. As we play on here in the 100k Super High Roller at EPT Monte Carlo.
It's kind of crazy how, with an ante like this, you could seriously just be going all in for 30 big blinds with deuces. It would be fine. Be a huge win just to take the 2.5 big blinds.
Oh!
Heyo.
A set of deuces for Vogelsang. Greenwood has paired his 5, second pair on board.
I mean, at least with a title like Infinity War, they're being honest about how long it would take you to catch up on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great opportunity for Vogelsang here. Goes for value, 325k into 740k.
Pretty big bets. I like it.
Whereas Kaiser says, dilly ding, dilly dong.
Don't you always just hope that the turn is a queen here? Kinda
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that's an action killer in this situation. Normally wouldn't be, but
Christoph, it's your turn.
900.
Thank you.
I mean, the ace is a scare card, but you're gonna have to, you know, assume that all the hands that you beat with Queen 5 will be trying to steal the pot when the ace hits. So this is not an easy fold by any means.
If you think the ace is a scare card for those pocket deuces, Lex, you are tighter than I thought.
Greenwood calls the 900k. So 3.2 million in the middle. Vogelsang with 2.6 million behind. He improves to a full house.
I am all in.
Emmeline?
Emmeline. Maybe I'll just go for like some 1.4 million.
All in.
Vogelsang shoves. And now Greenwood has a tough decision with just a pair of 5s.
Emmeline. Man, the ace pairing is really tough for Greenwood here. On the other hand, you think, oh, what is this guy bluffing? But, you know, there's 6-4, 7-9, all that sort of stuff. This is a really tough spot. I hear him say a lot of 7x. There will always be a tiny percentage in somebody's head that if you call here and you're right, that it's over.
I call.
He calls!
Wow.
It is not over.
Christoph Vogelsang gets the full double up through Sam Greenwood, and we get the big switcheroo.
Wow.
Vogelsang returns to being chip leader. Greenwood now the short stack. And you know why? It's because he had deuces.
Yeah, thank you.
I hate it when people don't put their time bank cards in stacks of 20.
I think he's showing them off.
He's got them all fanned out.
All in.
He shoves.
Maybe he's been watching the stream.
And Vogelsang calls. Wow. Greenwood all in with King 7, called by Vogelsang with Ace 6.
There we go.
This is the moment I've all been waiting for.
Vogelsang A 6-4 favorite to win the super high roller. Greenwood does have live cards. Greenwood will need to hit to survive. Vogelsang just needs ace high to hold. The flop is Jack 10-3. Ace high is holding. Greenwood has 6 outs, looking for a king or a 7. The turn card is a deuce. It's all but over. Vogelsang on the cusp of lifting the Super High Roller Trophy.
Exciting all in. Yes.
Only a king or a 7 saves Sam Greenwood. The river card is a king!
It is not always coming 7, but that doesn't matter. Double up, Sam Greenwood.
And now they're practically even in chips.
All in.
There we go.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
What? Aces.
It looked like he was expecting the fold, like he was just going to have to fold whatever it was. And then he's like, just kidding. Oh, my heart just jumped.
So Sam Greenwood set for a big double up here.
I would like to see that again. His look of surprise as he almost mucks aces.
Let's see if the old adage about deuces is true and if Vogelsang can spike a set. Not on the flop. Two outs for Christoph. He will not be eliminated in this hand. But he will be left with 15 bigs should aces hold. Of course, if there is a deuce on the river, Vogelsang will have won the super high roller. 2 cards, Sam Greenwood has to fade. The river is a jack, aces hold. Greenwood back in command. 42 bigs for Sam, 15 bigs for Christoph.
I mean, this is the biggest lead he's had heads up, right? If at all.
I think so.
Looks like he's trying really hard not to smile.
The smile comes after.
I mean, I'd be smiling too.
All
If I
in.
locked up $1 million, there's the all in.
Oh,
And a
there we
call.
go.
Sam Greenwood calls with King Jack. So Vogelsang ahead here with ace high and will get the double up. Unless Greenwood can connect. Should Greenwood get there with King Jack, it will be over. Vogelsang the player at risk.
I think that's,
this is a good all in.
yeah, it's the loosest all in call I think we've seen at this final table.
60.
Yeah, something like that.
61. Oh. Sleepy guy's on his feet. Doesn't want to miss this.
The flop is jack high. Sam Greenwood takes the lead in this race and now has the advantage and is the favorite to win the 100K super high roller here in Monte Carlo. Vogelsang needs an ace. $10 on the turn. 3 outs for Christoph Vogelsang. He needs Barry Greenstein. He needs the ace on the river, or we finally have a winner. This final table will finally be over and we can all go to sleep.
I think this is it.
The river is another jack, and that is it. Sam Greenwood has won, claiming his second super high roller of April 2018. He won a 50K in Barcelona. He has won the 100K here in Monte Carlo. He will lift the trophy and get that first prize of 1.5 million euros. Welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour in 2024. We are in Cyprus, where we are heads up in the main event. It is Georgios Saloftas from Cyprus playing 74 big blinds versus Oliver Weiss from Germany playing 51 big blinds. He got that double up just before the break. So the stacks relatively even right now, or certainly more even than they've been at any point during this heads-up battle. As we go to level 34, blinds are now 150,000, 300,000 with a 300K big blind ante. And of course, they are playing for a difference of nearly 400,000 US dollars in prize money. They're guaranteed 642K. Job's a good one. But the winner will get more than $1 million, and of course, they will become an EPT champion. I'm James Hartigan, alongside me, Griff Graff. That is Griffin Benja.
Deathmatch in Cyprus.
And Sam Grafton.
Hey, boys and girls.
Sam, I know you have been pretty excited, pretty enthusiastic about what you've seen so far in this heads-up battle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the greatest thing about poker for me is when you see not just technical skill, which both these guys obviously have, but something that sort of transcends the strategic, purely like technical element of the game. Something a bit more like heart, bravado, flair, and these guys are really slugging it out. It's like a sort of boxing match. Got these two going blow for blow, and might be more blows incoming as we see a hand-over-hand situation developing.
Well, it's top pair versus bottom pair. Unraised pre, Weiss checks the flop, and Saloftas bets 300,000 with a pair of threes.
Yeah, and it's so tempting to protect all your 3x and 2x. You know, it's so nice to fold out overcards, but you come a little bit undone. You know, this 3 with no real additional obvious backup, you're going to get check raised and attacked, and it's so hard to play down the streets. And Weiss, really going thinly for value against this opponent time and time again. And Saloftas, I thought, might just sort of recalibrate on the break and maybe make some strategic adjustments. It looks like King Kong drinking from an ordinary sized cup there.
He doesn't know how to fold middle pair. He'll never fold middle pair to a check raise here.
No, should he, by the way. But, it becomes a problem if you're betting every second pair. Just allows you to be so confident going for value with the King 8.
So he's called the raise of 950,000. We've gone to the turn. And having check raise flop, one would expect Weiss to barrel now.
Yeah, we want to work in some checks with some King X, but maybe King 8 specifically good enough to go for value. Does check. Because also another downside with 6-3 is we can imagine some of the bluffs going to be 6-4, 6-5, out of position.
Saloftas checks it back. Inconsequential 4 on the river.
Yeah, and now Weiss will go for value. What sizing does he want to go for? His hand looks like a little like a 9, actually. Sometimes we'll play this like this. Also, there'll just be some pure give-ups.
2.4.
Yeah.
Goes big.
And Saloftas sort of dialed in.
So 2.4 into 2.8. He has enjoyed making these hero calls. He does not like to fold.
Yeah, I think the 4 is a bit of a problem. We can imagine maybe even some, I don't know what they would be exactly, but 4x of diamond, like hands, but particularly 4-5s. Oh, he just calls.
Yep, he makes the hero call. Weiss wins the pot.
I mean, really, nice line from Oliver Weiss.
And that is the big switcheroo. Oliver Weiss now chip leader.
Yeah, that's remarkable. I mean, I don't know whether you guys saw, but he had an extraordinary double up just last hand before the break. Limp called Jack 4 suited against Ace 3 off, and it came 8-4-3, second pair versus third pair, and he just raised second pair, called off against the Ace 3 jam. And it's very much advantage Oliver Weiss. Dare we say the word momentum, Griff?
Dare we say it?
The stacks are pretty even right now. 65 big blinds playing 60 big blinds, but Weiss is officially back in the catbird seat.
Yeah, it's been a while since right at the start of the day.
Absolutely.
You know, and Georgios will be aware that the chip leaders changed. And, you know, again, it's just important to not let it sort of psychologically affect you. You're still basically going to win this half the time.
Oh, Weiss flops huge.
Wow. Yeah,
you might even say almost too well.
Yeah.
Also, the ace of clubs as backup.
300,000. Saloftis with nothing and folds.
Yeah, I'm sure coming in to this level here, Saloftis knew that this was going to be, I mean,
it's a dogfight.
Yeah, it's a dogfight, but now it's a real drag knuckle affair.
Yeah, and Ollie sort of playing like this, like just going, like putting in money with value, like not holding back, going thin for value time and time again, and maybe sort of dampening his bluffing frequency. And, you know, Saloftis got to sort of catch hold of that and counter it by maybe bluff catching a little less liberally than is his inclination.
Queen Jack for Saloftis. Raises to 700,000. Queen 5 for Oliver Weiss.
Yeah, he's elected to 3-bet some hands like this, actually. On this occasion. And actually the effective stack sort of as deep as it's been as we've leveled off the stacks.
10-9-6, the open-ended straight draw for Saloftis, who still has the best hand with Queen Jack high.
Yeah, and I think there's some upside, actually. I don't think he'll check this, by the way. But I think there is actually some upside to checking it. Just because we keep in Queen X, we dominate, and we let, you know, someone make a straight with a 2-pair with a king, or a straight with a 7 when we make the uber nuts. All sorts of good things that can happen, but it's just too much of a hand, and it's also okay to bet.
The thing that's really been exciting to me about these two players over the couple days is just to see how they've sort of adjusted against each other. I mean, you think about that Jack 6 hand. I don't think that, and to remind the viewer, it was the Jack 9 deuce turn deuce, check back, overbetting the turn, and then shoving the river when it was the queen. You know, I don't think he takes that line against every player, kind of recognizing, you know, that this is a particular player that wants to make those big hero calls, and knowing how to sort of, you know, adjust your value ranges to it's just really fun to watch.
Yeah, yeah. Ollie played really, really well this heads-up match.
Ace-6 suited. Opens to 700,000. Five 4 for Saloftis. He defends. And it is an Ace-King-10 flop. Talk about momentum, Sam. I think it's fair to say the cards have started going Ollie Weiss's way as well.
They absolutely have. Yeah, I mean, when you limp call Jack 4 suited, you're just going to miss the flop pretty often, and that's going to be all she wrote.
I'll tell you what, if there was ever a time to, you know, dare I say it, look at numbers for a chop, it would be right now, and neither of them even thinking about suggesting it.
I'm glad you brought that up, Griffin, because it's a question that a lot of people are asking. Half the audience questioning, has there been a deal? I guess people who just joined the stream wondering if they've chopped. And other people saying, now they're almost even. Why is Georges not asking for a deal?
I think both of them have a lot of pride. Both of them probably think that they're better than their opponent. And, you know, Ollie, who I do know a little bit, this is a guy who's taken some swings over the years.
Yeah.
You know, people of me and Griff's generation, the bankrolls go up and down. There wasn't, you know, he can play some poker. He wants $1 million. I feel very, very confident that Ollie, having played for as long as he has, wants the $1 million score and the title.
Yeah, I can say if I was in Georges' position and I was playing online right now, I'd have the deal button ticked, hoping that my opponent also ticked it.
Yeah. You remember when the moderators used to come, Griff, when we used to do it back in the day? Yeah. Someone from Star Support used to appear. Hello, guys.
If it was a big tournament, Lee Jones, big horse himself, would descend on the table.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like a little paperclip in the early Microsoft Word pop up. How can I help you? Yeah, and maybe it's just a non-starter because, you know, maybe Soloftis wouldn't want to give anything up and Vice would want more. And when it comes to, you know, tournament success, Vice obviously a bit more experience than Soloftis.
Soloftis needs $1 million to cover the party that they're going to have in Limassol. You know, when half of it's going to go on the nightclub tab, you know. Leopard skin shirts for everyone.
Soloftis, we know, has a pair of sixes, bets 400,000 on the turn. We only know one of Vice's cards.
Yeah, and the question just is there a heart to go alongside it? Is there a jack to go alongside it? And will call. And Soloftis with no kicker to go with a 6. Not really going to be too sure where he is. Is it 4-5 of hearts even for Ollie? And we would imagine with a 6, we just want to show down. We'll get the info now.
Looks like Soloftis has the best hand here.
Same hand?
No, 5-4 versus 6-4. Pair of 5s versus a pair of 6s.
Yeah, a little bit of value chiseled out there. So he gives a smile to his rail.
And look at the stack, Sam. It is evens, Stevens.
Oh, wow. Steve O'Dwyer and Stephen Chidwick.
So this is a deep stacked heads-up battle, but these guys are not afraid to put chips in the middle. It's not like it's going call, check, 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 check. Vice on the button in the small blind. Jack 9. Calls. Ace Queen for Soloftis.
Yeah, and we see the upside of employing a limping strategy even at this stack depth. It's going to allow Vice to see a flop with what is essentially 2 live cards. You know, he'll obviously be looking to proceed somewhat cautiously, but, you know, this is why not a hand that's inviting to call a 3-bet with, so we just keep the SPR, you know, at a greater depth. Stack to pot ratio, and there is a bit of connectivity for both players. Obviously, top pair, top kicker, heads up is something of a powerhouse. A lot of gut shots out there and flush draw, so might want to go on the larger side.
Soloftis with top pair, top kicker bets 800,000. Vice with the gut shot.
Yeah, and he's almost wants to lure Ollie into some kind of raise, maybe. I mean, in fact, just going to lay Vice a pretty nice price to bink off a 10. We shall see. Maybe Ollie will consider a raise, but I doubt it. Don't want to. Whole point of position is to be able to navigate at the deep SPR.
3 of hearts on the turn. Loftus now better than a 9-1 favourite.
Yeah, and now we suspect that Ollie has a piece in some form, whether that's a straight draw or a flush draw or a pair. Ooh, tricky, tricky.
Very tricky. I mean, they don't come much more bricky here than the 3 of hearts. You would have anticipated maybe a big value bet on the turn,
Look
charge
at this.
an 8 or a worse queen.
I mean, Ollie doesn't fall for it, by the way.
Yeah.
Just taking his equity. And now, what does Loftus want to do on this river card? It's pretty annoying because it's actually kind of a good card for his range. So it's a little bit harder to get hero called.
Before the chips can even be put out,
Yeah.
Vice folds.
Yeah, and the trappy play of the Cypriot doesn't get Vice to bite. Nice hand.
And Loftus with the advantage once again. It's 21 million plays 17 million.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's a Perrier actually, not a beer in his hand, but he's got some swagger.
Neither of you believe me. I said it was a Perrier.
I tell you what, I mean, he's a real confident character. Kind of sort of, you know, he's obviously a modern, sophisticated player, but he's got something of the old school sort of personality, don't you think, Griff?
Definitely.
Blackjack hand, he's got the 11.
Yeah.
Calls, Vice checks. Let's see a flop. Ten, 6, ace. So the pair of sixes for Vice.
Yeah, and I think potentially our lowest cards just want to bet. Anything that folds is a plus. But Vice, as you say, James, you know, it's certainly getting the better end of the distribution. I mean, he's got to navigate this, you know, to showdown first, but a pair, a backdoor flush draw. Not going anywhere yet.
400,000 called. Turn card is a deuce.
Now what for Loftus?
Just made me think, Griffin, it's so annoying when you double on an 11 and get a deuce.
Yeah, and, you know, maybe we just want to, no, checks back. I think it's quite nice, by the way, from Loftus. You know, that's what I'm talking about, a sort of counter adjustment, not to be blasting off every hand. Vice, no need to be bluffing with the 6, particularly with queen kicker. Occasionally we just show down and win against 6-5. But now Loftus very low in his range. Gonna have bet 3-5, 4-5, and the like on occasion on the turn.
1-1.
And will go big. As if he's rivered 2 pair, made a flush. I mean, perhaps even a hand like Queen 10 can just go this sizing in the bet check bet line. What does Vice make of it?
Question is, if he folds here, does Loftus show the 7-4?
Yeah, I don't know whether it's as big a pot. I mean, oh wait, what a call, by the way.
Single chip call. Heroes with a pair of 6s and wins the pot.
Very nice call from Oliver Vice. Very, very nice. Sort of feels he would value bet a 10 himself. Value bet ace. Doesn't, not too many bluffs with a queen.
Would have probably barreled spades on the turn.
Sure, sure. I mean, it's just nice poker. I mean...
Help me out here, Griffin. Do the sound effect. It's even Stevens.
Boing, boing.
mean, this is real. This is real poker.
Yeah.
This is real poker. You don't get an EPT title easily these days. You've got to fight for this title. You know, each and every stop, we see so many high-level poker players, you know, in the latter stages. It's really remarkable. Things that we would have only seen from superstars back in the day. You know, not to say these two guys aren't superstars in a way, but it's just impressive to see. Like, I really like the way Saloftis played it. He's just got, you know, cooled down. You know?
Yeah. Well, there is a 9 on the flop, so this is advantage Saloftis.
Yeah, and Vice, nice to have club at diamond, but maybe too much hand to bet. Oh, it does go for it. Just going to generate a lot of folds with these two cards.
Yeah, really sticking with the limping strategy at the 60 big blind depth. You know, sometimes a hand like as strong as ace-8 heads up, you'd think sometimes would come in for a raise.
Oh, a pair of 8s now for Vice.
Yeah, and it's nice for him. We've outdrawn the 7x portion of our opponent's range. So, no necessity to bet. Of course, it would be nice to sort of bet and check back the river, but not. I think a sophisticated player like Vice won't lean into that strategy. Will keep his bets a little bit.
Hold on a second. 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope, no straight.
More clearly for value and bluffs. You know, keep your strategy a bit more polar, and rightly so.
Wow, and Saloftis reaching for chips with a bet of near pot with the 10 and 5 both making straights.
This is wild. This is a value bet, right?
Yes, this is a value bet.
And so he said, okay, you're going to look me up light. I'm going to go light for value. And this is just making the pots bigger and bigger.
What will be incredible is if Vice finds a fold here. Having made the call with the 6 on the previous hand, if he can get away from a worse pair. No, he does hero again.
It's good, yeah.
He's showing it, by the way. He doesn't need to show it. I mean, it's like, by the way, 9 no kicker getting called by 8 top kicker. You've got literally called by the exact pip underneath you for 1.2 million.
Yeah.
So Saloftis once again with the advantage, 21 million against 17 million.
Yeah, and Ollie now going to have to put that in the computer and be like, all right, now he's going thin for value as well as going maybe leaning into bluffs too much. So what does that do to my strategy? I mean, we're really seeing a great heads-up match here.
Yeah, a lot of computing going on.
And great counter strategy from Saloftis. Maybe I'm being results oriented. Obviously, lucky to find him with a hand worse he could call, but he also noting this is Ollie's perception of me. So all right, you know, put that in your pipe.
As we come to the end of EPT Cyprus, I mean, obviously there's no guarantee this heads-up battle is going to be done anytime soon, but it will finish tonight. Winnie, claps in the chat, please, for the excellent tournament staff on the EPT, all the dealers, especially those who've been working at the feature table all week, listening to the music that I've selected for them. Today's dealer has been listening continuously for the better part of 10 hours now to Dogman Star by Suede. This guy now knows all the lyrics to introducing the band.
Yeah, and Saloftis, as has been his wont, betting the second pair. Nice to have the heart for backup.
It is a great album. I felt for the final table we need to pull out something special. I kind of felt that the best of Simply Red, the best of Dire Straits, the best of Men at Work was a bit basic. 30th anniversary of Suede's second album, the last time Brett Anderson and Bernard Butler worked together.
Of course.
Weiss with king deuce.
700.
One ginger shot.
Now we see the Cypriot rail.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say most of the people sat down there watching this final table are supporting Georgios Saloftas.
There's a little German crew contingent in the background. I think that's
they're
Leonard
lurking at the back.
Mao.
Yeah.
And Pafjan. Yeah, something of an old school crew. Our generation, Griff. It's proving we still got it. Maybe you can approach Ollie for a backing deal. Get back in the streets.
You'd be my first call, Sam.
Let's hope it never comes to that, mate. Dear, oh dear. I'll put you in hyper turbos if you want. Luck-based games only. Yeah, and Weiss going for the ISO with the A6 suited. I think Georgios' limping strategy been quite honest up to now. He's not really been able to work in a sort of stronger hand. He's just limped the least good hands. And Ollie going to be aware of that, perhaps. It's hard to be really, really well studied in heads-up poker, particularly, tournament poker, which comes with the ante, and so very hard to be balanced.
Weiss with queen 3.
Yeah, and I guess now he's over 50 bigs. He's playing pure raises, almost pure raises. And Saloftas, I think some players would call here, but I think he's just gonna 3-bet. He's happy to play big boy poker and navigate a 4-bet or whatever might come his way. And I think that's probably the right approach.
Yeah, and I'm curious if it's a hand selection thing. I mean, we have obviously been seeing mostly limps from Oliver Weiss, but the king deuce, the queen 3, maybe taking these single blocker, not great playability. Just play them as raises.
I think maybe because they can't limp call.
Yeah,
but I actually think that you want to make it so that you limp so that you can't play the king for 3 streets with the king deuce.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of limp to, keep the SPR small, and then raise when you got king jack so that you call a king 8 and you play for it all or whatever. I don't know. That's how I picture it. Also, sometimes people just play, under 50 big blinds I'm going to play limps, and over 50 big blinds I'm going to play pure raise. That's right. I mean, I don't think that's exactly GTO, but it's a kind of nice heuristic also. Mm-hmm. We'll see. I'm not, as I say, very hard to be well studied enough at heads-up poker.
Got a Jack 6 flop, queen high, still the best hand.
Yeah, nothing on nothing.
Bet of 300,000 from Saloftas. And Weiss folds, and that was hand number 150 of the final table with just over 15 minutes left on this blind level. We'll roll straight into level 35. Blinds will be up to 200, 400.
150 heads, how many we play in the big game? Is that correct, Harskin?
It is indeed.
Should we just walk in and say, it's over, guys? You get to keep what you've got in front of you now.
So basically, because you got the biggest stack, Georgios, you're declared champion.
Yes, indeed. I mean, maybe Ollie will offer $70,000 for the trophy.
Maybe.
A la Mikolai.
Oh.
A la super high roller champion.
I honestly hope we never see that ever again.
By the way, he just won another tournament, Mikolai. Won a 10K hyper out there. So he's got the triplet to take home to his 3rd child. And Sloftus with the threes will come along hoping to make a triplet himself.
Make a triplet. I like that.
No 3 on the flop, no 8 or 7 either, and only the 1 heart. I guess backdoor straight and flush possibilities.
Yeah.
Backdoor street flush, potentially.
Indeed. Wow, I can get a bit prematurely excited. We shall see. Certainly it's a nice hand to bet because we can actually imagine sort of folding out a queen 7 or a jack 8, something of that ilk. And I think Sloftus will probably call. Not only do we have the best hand a decent amount, but hitting a 3 is very powerful, very disguised. Hope that we just check and show down occasionally against king highs.
Queen of spades on the turn.
Yeah, and I wonder if Vice goes for it again. Definitely going to be some queen 10s, queen 9s in out of position check calls. But having 2 overs to the 6, like this is the worst hand that can outdraw a 6, if you get my meaning. Maybe 5-4 we take into delay, and this we fart.
Yeah, and I think it's more than the queen 10s and queen 9s. As far as the queen combinations, you know, all the suited queens are also going to be flatting pre.
Yeah.
Calling on the flop with the backdoor flush draws especially.
And Sloftus considering going for some value against king highs.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we can do it with two 3s, can we? Does check. And Vice, will he, I mean, we're sort of in the nut low region of our range now. I mean, 5-3 or 2, yeah. And he's just deciding that he's not going to bluff Sloftus. And he's got to, again, you've got to be careful. As much as I've praised both of these guys for readjusting, you've got to be careful you don't just give up bluffing people. Do you know what I mean? Like, say, I'm going to have no bluffs and all thin value against this guy. Like, if you go too extreme, you can get countered pretty quick.
I think he's going to call there with the 3s, though. And that's the problem is, you know, I think...
But yeah, so you got a barrel turn. I mean, you can't just... Yeah, so what if he calls you? That'll encourage him to call in the future, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's like if you know you're playing rock, paper, scissors, and I know you throw 20% too much rock, I don't just throw paper 8 times in a row. Because you can just... You'll clock on after 4, and you'll readjust and stop throwing rock and get me. You know what I mean?
That's why I've been losing to you in rock, paper, scissors.
See, already, normally we'd be gearing up for a shot put song, but I feel like these guys just don't want to show down against each other. Like, they need, like, king 8-7, turn ace to just be like, well, okay, we'll get this down. Look at this. Ooh. And again, it's quite a close spot with 10-7, I guess, but yeah, maybe it's fine.
5-4 deuce with 2 hearts.
Yeah, and Ollie gonna potentially bet because he just wants to realize the equity of seeing a 6 turn, seeing a club turn. Oh, he doesn't. He doesn't. And Sloftus with the 10 of hearts and the backdoor straight himself. And it doesn't, to me, make too much of a comfortable check call. Maybe it's fine. We shall see. Certainly would have hoped that it would go check, check. Wonder if we have a check raise.
3.1.
2.9.
Oh, close.
Very nice. Very nice. it's almost sort of a judo move, using, you know, someone else's, like, they throw a punch and you use their momentum and weight against them.
Do you know what he did there? Stick it in his eye. That's what he did.
Yeah. That was an old Norman one screen name. Remember, you used to have the avatar with the finger in the eye.
Yeah.
In your eye. No, you know. I'm old, please fold. Yeah. But really nice from Ollie. You see, you know, again, I'm just thinking, all right, let's just bet out, blah, blah, blah. You know, might have got floated by the 10-7 with the 10 of hearts. Ollie going another way, mixing up his play, sort of using his opponent's propensity to c-bet too much, stab too much against him, and forcing him off the same holding. Can't speak highly enough. I mean, I knew Ollie was a good card player before this final, but, you know, even he's really shown what he's got. The Toby Lewis.
10-8 of clubs.
I mean, now they're just raising. I mean,
because they feel like
yeah,
it.
I mean, I don't even know. It seems like that just gets called by Jack 8 plus or whatever, and Jack 10, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But 10-9 always calls. But he's just like, yeah, I'm like, we're going blow for blow now. We're playing some big pots. It's exciting poker to see. Theory is there, but it's heart, it's determination, it's aggression. Really great to see Soloftus's style, aggressive style. I bet you he's fun in a cash game, Soloftus, if he ever plays. Go on, Ollie, pump it up. Why not? Oh, he'll check this, I would
mean,
imagine.
all the better kings would raise, but...
Wow. And by the way, I think he really feels that Soloftus just doesn't have anything when he limps. That's sort of a... I mean, it's like, this is just a very thin value raise.
Soloftus has called the 1.1 million.
Maybe it's just good, by the way.
Not good anymore.
7-5. Soloftus flops the flush.
Wow, what we were. It's very hard not to stab on an A-side board as the pre-flop raiser. Very, very hard to not do it. But look at this. And this is where the more passive style is going to play dividends, because you know, he's aware, Ollie, as well, that a lot of the limp call is going to come from suited hands. Wow. And Soloftus is like, God damn.
Where's the rest of the pot?
Yeah, like A-side board, and I don't even get it C-bet. And this is where, like, controlling your frequency, so hard to not stab, by the way. It's just, it's built into us, because so many of the low-stakes games that you learn your craft at, C-betting every flop, every time, is so profitable that actually, as you get to the higher stakes, it's kind of hard to sort of backtrack from that sort of baseline strategy and work in checks, check raises, check folds, and really nice play from Ollie.
Vice with queens.
And here's the trap.
At 49 pigs, under 50, like you said.
But Soloftus decides to check his option. He had a feeling in his waters. And he has missed this flop. King 8 deuce.
Yeah, and Vice got caught out like this before with queens on a king high board. Wonder whether he works in a check now. Obviously, you can get called just by sort of even some jack highs, as well as the 8x, 2x. Will come out with a small bet. Wow, and Soloftus hanging around.
Okay, that's an optimistic call.
Yeah, I mean, the backdoor hearts, you think you're jack, you might be live. If Vice just has something like 6-7 off, maybe you don't want to just fold every time on the flop here to the min bet.
Griffin, he has queens.
Yeah, and Vice, obviously, if he could see Sir Loftus's hand, would check back. Maybe want to check back and occasionally raise river. Might be sexy.
Yeah.
I don't think Ollie will do that. He knows at 8 and a 2, ace highs are never going to fold, but
1.2.
yeah.
1,200,000.
I think it's kind of tough because if we get called here, it's kind of hard to go for the third barrel, by the way. Really, the sizing should be overbet as well, one imagines.
Oh, yeah, he just thinks jack high is good. I mean, these guys are really
What is going on? I mean, this is too much. If you've got every suited jack, just call when you got clubs, mate. Wow.
And this is the run out for Vice if you think your opponent has an 8 or a deuce, which is really what you should imagine at this stage.
Yeah, I think he's thinking, can I come up with a bespoke sizing just for the queens? Or do I want to just put it in the same sizing as a king?
And I just want to say, Sam.
What's he go for?
Overbet, 4.8.
Yeah.
One of the things you said on the turn was that, maybe we check there because we can't really go for 3, but the way that this heads-up match has been going, the way the dynamic between these two players have gone, this does kind of become a street hand, right?
Wow. And look at this. He's considering calling, by the way, with jack 3 high. No, it doesn't do it. And I mean, a 3 is just not a good card to have, by the way.
No kidding.
In very few circumstances, we could come up with a technical term for it, but just 3 is not a good card.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Breaking things down into simple words that everyone can understand, Sam. 21 million plays 17 million. Loftus with the slight advantage right now. It's approximately 70 big blinds playing 55 big blinds. With 4 minutes on the clock, then the blinds go up.
Talk about keeping him honest. Wow, that turn call with the jack high.
Yeah.
I was surprised he called the flop. I was shocked he called the turn.
Yeah, beautiful hand, 7-8 suited. Kind of natural to come in for a raise because we can comfortably call a 3-bet, which potentially is inbound here from Vice.
Yeah, 700,000 the raise from Loftus, 2.6 million the re-raise from Vice.
Yeah, we are going to see a flop.
Yeah, and 8-7 matches up specifically well against exactly these kind of Broadway holdings.
Well, there's an 8. And it's good, top pair.
Yeah, and Vice, with exactly the suits you don't want, no diamond, no club, doesn't fold out better. Is it just a range bet, or does he want to work in a check occasionally here with some middle strength holdings? And does check it over to Sir Loftus. And with top pair, may put some chips to work. And it's frustrating for Vice because he probably feels that Sir Loftus is going to stab here a little too much. It's not an exciting check call.
2.5 million is the bet.
Yeah, very difficult spot for Vice because it feels too tight to fold, but also going to recognize the way this pot is getting bloated, what's going to happen on future streets, no club in your hand. Going to become very difficult to play and makes it, quite a disciplined laydown. And
he's sort of like, I'll catch you, mate.
Yeah. Like
in a way. Like
it's like,
spot,
but
okay, maybe you
maybe you have the queen 9 of hearts here or whatever, and you're getting me, but
I'll get you. You know. Oh, look at this, multiple on the rail as well.
Leonard.
UK IPG champion.
Plus Leonard Maurer, runner-up to Sir Watts in Monte Carlo last year.
Look at this.
Yeah, you're the man. A member of the Porsche Polo team. We're blessed to have him here.
What a sight. Fabian as well.
Queen 5 suited for Weiss.
There's a little bit of the 7 is always coming crew, sort of adjacent to those boys anyway.
Do they play the flipping games and find that it's always coming 7? Jack, Jack 8. Just the 1 diamond.
Yeah, and I think it's an okay bet. Just because we block check raises a little bit. We'll check back. Makes sense, I guess.
6 on the turn. So that's the gut shot for Sir Loftus with his favourite hand.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if we have a heart here, it makes sense to bet. He's just going to go for it anyway, by the way. And also, this everything pumps up the aggressive dynamic, because if every time you check back, your opponent's going to stab, you have to sort of bluff first with some hands that you would like to check back to realize equity, and it's just non-stop, really.
Yeah.
Okay.
The meta's always shifting. It's amazing.
And Sir Loftus has increased his advantage over Weiss. It's 24.5 million playing 13.9 million. And we are now moving into level 35. Blinds are up this hand. 200,000, 400,000 with a 400k big blind ante. So the stacks get shallower. We are now playing 33 bigs effective.
James, don't rush them. I know we like to make them go a little faster sometimes, but we can let them play a little.
They get 45 minutes to play heads up per level. That's more than enough.
And Weiss now suddenly just playing 33 big blinds. Ace-9 off is actually going to be good enough to play for stacks. So after the limp from Sir Loftus is going to raise 3.5x and just get it through.
Does indeed. At this point, I'm going to put Joe Stapleton in charge of proceedings. He'll keep you in line, Benja.
As we go to the bird's eye view, where we can see.
Is it too much to ask to get you to talk about the big game?
Yeah,
the big
come
game
on,
graphic?
Sam. It's right there. It's a layup.
I love the big game. I love the, it was an absolute blast to play last year. I mean, it's played in such amazing spirits. What we've seen heads up, sort of people taking big swings at each other. Things that we love about PokerStars Poker, amateurs alongside professionals. It's just a joy to be in, and I'm really excited to be back for the second of this reboot series.
I'm excited as well, although it's making my life a living hell right now.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's very difficult.
Because I've demanded Zendaya is in my heat. I've specifically said she is...
You know, Zendaya is probably easier to get than some of the people I've been asked if I can get. I'm not even kidding.
Sure. Is DiCaprio available? When will he give us a yes or a no? I don't want to hear about Titanic 2.
Me and my
I don't
friends...
want to hear about Titanic 2. Like, Jack comes back, Jack survived, and then he, it's an 80-year-old love affair. They meet in an old people's home. Jack's lost his memory, etc., etc. I don't know. It doesn't even sound that good to me.
We were talking about the big game, right?
We've digressed somewhat. But I love a digression.
Yeah.
Me and my friends did have a debate one time. Like, do we think that Leonardo DiCaprio has heard my commentary before? And the overwhelming response, I didn't even weigh in, was yes. That Leonardo DiCaprio definitely knows who I am.
Not knows who you are. That's different.
That's a different question.
That's a higher
Has
order.
ever heard your voice?
Heard my voice for sure.
Okay, well, that means that there's a chance he's heard my voice.
Yeah, absolutely. Or Sam's voice.
Yeah, and you've heard my voice, so I'm only one Kevin Bacon away from...
So, back to the poker.
Sir Loftus, that's right.
So,
Soul of Toss.
If I understand the proceedings so far, and correct me if I'm wrong,
Well, I mean,
but it looks like it was
this bet is going to get it done. I would imagine
a limped pot and then a sort of out of the box lead from Soloftis on the flop.
Blinds are up, by the way,
and now really looking for a card like that to then barrel and gets it. Soloftis just finding new ways to win. I mean, bit unorthodox with that lead on the flop.
Sorry, there's a Leo C 42069 writing in chat right now saying, I definitely know who you are. Stapes.
What have you ever seen the Redacted movie? The Tobey Maguire, Leo DiCaprio? Is it?
No.
What's the name of the movie that they unreleased or whatever?
When they're kids. Not kids, but when they're like
It's called-
teenagers.
No.
No.
It was like both their first movies.
I bought it on DVD, but I never got around to watching it. It's like
huh. No, it's
it's kind of them playing themselves a bit, or like
yeah, something like that. They did like a goofing around. Him and Tobey Maguire, I think.
Yeah.
So Loftus with the January 6th, the insurrection hand.
That's fantastic. That's good work.
It's pretty good.
Dominated by Vice. The tour guide hand. And I see a 6 and 3 diamonds. That is a big old flush draw for Vice.
Yeah. And Soloftis should tread a little carefully on this board. Again, not really been his style. If he has a piece, he tends to put in money. Sort of willing to and we'll check back. I don't think that's nice. And Vice now with the Jack of Diamonds.
So Loftus drawing deed.
Yeah, and Jack of Diamonds might play nice as a check. And then on check, we go for big bet on the river. Check. And that's going to be the green light for Ollie Vice, I believe. Once we get all the way to the river, this hand becomes worth pot.
Over under 2 million?
I think he'll just go over bet. That's what I would do. I mean, just if you're only betting a flush plus.
Over under 2.5, Joe?
Under.
Let's just go pot, I think. It's nice to use that as a sort of anchoring point so we don't tip off the strength of our hand. Yeah, it goes big. Look at this. This is really nice.
Over.
Yeah, so, if we had King 6, let's say, I think that's nice. Sort of completely unblocking bluffs. He just calls, by the way, just very quickly. And
pair of 6 is no good.
Yeah, wow, that's quite a payoff there.
And he was right to size at 2.8. I mean, he got paid pretty quick.
Sure. I mean, Ollie, these guys, no quarter something or given? How's this phrase?
I mean, nothing is,
After I do 8 hours
nothing
commentary,
is given, everything
I
is,
start to lose my ability to speak.
Everything
so
is earned, everything has to be taken from the other. It's just an absolute bloodbath.
I like there's 3 different conversations happening here between the 3 of us.
It's rare though because Griffin's normally on his phone. So, so normally it's just you and me, Joe.
Wow. There's new reviews of there's leaks of Last of Us Season 2 that Griffin has to check out right now.
Wait, did you send those to me?
Sure. Oh dear. And what's even the chip stacks? I mean, the good nice thing is they're going after each other, really inflicting wounds, but it goes, one does it to one of them, and then the other goes the other. So it keeps it sort of nice and even, Steven.
Keeps it going forever and ever
and ever. I mean, I'm really enjoying this.
Thank God we have a little extra analysis in the booth here because Griffin will be talking to me about this stuff, and I'd be like, oh. So I'm glad you have each other.
Yes, we do. And look at this. I mean, they're really, again, unafraid. I think this hand is quite natural check, by the way. But actually, he's ISOing against the hand 1 pip lower. Soloftis smelling blood, wanting to get this done.
Oh my gosh, action flop.
Yeah. What a sick game. What a sick game.
Up and down draw.
They have an instant classic here in this heads-up match, honestly.
Yeah, and Soloftis, by the way, should recognize that this is going to hit his opponent's range pretty hard. And Yeah, I mean, I think we can even work in a check with this hand. And then it gives us like a bluff on an ace. There's all sorts of cool things that can happen. But, you know, understandably, big hand with the queen of clubs as well. Can't go too wrong betting out. But Vice not going anywhere just yet.
2 million called, 8 million in the middle. Deuce on the turn.
Brick City. And I think if we do bet flop, maybe we do want to power through again on the turn and occasionally bluff clubs. Or maybe always bluff clubs. It's not going to make a nice triple barrel. We shall see. Look at this. He's lining up ammo, by the way. 5 million, I believe.
10 chips would be 5 million.
Wow.
500K a pop.
And this really does pressurize the queen nine. Now, it's not a comfortable call. Queen, not good for the reasons we can actually see. Both, you know, sometimes a straight gets there when we make the two pair. Some of the bluffs pulled from that.
If this bet gets called, neither player has a pot-sized bet left behind.
I mean,
Yeah,
actually,
we'll
it's
only have 8 million. There'll be 18 out there, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we had it, the problem, by the way, for Sloftus is if Ollie has a jack, he might just put it in. He folds. Folds.
Ollie folds the best of it. And another significant pot shipped back to Giorgio's, who now regains a 2-1 chip lead.
I mean, by the way, it's really hard to play against guys like this that have the pedal to the metal every hand, putting you to the test, putting out huge bets.
And are making hands often enough that you can't just...
Yeah, or not even making... He didn't make a hand, but he's just got equity, and he's just going to, like...
But I'm just saying the times it's gone to showdown, he has had hands.
Sure. I mean, also, you can't necessarily predict that King 10, Queen 10, King 10 are going to be isolated. So you do sort of worry it's just ace, jack, kings, or whatever it might be. You know, and also a guy that hasn't shown a propensity to give up on the river. I think with the Queen 10 specifically, he might have. It's got very poor properties to travel off. But, you know.
And so Loftus flopping good again.
Yeah.
With the Jevon.
I remember when we did GPL and you made up the words card distribution. Put those two words, beautiful words together. Like that was...
Griffin, you made up card distribution?
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah. Because...
Jeez.
You know.
We should call it running hot in my day. And another pot headed to Georgios.
Well, that's what our generation of poker players did. We took every... two simple words and traded in at least one longer word.
Give me a word and I'll tell you what we used to call it back in the day.
Sure. Combinatorics.
Combinatorics, hand combos.
Interaction. Hitting the flop.
Getting a piece.
Catching a piece. Yeah.
What's the one that you guys really threw me for a loop for a long time and I was like, oh, no, you're just saying this. Hold on a second. It'll come to me eventually.
Is it blocker properties?
No, blockers is like a pretty...
Blocking properties, yeah.
We didn't really talk about blockers that much back in the day. That one's kind of new.
900.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out, Ollie slipping to just below the 30 big blind mark. It's good. By the way, wow. Yeah. A stack depth where big blind certainly can play some shoves. Not with ace-king suited, too good. Wants to kind of induce action with this hand. Frustrating for Vice. There's a bit of... Again, I'm just too into the narrative. I mean, I like to imagine these two really hate each other. They probably don't. As I say, they're probably going to give each other a big hug and go out in Limassol tonight. But
look, hate's a strong word, but maybe some real frustration happening here could absolutely be the case.
It does, heads up, just does feel different. I mean, it's literally your take. It
is personal.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's been like that with these two for the last 2 days. I mean, windmilling huge bluffs to take chip leads with 15 left. I mean, it does feel personal. And you know, speaking from experience, when you're going through a poker tournament, you're getting, you know, very deep, and you pull,
Do you are you thinking of any tournament in particular, Griff?
No, but you pull motivation for, yeah, exactly. You do pull motivation in different ways, and sometimes it's about saying in your head, like, screw this guy, like, you know, like, let's go, like, let's check his privilege, or whatever.
I'm all right. Look, I'm okay.
I'm okay. My life's gonna be fine. I'm happy.
And by the way, Saflatas, for one of the first times, turned down the opportunity to c-bet with the Queen 7, sort of just kind of giving up a little bit, or at least delaying the bluff. And Vice, with the King kicker, gonna bet.
30 minutes left on this level. So this has not happened in a long time. At this hour of the day. Now, it's not super late here. It's 10:30 at night. We're on a 30-minute delay, but every other tournament is completed.
Wow.
The only thing going on in the room right now is the main event.
That's amazing, yeah.
And
that
used
to be very
sometimes,
common back in the day.
When it's
right?
at 5 a.m., yes, but not at 10:30 at night.
Yeah, wow.
Vice first to act, 7-5. Calls.
Yeah, he would love to pick up a hand. And Soloftus.
Leave him alone, Georgios.
It's a double down hand. This is the blackjack player. Don't forget.
And look at the unbalanced sizing, too. Just 5x into his 30 big blinds.
Yeah. I mean, there are some, you can play two sizings.
Double down.
Yeah, but...
there might be something to this. That might be the next evolution of like the poker theory is like 2 cards that add up to 11. Maybe there's something to that.
Yeah.
Just think about it. Where's pads? Let's get pads on it.
Big numerology guy.
8 is the number of abundance.
Big in Chinese culture as well, right?
That's right. The lucky number 8. Yeah. Bao. Ba. Ba.
And now Soloftus will try and sneak in. Vice gone after these limps a lot, by the way.
2 million.
1.4.
Yeah, I mean, wow.
1.4.
Yeah, and Soloftus might not fold, by the way, but look, he's going. He's just going thin value. He's just going for thin value, by the way.
Yeah, he knows he's going to get some weaker jacks and 10s in there.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a dynamic to this heads-up battle. I really love it.
He knows he has the nut jack or nut 10. That's the thing.
Sure.
Right. So let's get these other hands in there.
I could go for a nut jack. 5-5 deuce. 2 clubs. You're watching EPT Cyprus.
The nutjacker. It's a squirrel type, indigenous to the Belgium, to the Walloon region of Belgium.
It's a great video game I've been playing.
I know that.
Matt Jack.
Oh, that does look really fun.
Yeah, very fun, but it's only on PC. You don't have a PC, do you?
And by the way, Soloftus with just enough. I mean, it's nice to bet. Again, you'll notice club, diamond, but will
just
continue.
Absolute snap call. Just just in.
And on a brick, Ollie going to have a tough time of it, but a king is a nice card for Vice.
We got another jack high flush draw.
Yeah. Knows it's very unlikely that he's dead. And even though no better hand really folds, just punishing live cards. And he does check. And this is actually, I mean, maybe that is just because no better hand folds. And if he bets, you can go for check raise or check call. Really interesting. Soloftus, a bit confused here with 7-3. A little bit of a weird hand to find yourself with. But maybe just the nut low hand. Most of our other hands can make straights in the check line. This really makes almost nothing by checking back. So we'll elect to bet. And Ollie's going to check raise here, by the way.
But not a lot of room, right? I mean, he only has 4.5 times the bet, and you'd have to kind of put it all in or check call at this stage. But if he just thinks it's a random float,
I mean,
you're going to be live against a lot of hands.
He's check calling Jack High, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah, he's just check calling Jack High for value.
Hold on, this is a Jack High flush draw as well.
This is sick.
Flush
this is sick.
Hits the river.
Oh my God.
My
days.
By the way,
my
days.
No,
My days.
that's
This is
great
bang out of
play. By the
order.
way, it's so easy. Look at me. I've been watching a lot of poker. Just bet it. Just raw aggression. He's check called Jack 10 high, best hand, and now he's got the chance of picking off a bluff as well.
How much you have?
Oh boy, that is a loaded question.
Excuse me while I rub my hands together.
You guys hear that?
Those aren't your hands.
7?
Yeah.
I'm excited to be here.
Bluffing 4 flush boards are a little bit weird because obviously you can't use a blocker like any club. You can't use a club to represent a club. And he's just having a think of what properties he wants in the bluff range. And also, what's his almost, I think he's thinking, what does Ollie have here, by the way?
And he does.
I completely agree. He's thinking, what does Ollie have here?
Oh, look at that. He snapped him off. Oh, my, that's just great.
Loftus shoves.
That's just great poker.
Vice calls with the Jack High flush, which is way good.
Just great poker.
So Loftus couldn't even beat the 10.
By check calling, by the way, he's made himself an extra 8 million. He could have just bet the guy off 7-3. Instead, he's played this hand incredibly courageously and rewarded with a big double.
Not just a double, but a change in chip lead for the
Changing of
first
the
time
guard.
in forever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right now, advantage Vice.
Yeah, and it's poker elevated to art form. I mean, it takes such a cool head to play the Jack 10 like that on the turn. I mean, after 5 days of grueling poker, 160 hands at this final table, to have the courage and discipline to just check it over to your opponent, check call, Jack High, which was good on the turn, and allow yourself to pick up all that extra EV. Really great poker from Oliver Vice.
Wild. Absolutely wild. And again, to reiterate, Oliver Vice with the chip lead for the first time.
Vice versa, you might say.
Vice versa.
Indeed. I love it, mate. I absolutely love it.
And how patient has Oliver Vice been to
Sure.
get to
You've got
this
to
point?
wipe your mouth time and time again in this game. Really. You just
I
got to
mean-
suck it up and take the punishment.
Yeah,
of-
the amount of times we've seen him look up into the sky and be like, oh, the
Yeah,
sky.
limp folding,
come
ace three
on.
off,
He's
ace
kind
five
of,
off, blah,
you
blah,
know,
blah.
like almost an audience surrogate, really wearing it in all these situations. And now here he is, finally really got him.
Yeah, it's
chip lead, ace king.
By the way, that
Let's go.
that was sexy. I mean, he's dialed in, by the way. Sometimes you can playing 5 days of poker can really exhaust you and you lose your mind.
Yeah.
Sometimes 5 days of poker gets you right in the zone where you're smelling your opponent, sensing exactly where they are and able to take the perfect line. Obviously, by the way, the 10 of clubs made it a much easier spot on the river. I don't know whether he would have check called all in with Jack High on a 6, let's say. But, yeah, I mean, really, really enjoying this heads-up confrontation. And now let's see how losing my words
No,
here.
look,
how Georgius, adjusts to his
Georgius.
Soul of Toss.
Soul of Tass,
yeah.
adjust to his new situation, because he's still in it, by the way. I mean, that was a great hand, but, he bluffed the net low, as seems pretty reasonable. Still got 34 big blinds. Now he's still in with a good chance of taking this down. Just has to sort of...
he's certainly...
recalibrate.
He's certainly wounded now, but a wounded animal can be pretty dangerous. And
Mate, let's go for the
guy's
He's a wounded animal up against a raging tiger of an animal, but he's not in the cage, because the cage, you got to remember, is in the zoo.
Exactly.
He's in the wild.
He's in the wild.
He's an injured animal, but he's still able to hunt with the pack.
And
he's got his
and he's on home turf.
He's on home turf.
Thank you.
Sure. He's the animal in the turf who's wounded.
Julius Diulia says, the worst final player I have seen. How someone who play like this make a final table? I think it's very rude to Oliver Vice.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Ace-9 versus 6-4. Vice flops a 4. The ace of diamonds has some interaction.
Yes, indeed. Well,
You know, it's interesting. I just did the artisanal sound, and it was the artisanal flop.
More interaction now as Soloftas takes the lead.
Yeah, and a frustrating turn card for Ollie there. He would have sort of sensed that the 4 is good there on check. And, and deceptive check back. And Ollie might even try and eke out some value here against sort of king queens, king jacks, queen jacks.
Yeah, when you see the tendency of your opponent to call down extremely light, you might just want to put on a little blocker.
You could even
here.
go small bet, and if you get raised, just jam. That would be sexy,
Yeah,
by
you
the
got
way.
the 6 in your hand.
It'd be sexy, by the way.
Sexy.
You know, go small, get called by a 3. If we get raised, we go all in. Anyway, Ollie, considering what to do, I think, by the way, with the quick check on the turn...
There you go, pal.
4. Ace.
2-10.
Yeah. He went big, by the way.
Went big, got called.
Yeah, targeting a deuce or 3.
1-6, you said. You said 1-6. Oh, yeah, okay, sure. Confuse the color.
Yeah,
we're all friends.
Hey, it's been a long week.
Hey, I just confused the color, man.
It's been a long week.
You know, I mean...
It's been a long day, let alone the other 5 days preceding this.
Look, I mean, it feels like the tides have certainly turned, obviously, but really, there's a difference of 13 big blinds between these two players right now. There's a lot of poker left.
It was just an exciting hand because of the sophisticated manner in which Ollie played it.
I'm just saying, don't count out my wounded animal.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's on home turf.
Yeah, he's
practicing
on home turf.
expression.
And he's not,
in the wild.
What sort of wound does he have? It's not even a strong wound, you know?
Practicing expression says, watching this heads up, my only vice.
Joe, we know you've got multiple vices, so don't come.
No. I was reading it off the YouTube.
You have more. Ollie is not your only vice.
It would be better if we counted the non-vices that I had in my life.
Sure. You got so many vices. I mean, they extended the 7 deadly sins. They found 4 that had been hiding. No one even knew about them. You know, they haven't been practiced since times of ancient Greece.
Now, like poker, some of them have just been renamed from the old ones.
Sure.
Sex addiction. That's just good old lust, okay? 10-7-4. Pair of 4s for Vice.
I actually bumped into Oliver once in Florida. Miami Vice.
Wow, Sam's
I really
punch
got
drunk.
Because that was quite good because I actually was tuned in for the story. I didn't know it was going to be a bit, and then it, you set it up and then you flipped it like a, yeah.
So dumb.
So Loftus is the one firing with the gut shot.
Yeah, coming in for check raise here,
I should say.
Actually this is the first sort of misstep we've seen from Ollie. He's been very controlled with his C-bet frequencies. Felt like the sort of nut 4 was one that he did want to bet. There's so many straight draws and gut shots here that you can get attacked with. And Soloftas...
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it a double gutter now?
Yeah, and I do actually believe this is quite a good card to attack because 8-9 doesn't need to bluff. 8-6 made a straight. Jack-8 made a straight. So... now it's really only the 6-5s and 6-3s, and as long as you don't check raise all of them, or at least check call sometimes 6-5, yeah, I think this is really nice and gets it done.
Gets Vice to fold the best hand.
Yeah, 6-3 sort of card matches with 6-8 in some manner, and we get that card matching. What do they call that in your up the old days?
I don't think we had that. I think that's a genuine new one.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Well done, nerds. Yeah. 10,000 hours of AI understanding you came up with card matching. Well done. Round of applause for you.
What does that mean, though, by the way? I would like an explanation.
Well, it's sort of like you want to have similar... if you know you've got 16 straights with Jack-8, you can bluff with your 12 combos of 8-9 or whatever it might be. So 8-6 made a straight. And Jack...
chips, guys.
Yeah. So
right on the nose.
and so 6-3 can bluff. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like It's
okay.
got similar.
That one will take a while to sink in, but I mostly get it.
When a whole bunch of straights got there, the one that doesn't get there is sort of like the same, And it's the same like when you're 3-betting ace king and aces for value. You 3-bet ace 3, You know, it's like I told you, like you want to have one of the cards that the pocket pair would have.
I know this whole one card thing is like really sort of...
Yeah, it card matches, right? Your value is king, so you use king 6, right?
Yeah.
You don't use 10-6.
Speaking of king 6,
we do have a king 6
yeah,
here.
an opportunity, I think, for Vice to check call here with that backdoor nut flush draw.
And yes, Griffin, you were right to draw attention to the fact that on that leaderboard we just showed right there, more or less dead heat between these two right now.
And by the way,
Stevens.
if you say it a third time, he shows up like Beetlejuice. And he's
I
a
would
very
love
busy
for
guy.
Steve O'Dwyer to show
Steve
up
O'Dwyer
right
is going to just pop into here being like, are you serious? How many times?
He'll be annoyed, but I'll be happy to see him.
Did you just say it 3 times, or have they actually matched up 3 times? They have.
Evans, Stevens.
Yeah, and Solofta's rather, you know, it's been his sort of style to go for raw aggression, but now going for a sort of subtle line, checking back, perhaps as if he's hit a queen or as if he's got a 9 that he'll consider value betting on the river. And now, and I do believe that's the first give up
Pure
we've
give
seen
up, yeah.
from Soloftas. Checking down, no equity. And he is a wounded animal. That's how,
in the wild.
That's how a wounded animal plays it. Maybe not even on home turf. He's been sort of, yeah. I mean, he's recalibrating. He's saying, okay, you think I'm bluffing every hand. You're checking good hands to me time and time again.
15 minutes left on this level.
We got a poker game here.
We do have a poker game. We've had a poker game. It's been a poker game for days.
It's kind of what we do here at Poker Stars.
It is difficult. Now, I think I have to credit you guys with some of this, but it is difficult to have a heads-up match that lasts this long, that is this interesting.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, this is the star quality on display from both of them, by the way.
But you're right, though. Very elevated by our commentary in particular. Thank you very much, Joe.
Flop is ace, ace, queen. Pretty good for Soloftas. The soul of toss.
Yeah, and strange board can almost sort of value bet king high here.
Yeah, I mean,
and then check
even
down.
good enough to call a raise with the backdoor clubs. Might get a little shifty on later streets.
And we are putting another 800K in the middle. 3 million out there total. 9 of diamonds is your turn card.
Yeah, and I don't think we need to bluff with the king 7. Ollie going to be controlled in his frequencies. Probably want to blast off with just some real low cards some of the time.
Ollie checks back, and it's another ace on the river, so that's a full house.
Yeah, and
for Soloftas.
Bad card for Ollie.
Yeah, Soloftas' queen obviously became incredibly strong on this run out, and the king high also getting stronger.
Yeah, I mean, Soloftas can comfortably go really as large as he feels like, and he goes for 2 million, I believe, into 3.
Yeah, and Ollie not acting in haste. Kind of, it's good to not have a heart, that's for sure. What would the bluffs be? Jack 10 would certainly bluff. And I guess hearts.
Some hard bluffs, yeah.
I mean, this is the thing, right? And I really don't blame Ollie for calling here. And the reason that I feel strongly about that is because it's one of the first times you mentioned that we saw Soloftas, you know, check back 6 high, for instance, you know. Is he really going to find himself on this river having missed hearts with, say, 6-8 of hearts and not take a stab after doing that, right?
Yeah. But on the other hand, it's tough board to bluff. When it runs out ace, you know.
Yeah, you're stone repping a queen.
And it's also
or
people
quads.
overfold ace queen. Like, it's hard to get the correct frequency of calling 6-5 of clubs out of position that you're probably supposed to do, or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Or calling 5-3, you know, with 1 heart, or I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely a reasonable bluff catch.
And we're back to sort of status quo of the past few levels before that big switch
I mean,
around.
we're calling it, is it not clear? We're calling it even, Steven. Don't start saying status.
No,
quo.
I'm saying he has 21 million. He's got a big lead now.
Oh.
Well, 12 big blind lead. It's flipped back around. So maybe you should just let me finish talking.
Sorry. I will. I'm going to mute my mic for 5 minutes and check my own privilege. I'll speak to you guys in a little bit.
No, don't go. I need you.
Yeah, he definitely needs you. Top pair for Soloftas. That's all I'm good for here, is announcing what hands people have. And even that, dodgy. Ace on the turn after it goes check, check.
Yeah, and you see now Soloftas working in some check backs with top pair to balance for the give ups. These guys playing very, very sneaky. Unfortunately, not going to work out here because the check back actually going to look like it's some ace high. Yeah, nothing doing.
An immovable feast.
Immovable feast meets unstoppable brunch.
Unstoppable bonfire of the vanities. Confirmation on screen. Who's got what? 55 big blinds for Soloftas.
Yeah, and very big different demeanors. Ollie, so stoic and almost looks sort of annoyed and irritated as his sort of default disposition, right?
Be this hard.
And then, you know, a gregarious Greek smiling and waving at the friends on rail. You know, a very, I think, actually Greek Cypriot disposition of sort of like giving the guys, checking in, everyone got beers while I'm playing for a million. Yeah.
Joe, can you do me a favor? Now,
Yes,
I know that you do the sort of the interview with the gentleman, whichever one of these two gentlemen wins this event. I feel like it needs a bit of almost an MMA boxing. Just go up there and ask about the opponent. I mean, it's such a rare heads-up match.
I literally, hold on a second.
You know what I mean? What'd you think of your matchup against, you know what I mean? Like, we got to know.
I literally never asked this question. Look what I wrote. Look what I wrote right here. Right here. What did I write? What does that say?
What did you think of your opponent? There, there it is.
What did you think of your opponent? I thought it'd be
mediocre minds think alike. What can we say?
Look, show me a poker winners interview that isn't mediocre.
Sure. It's not really been elevated to an art form. No one's compiling them like a
No one's like, oh, did you see Jeff Platt? Did you see the Super High Roller Bowl 7 winner and the winners interview? My God, it was a work of art.
And no one's going to collect do the collected writings as if it was the quotes of Oscar Wilde.
It's like a 2.5-hour supercut of winners interviews.
I mean, I got to say, it's not really you guys' fault. It's also we're brain dead, shy, and nerdy, and we will say, I ran good. Like, that's the first thing. First words that come out of your mouth. I was blessed to run this good. I was very fortunate. Everyone played well. I don't want to look like an arrogant.
I would kill for that. I would kill for that answer. That'd be the third best answer I've ever gotten. You're watching EPT Cyprus. Heads up for $1 million. $400K difference.
A lot of money. You forget about it, right? Because we hand it out each and every broadcast, but $1 million.
900.
They should put it on the table in ones.
Just dump
Imagine
it out.
that you just tune in and they're just like tumbling. They're blowing in the wind.
What reference?
That's a reference to
my
comic book.
To your comic book, yeah, of course. I learned that for the first time.
There's a huge twist in my comic book about the money being dumped on the table. King A trade,
I'm going to have to finally read that thing.
One of these days. He actually mentioned he's been wearing the shirt all week with the trap on it.
You can wait till the movie. We've already raised $5 million for the movie. So.
Shut up. Really? That'd be amazing.
Yeah,
actually,
really. Actually, yeah.
Fantastic.
You're playing yourself?
No,
they're using the same CGI as the Irishman to age you back to 37.
Yeah, they're gonna Harrison Ford me. They're gonna Indiana Jones me back to the 1930s.
No, back to your mid 30s.
So Loftus does have the best of it here with the pair of eights.
Yeah. Wow, check raising.
Let's go.
Wow. I mean, it's really.
I mean, it's interesting. Backdoor flush too. Just like you can
it's probably,
keep going. It's
maybe
probably good.
It does work. You do work in an 8 there, here and there. I mean, maybe you do.
Yeah, with the ones with backdoor flush draws, it seems kind of interesting to me. I like it.
And Oliver Weiss dropping down to just about another 2-to-1 deficit. as we approach the last couple of hands of this level. By the way, Paul, our producer's got a great shout here. Greatest winners interview with Scarf Guy from Barcelona. I don't know if you remember, but he was like, Doug Polk, I'll play you heads up for $1 million. He went crazy.
Hey, so listen to this on Twitch. Morth says, luck doesn't last, skill does. And we have one gentleman here, Skill Motor. It's a screen name. So maybe that was a reference.
Skill Laster.
Yeah, and again, the sort of raising strategy gonna work a little bit against.
Oh, we're gonna see 3, Sam.
Because
we're gonna see 3,
gonna
buddy.
allow Vice to 3-bet, and it's kind of tough to call.
Oh, he's gonna call.
3.2. Ollie got to be careful, by the way. He's going to have to work in some jams if his opponent is playing this tough. I mean, it's a nice flop.
Top pair, good kicker for Vice. Complete air ball for Soloftus. It's going to take some serious soul of toss to catch up here.
Yeah. No need to go big on this board.
Vice continuing for 1.4. That's going to be enough to get it done.
The fold of TAS almost.
Fold of TAS. Sorry, is fold spelled with a U in the British spelling? Is that one of those?
Fouled. Fouled of.
Fold.
As we go to, looks like they're playing in a mystic lake, you know, like the lake.
Oh yeah, like a foggy lake.
Yeah, like the one in Empire Strikes Back. One for you, Griff.
Or the Green Knight.
Oh, I've not seen that.
You don't have to.
I didn't care for it, but I feel like Sam
Me
would
neither.
like it.
Sam would definitely like it.
Yeah. It's like a book that you watch. Vice is limping in with 10-7. Soloftus checking back the 6-4. Queen 10-8. Pair of 10s for Vice.
Yeah, very middle of the range with the 10-7. Yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable check.
Jack on the turn.
Yeah, not a great card for Vice to see with another overcard coming off.
Overcard, straight card.
Yeah.
Maybe he just has a personal thing against jacks. We don't know. Check, check again. River's a deuce. Does complete the flopped flush draw. So we'd have heard from a flush draw by now.
And look at this.
Can't help it.
No, I mean, I think it's reasonable, by the way. And using a sizing as if you have a queen or jack, I think is nice, rather than going for flush.
It's just an irritated call, but he's going to win. Nonplussed? Is that a word that we could use in this situation?
But doesn't nonplussed mean the opposite of what you think?
Right, it's
nonplussed
one of
means?
those things, right?
It's one
Yeah,
of those
you're
trick,
right. You're
trick
right.
words.
You're right. If it meant what I thought it meant, that would have been it.
Sure, everyone thinks it means that, so it's...
Isn't nonplussed just mean negative?
No, it actually means positive.
Yeah, it's the opposite. It's sort of like pathetic means the opposite of what...
Really?
Yeah, pathetic means evoking pathos.
Oh, interesting.
But we use it to mean like,
Sad.
you don't evoke pathos
Right.
now. That, you know...
Well,
So when I called you a pathetic loser earlier, I meant it in a good way. Like, you evoke pathos.
I did
When I
notice that.
said, you overheard me at dinner on the other table saying, yeah, I work with Joe, he's a pathetic loser. I meant it just
I
in a,
actually hadn't overheard that, turns out. Nearly even Stevens again.
Yeah, and Vice, we know what he's doing here with the King Jack suited. Pump it up.
1.5.
Pump it up.
And these guys trading just a tiny bit more cautiously. I mean, it's also just the way the hands have gone. Someone gets a good hand, someone gets a not so good hand. But, you know, there's been a lot of hero calls down the streets and stubborn play, sophisticated lines, a little bit more cautious. I mean, we really are level after all that. You would think the variance with every pot being
Can we
big.
just have fast forwarded to this point?
Wait, haven't we been here before?
By the way, in the TV coverage, we're definitely going to start right here.
Would you? Yeah. Listen, there was some poker played over a few days. Let's just see every hand of heads up.
Yeah, I remember there's someone in the chat that said like something about the dynamic between these two players because of the flush that he folded to him earlier, referencing the pocket nines. I was like, dude, that was days ago. That was not the same day. It was just, this has been the
Ace King
heck
for
of a
Vice on
FT.
what could be the last hand of the level. Seven, 6, 5, a couple of clubs. That is a straight draw for Soloftus.
Yeah, and we've all been here with Ace King when you whiff the flop.
Oh, God, have we ever.
Yeah, and Soloftus got to be a bit careful. Wow, he's just going to lead out, by the way.
Don't try to predict the soul of toss.
Yeah, I mean, and this is a little bit illegal, but I don't know whether Ollie going to be able to do much about it with Ace King. Does he want to continue? Does continue with the best hand.
Adam says, yeah, every lead is weak from Soloftus. I hope Weiss has figured that out. Board pairs on the turn. It's the 7 of diamonds.
Yeah, and it's tricky territory. We can see another shell would get it done. But you've got to be a little bit careful. I mean...
Careful, Sam. Not in his nonplussed vocabulary.
Sure. I mean... And the problem with the Ace King is even if it's good, which it is, by the way, 68% equity, it's got so little visibility on rivers. Something's going to hurt you.
Okay, so visibility, we used to call that not knowing where you're at.
Yes. But visibility is the opposite. We actually made it simpler.
Oh, it's definitely an improvement.
If only there was a way.
Look at Vice, by the way.
Bad grammar in that,
By
too.
the way, he doesn't believe him. He doesn't believe him. He could just picture the, oh my days. So this is just street poker.
Pretty sick call. Now's when Soloftus makes the straight. Ooh.
Oh, now you're in trouble, Soul of Toss.
Oh, dear, Soloftus. And also you got Queen High. You actually beat, like, I don't know, like, you actually beat Jack 8 with the, like, Jack 8 of clubs or whatever. So I really don't think we can bluff here, by the way, if we're Soloftus. But we shall see what he determines.
Is it going to be out of order? Bang out of order?
Czechoslovakia.
Check indeed. Vice gets a free showdown with Ace King. It will be good. Knuckles back.
I mean, I would want to see this hand. I mean, I would just, yeah. Like, it's not often you kind of use that, but like, I would be like, what do you mean Queen Eye? Like, what?
You what, mate?
Yeah, I mean, that is tough poker.
We flipped
from
again.
Ollie Weiss.
Yes, we have once again flip-flopped the chip lead.
Yeah, a little bit of a cheer from the Vice squad in the background.
Nice.
Oh, Toby Stone.
The last one at 45, we'll have to go down to 30 because we have a timeline to get to. Unfortunately, we had some issues earlier on, so there'll be one more at 45 and the next one.
All right, so in case you didn't hear Toby there, one more 45-minute level.
And then we're forcing you all in blinds.
That's right. Then we're going to 30, but who knows after that. Blinds are going up to $500,000 for the big blind. And finally, the shorter stack actually kind of has a short stack. Oliver Weiss with 47 big blinds. Georgios Soloftus with just 29. Not quite a 2-to-1 lead for Weiss. We're saying goodbye to Griffin Benger. Thank you, sir. It's been a great week.
Hey, that was a wonderful week. Great
and we're
week.
just
Thank you
taking
for having me.
You're very welcome, sir. Just a 15-minute break this time around. More from EPT Cyprus and $1 million winner coming up.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the breakfast party, EPT Cyprus 2024.
Before you joined us, Joe and I were talking about the fact that, you know, we were acutely aware of the fact how shallow things were at this final table. The fact the blinds had really caught up with you guys. And the fact that the leaderboard after every hand is everyone's changing places. And I think at some point, everyone had been in first place. Everyone had been in last place. And, you know, you look at it and went, you came in as the chip leader, you won. That doesn't tell the story of this final table.
No. Yeah, it's kind of throughout the whole tournament, I feel like there was just a lot of moments. I think day one was a bit of a grind, went very well. I made a bit, like the very last hand of the day, or the second to the very last hand of the day, I made quite a ambitious bluff. I think that was quite risky. And then the second day was another really sick grind. I ended up being at risk on day two twice. Once quite close to the bubble with ace king against queens, where I hit an ace on the river to double up and basically secure myself a spot in the money, where before it was quite scary, essentially. And a little bit later on in the day, against the same guy, I win queens against his ace king after flopping a set on the flop. After that, it was just absolutely smooth sailing, because the table just kind of allowed me to do what I wanted on, what was that, day two, I guess?
So they're to blame.
No. Yeah, I guess for the other players. So then I could just kind of, like, up until basically the whole tournament, I just kind of just hadn't been all in and at risk. And after those two flips, and just was able to grind my way up quite steadily, I think.
I have a question about the final table. So as we said that, you know, you were in the lead, then you're not in the lead, then you're at the bottom. Are your emotions changing during that? Like, do you start thinking, I'm going to win this. Oh, I'm going to be out next. Oh, I'm going to win this. I'm going to be out next.
I think it's very influenced by how you've been doing before. If I somehow make this final table in the universe where I'm like still haven't had any good results recently, I'm going to start doom thinking and be like, oh no, the dream's dead. I'm going to bust out in seventh. It's going to be over. But when you're on a good winning streak and you've had so much luck before, it's not like you think, oh, I'm going to come back like 100%. I'm not worried. It's more of a thing of, it's way easier to shut down that inner voice that is going to doom think. And you're just like, shut the up, just play your game. It is what it is. You know, whatever happens, happens. So I was trying to vocalize that at the table as well, trying to really make myself believe it. So yeah, that's kind of how that goes, right?
I guess finally I wanted to ask about the heads up portion of the match, which is that it sounded like a deal was brought up at one point, and I don't know if you jokingly said, I'll look at the numbers, or what exactly happened there?
No, yeah, I mean, we're playing a heads up for 350K or whatever, and there's insane variance in heads up poker. There's insane variance when there's a big blind ante added, right? Because there's so much money in the pot the whole time, right? So I was serious about the deal, and I offered it seriously to Andrea, but he declined it eventually.
Oh, he declined. Okay.
Yeah, he declined. And I mean, I don't want to take anything away from him and how he played, but I think he's like a high stakes cash reg, and this format of 20 big blind MTT heads up with a big blind ante, from the way that he ended up playing, as I realized as we were playing, was something that was a little more unfamiliar to him. He played very good post flop, I think, but pre flop he was quite far off from optimal. So yeah, my friends were just telling me, like, you should definitely have an edge here. But while you're in the moment, you're just like, okay, this guy's played so well this whole tournament, been such a nuisance for me. I just want to be over with it, right? I just want to get a deal and then play for a lot less so that the pressure is a little bit off, etc. So, yeah, I mean, it would be the same. Let's say we jump in a 6-max high stakes cash game or something, and I'm put in that format all of a sudden. I'm not going to perform very well, right? So for Andrea, this format I think was quite foreign as well, and that means that I have all kinds of friends who play entities, who play these heads ups very often. So like as a professional, I could just pull up the ranges, for example, to see how I'm meant to play pre-flop, essentially in the spot.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions 2024 in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed. $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
Well, it's hand 234 of the final table. There is the shove. King 10 for O'Neill. The call, the compulsory call. Oh my word, he's not even live. He's got 10-5.
Yep, and look, he's doing the right thing here, guys. O'Neill needs to shove any two. Kite needs to call any two. It's just the absolute dregs, bottom,
I'll stand for the first
effective stacks.
Well, if King 10 holds, and that will happen 3 times out of 4, we have a champion here in Prague.
That was the turning point.
Yes. Yeah, well, look, it's not over yet.
A good observation.
Can I have a 5 on the river as well?
We've seen a lot of chip swinging in this final table at this heads-up battle. 5 is not beyond the realms of possibility.
It is not, no.
Time to run the board. Deal the flop, turn, and river that will decide their fate. Queen at 9-3, king high, still ahead. John Kite looking for a 5. Three outs for the Norwegian. Turn card is a deuce. He only stays alive if the river is a 5. O'Neill on the verge of victory.
Can I use my river like last time in tournament?
Been lucky so far.
The river card is a 9. It is over. Congratulations to Pokergo O'Neill, the winner of EPT Prague 2023.
Unbelievable stuff. What a comeback story. €1,030,000 euros.
So the guy who came into the final table with 2/3 of the chips in play is the runner-up. The guy who came into the final table with just 12 big blinds is the champion.
Unbelievable stuff. I'm so pleased for both of these guys. An absolutely monster score. Commiserations to my friend John Kite. Could have gone the distance. That heads-up match easily could have gone either way. Both players playing stellar poker. And Pokergo O'Neill just clinches it in a couple key hands, and that is that.
Celebrating there with his friend Mark McDonald. The man known as Smidge online, a very popular member of the Irish poker community, the second ever Irish EPT champion after Steve O'Dwyer, winning the title here in Prague and that first prize of more than €1 million.
We're giving every person here a chance to win a fantastic silver pass valued at €2,300.
Let's go, get the party started. You know how to get it going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. Oh, I feel good. I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right.
I'm delighted on behalf of PokerStars Casino to present you with the silver pass. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Alexei!
That's a good start for Van Luke.
Yes, it is. And at this point, I would expect this to be all in a lot of the time. I think trapping is also totally acceptable, though.
And that's what he does, just completes on the button. King 7 the hand for Angelov.
This might just be a jam versus limp guys.
Angelov shoves, and Van Luke calls. Angelov gets it in as the underdog here, and Angelov is the at-risk player.
King, me.
If ace-queen holds, this heads-up battle is finally over, and we have a champion here in Monaco.
Yeah, this is a huge flip. This is a flip for like 380K.
Crazy.
It's just unreal.
So hyper-focused on just getting a good, clean run out as the 65% favorite, and you are EPT royalty.
Queen Jack 4 on the flop. Oh.
Running straight wouldn't hurt either, but these are long shots.
3 of diamonds on the turn means no additional outs, just 3 cards. Save Boris Angelov. There is a 93% chance this will be the final hand of the tournament.
And a king.
Woo! It's a 9, and Dirk Van Luke takes down the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino for €1 million.
Oh, and the emotional Van Luke instantly goes for the handshake before heading to the rail. Really, really great sportsmanship there.
Oh, that's sweet.
Fucking hell.
The investor and semi-professional poker player whose partner is expecting their 3rd child very soon.
Oh, that's so lovely. Just beautiful stuff.
Gets the 7-figure score and will get to lift the trophy. And congratulations to the runner-up. Boris Angelov played a great final table, played a great heads-up. Has to contend with a 620K score, great money, his best ever career cash.
Now what?
But understandably disappointed, whereas nothing but smiles for this fella.
NAPT coming to Vegas?
I heard that's gonna suck. Yeah, I'm looking forward to going to the NAPT in Las Vegas.
Can't wait for the party, can't wait for the main event. It's gonna be a blast.
Last year was the first NAPT back after a very long time. This year, we're cranking it up. Instead of a 1K main event, it's a 5K main event. We really are putting on an entire festival in Las Vegas in November.
I'm excited to bring some of my subscribers along with and show them the PokerStars experience. Viva Las Vegas, baby.
Yes, we are looking forward to going back to Vegas next month for the North American Poker Tour, but right now we're in Cyprus with the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Heads up in the main event, as we have been for several hours, and we have seen an epic clash between Oliver Weiss and Georgios Saloftas. We have seen the chip lead swing between these two players Right now, Vice has the advantage, but the key observation now is the blinds are starting to catch up with these guys. It's starting to get shallower. The chip leader has 46 big blinds, and we are playing 29 bigs effective as we go to the 250, 500 blind level. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
We're in your territory again, Nick. Heads up. Less than 30 bigs average.
Yeah, I love it, guys. Big heads-up fan, and we are getting into that sort of spin-and-go effective stack depth territory, so I should have something to say that makes some sense for the first time in my career. And we are returning to hand number 180, 250K, 500K. Those blinds and antes have snuck up there, James.
I know there are some people who are huge fans of heads-up poker, and some people find it a bit like watching paint dry. I'm kind of somewhere in between. It's not my favorite form of poker. I'm not going to lie about that. However, I think this has been a really interesting heads-up match. I think both players have approached it in a very aggressive, we want to play, we're playing for the win mindset. But also, there is that element of the grudge match that's been going since yesterday and very much started at the beginning of this final table with Soloftas getting the better of Vice again after again after again. And now Vice in a position to actually close this out.
Yeah, absolutely. Both guys, absolute warriors out there, really putting in a shift. And I'm with you, James. I know it's not for everybody, but in particular, when we're trying to finish an EPT, sometimes the heads-up can feel like it drags. I haven't seen a single second of this heads-up that wasn't very interesting. Every single hand or two, minimum.
And again, I don't want to speak for the players, but I do feel as we enter, this is hand 180 of the final table, right? As we enter this stage, and it is getting late now in Cyprus, whether fatigue will start to become a factor as we see Vice river a pair of jacks here. And who has the advantage? And I do get the impression that Vice has probably played more long day, multi-day tournaments than Soloftas has.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, you know, Sam is such a great resource, not only for poker analysis, but also he's been in the scene and on the scene for so long. He knows Vice. He knows that he's a grinder. And this is where poker does very much become a physical sport, James, because to stay focused for so many long days and then at the very end is where you need to perform your best poker is just a real feat of stamina. And I think he's outlasting him. We've seen some very unconventional poker that's been working out for Soloftas here. However, Vice just seems to be making slightly better decisions, and that has meant he's managed to grind his way up to 19.5 mil.
Well, he makes a disciplined pass here as Vice gets that bet through and chips up to 24.2 million. Soloftas down to 13.9 million as they play for a difference of around $400,000 in prize money, with $1 million going to the winner of the EPT Cyprus main event. The title and trophy also in play as well, and make no mistake about it, that's what Vice wants to win. He wants to be the 17th EPT champion from Germany. He wants to be one of only 7 players with an EPT main event win and a high roller win. He took down the Paris high roller this year for 970,000 euros. And as we've established many times, he's well known to the high stakes community on PokerStars as skill moder.
Yeah, dude is just so rock solid. We've seen just really great decision making, a lot of very disciplined folds, a lot of very ballsy calls. And something's got to give eventually. We've seen a lot of flip-flopping between these two, but let's go to a flop action. Pre-flop was a limp and a check.
He has balls. I like balls.
That's the second time we got a Team America reference in this this trip.
Check, check. And Jack High still the best hand.
Vice has been really good at finding these little delayed C-bets, James. I think he's actually a real pro at finding these opportunities. Doesn't necessarily need to ramp up variance. We'll be checking some of his, top pairs once in a while, most frequently probably barreling those. He's going to be checking his second pairs at some frequency. So this is just something to do with balance, and it's also a lot to do with the fact that he knows that his opponent's going to have to keep it kind of honest on these textures, and he's going to be able to take it away on later streets. So it's gone check, check, flop, check, check, turn. Now, this is the opportunity to get some high cards to fold that you might not have beat with the 7 high.
1.8.
And he's going to find an overbet, 1.8s. Very polarizing. And takes it down. Nice work.
And Vice extending his chip lead, has pretty much a 2-to-1 advantage now over Georgios Saloftas. And let's pay tribute to this guy as well. And we are not discounting him, of course. And we've seen him come back. We've mentioned the chip lead swinging between these two players. He is a Cyprus native, lives in Limassol, plays a lot here at the Merit, also plays a lot at King's Casino in Rosvadov. And we did see him in Dublin earlier this year, saw him at the main event final table at the Irish Open, where he finished fourth for 142,760 euros. So this, whatever happens now, will be his best ever result. Guaranteed at least 640K.
Yeah, it's been a real treat to actually watch him play. Lots of really unconventional stuff in there, but in many cases, you know, we're in here doing analysis, kind of talking about some of those unconventional lines, but they're just working, and, you know, it seems to have a really good instinct for the game, even if once in a while going off the beaten track here, which again is not a criticism. You know, there's no shame in playing your game your way. We do talk a lot about sort of theoretical decision making, but at the end of the day, James, sometimes you just got to put a guy to a decision for all of his chips.
It's going to come down to who wants it more.
That's usually what it comes down to.
Queen Jack for Vice. And he completes. So just to clarify, this is going to be the last of the 45-minute levels. Tournament director Toby Stone pushing this towards its conclusion, telling the guys just before the break that we will go to 30-minute levels after this. Ace, Queen, 5 on the flop. Vice flopping best.
That's 500,000. 8 passes.
Just a bet and a take it. Do we know how long this heads up is going to be going now, James?
It's a good question, Nick. When did we go heads up? Which hand was it?
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like half the final table has been heads up, to be honest.
It feels that way, and you know, I'm only bringing that up just to sort of try and give some perspective on how you know, how these guys must be feeling. This has been a real long week, and of course now this is really dragging as well.
But just to be clear, when someone asks on Twitch, "Is this the longest ever heads up?" Oh no! Oh no! Tim Vance and Soren Jensen, Dominic Panker and Mike McDonald, Jack Salter and Anthony Bonanno, the French guys in Malta.
All right, guys, raising the call.
Heads up started at hand 107, by the way, and this is hand number 184. Ace, 6, 3. A pair of sixes for Vice. The one diamond for Saloftas.
800,000.
James?
Yes?
We ain't folding.
Okay. No. Heads up started at hand 107. This is hand 184. So if you subtract 107 from 184, it'll tell you how many heads up hands we've had. Thank you. 9 on the turn. No diamond.
Yeah, and I think this is a pretty reasonable card to barrel. If you are Saloftas here, it is an overcard to the tray and the 6. Of course, you're coming in with that raise pre-flop. You should have plenty of ace combos here that you can reasonably represent. You're going to force some straight draws to fold as well. Decides just to play it cool and check turn with the king high. That is showdown, so I respect that. However, guys, now look at this spot. With the check on the turn, Saloftas is kind of saying, I don't really have an ace. I would imagine Soloftas probably finds 2 barrels with an ace or maybe a hand like kings or queens. That's kind of like a disguised overpair to second pair on the flop. Does Vice actually find a little value on this river? And with the paired river, I could honestly see king high finding a hero. If Vice bets this river and Soloftas has the choice, he might still find a king high call here, James.
We have seen him make several hero calls today. Some correct, some not so correct. He does call. Calls with king high. Is beaten by the pair of sixes. Thin value bet that gets paid off. And Vice now rarely drawing a wedge between them. 60 big blinds for Vice. 16 big blinds for Soloftas. Is this the shortest anyone's been during this heads-up battle?
Yeah, it might be. Let's take a look there. 8 million. I feel like we might have been shorter than this, but in the flip-flop positions. I think Vice might have actually been sort of the...
Sure, but the blinds weren't as big as far as how it equates into big blinds.
Oh, yes.
No one's been sub 20.
You're absolutely right, James, for sure. In terms of actual big blinds, that's a very good point. We are in the 14 big blind or less territory, and I don't want to call this danger zone, but once we get under 25 big blinds effective, we already see a lot more sort of all-inning, a lot more flipping, and that just makes sense. The amount that's in the money that's dead represents so much more of your stack in relation to the effective stack depth here.
And when we were playing the flipping games, we say the 7 is always coming.
The 7 is always coming.
I don't know if you heard, Nick, but that big hand at the end of the last session, where Vice won with ace-king on a board with 3 7s on it, the Vice squad, the Germans, were calling 7, 7. It's ingrained in German poker culture.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed this heads up, guys, but I have to say I feel like Vice is the one making these slightly better adjustments, and that was a great example of that.
It feels like he's regained the Vice-like grip he had on this tournament from the start of the day.
He's refusing to wave the Vice flag. No. You can't make that sound and then laugh like that. I also stole that from somebody else earlier, but I still think that's funny. Hashtag fun fact, guys. Vice means white in German.
Thank you for explaining the joke. Are you Griffin?
No, I was here on time.
Spare a thought for Griffin, by the way. His flight, or rather his car to the airport leaves in like 3 hours. He's got like a 4 a.m. flight, I think.
I'm not sure what I'd prefer. I got a super late one tomorrow, but super late or super early. I think maybe super late's better. Might actually get a chance to be on the beach for a little bit. But first, we must crown ourselves a champion. Hand number 186.
Soloftas, queen 7 on the button, completes. Vice, 4 deuce.
Yep, finds a check.
Ten, 4, 3. A pair of 4s for Vice.
This is so interesting anyway, James. It's like this heads up after these guys have been fighting so hard against each other. They've been battling in so many circumstances, you know, especially coming down to the final few tables. This is for more than just the win, right, James? Like this feels like a grudge match coming to its conclusion. There's been a lot of frustrated looks exchanged between these two as they've been battling, and this is what it comes down to. So bet call, middle pair for Vice.
Quite enjoying this multilingual gag from Census Pete. Vice with the Blanc expression.
Very good.
So, Salofta still with Queen High. Vice has checked. Salofta's checks behind. Barry Greenstein does not change the outcome of this hand. And are we going to see another thin value bet from Vice that gets paid off by a high card?
I don't think we see a value bet, but I do think there's a chance that Saloftas is going to try and bluff this river, and I think the 4-deuce is actually an incredibly reasonable way to proceed with a call. Given that action, bet, flop, call, check, check, turn. It's the kind of run out where you have to imagine that this hyper-aggressive player is going to do something.
Oh my God, that's a sizable bluff as well.
2 million into 2.9, James. And honestly, the 4-deuce is not an easy call, but heads up, this just feels like a very bluffed spot.
He's just bluffed off a quarter of his stack, by the way, and if Vice can find the call here with just a 4, he has really, really got Saloftas on the ropes. There it is, there's the call.
Wow.
And that will see Georgios Saloftas down to 12 big blinds. I'm calling it. He is now in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Wow, that is just absolutely incredible stuff from Vice. James, he just feels like he's been the tougher adversary, right?
Absolutely.
So hard. He's never, ever, ever given up in this heads-up match, and that is an absolutely critical pot.
Ever since he pulled off that Queen-Jack bluff during the first session of play today, I kind of felt like he deserves this. Sadly, deserves got nothing to do with it, but now he's earned it.
Exactly. And to be sort of put in so many tricky situations and to somehow find a way up into the chip lead and now commanding chip lead after that hero call just feels like he's really earned it here. But yeah, kudos to both players.
Ace, queen suited. Very strong hand, heads up.
I think we can do some limping here, James.
And he does. 7-4, the blackjack hand, and Saloftas checks his option. King, queen, 10. Second pair, top kicker for Vice, plus the flush draw. Nothing for Saloftas. 2% equity. He checks.
Just goes for the 1/3, which of course is a symptom of the fact that there is a big blind ante in there that is still the min bet.
Saloftas now playing 9 big blinds. It's 33 million to 5.1 million.
Yep, tried to go for a little trap there, but still ended up winning the pot. 9 bigs, something's got to happen here, James. It might be the spin up for Saloftas, but it will probably need to go in soon.
It isn't over until it's over. Saloftas 7-6 on the button. Calls. Queen 4 for Vice. Checks his option.
Find a check. This is also find a shove, if I'm not mistaken, James. Some of our weakest suited queens are going to be okay to push versus limp there.
And again, Vice flops best, pairing is 4.
Yeah, we need to remember at this stack depth that there is quite a lot more shoving in general, but as played, check, flop. So, Saloftas here, James, a little bit gun-shy now.
Well, that ace of spades on the turn gives Vice the flush draw to go with his pair of 4s. He's now pretty much a 9-1 favorite in this hand. They're in 313 saying, who came up with that Vice YouTube thumbnail 2 days ago? Can they pick my lotto numbers? You have to remember, this guy has been a big stack, has been a chip leader for the last few days. He came into this final table with half the chips in play. He then lost that chip lead. At one point, he was 5th of 6th in chips, but here he is. He's bounced back. He's duked it out during this heads-up battle, and quite frankly, he's on the verge of victory now.
So flop, check, check, turn, check, check, and slight overbet river now. Very cute, quick fold from Soloftas.
And once Soloftas has posted the big blind and the ante, he'll have 7 bigs behind Nick.
Yeah, with the big blind ante out there now, James, shoving ranges become very wide. This is definitely getting into near push-fold territory, and I mean that in the strictest sense. However, with that much dead money out there, the amount that you win when your opponent folds is just getting so huge. We're going to start to see some real... This has got to be a push. This has got to be it right here.
Queen, 7 of hearts for Vice.
I don't think there's anything else to be done. We just get it in. This is actually kind of a monster at this stack depth. Oh, wow. Okay, just finds the limp instead.
King deuce offsuit for Soloftas.
Yeah, got to shove this.
All in, and Vice asked for a count.
I think he might actually limp call this, James. Once you've opted for the limp, sometimes combos like this are still priced in, but let's see how Vice feels.
4,100,000.
Makes the call, and here we go. Soloftas gets it in with the best hand. Queen 7 is live, and if Vice gets there, we have a champion.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter how it played pre-James. If there was a shove from the Queen 7, King Deuce is definitely calling.
And the Germans are justifiably calling for a 7.
And look at that, 60-40, slight favorite to Soloftas.
Is the 7 always coming? He'd probably take a queen as well. The Vice squad and Anton Wigg watching on. Seven!
It's always coming 7, James.
Vice takes the lead. And now Soloftas is drawing to 5 cards. He needs 3 cards. He needs a king. Turn card is a 5. And now Soloftas with additional outs, an ace or a king will see him double up. Start of day chip leader Oliver Vice can win with a blank on the river. Vice, baby! Oliver Vice is the champion of the EPT Cyprus main event.
Wow, what a heads-up match, James. Honestly, unbelievable stuff.
Georgios Soloftas gets a career best result, a second place finish, which is worth $642,000. But the accomplished German pro is an EPT champion, and he will receive more than $1 million.
Wow, just textbook stuff here. Real masterclass from the German. Really deserved it, and what a rail.
Congratulations from the Vice squad. He'll be back on the stage in a moment to collect his trophy. Having taken down the high roller in Paris early this year, he is now a main event winner. Congratulations to Georgios Saloftis.
Racking up the trophies. There's a look at our runner-up. Still an absolutely massive score, James. 642,000, excuse me, 300 USDs. There's Felix, of course, congratulating our new champion.
Well, this is probably what he envisaged at the start of the day when he came into the final table with that monster chip lead, but I guarantee you he didn't think it would go this way. The journey he's had to take to get to this point had its ups and downs.
Absolutely, quite the roller coaster, but really somebody to aspire to here, James, in terms of just the tenacity and the fearlessness and the stick-to-itness. He just never gave up, and he's just such a tough customer. The definition of alligator blood, James. Hanging around, hanging around.
And suffice to say, no deal discussions at any point. They played for it all. A difference in prize money of $400,000 plus the title and trophy. Congratulations from Anton Vig, who of course was the first player out of the final table today. 6th place finisher in this tournament. And confirmation of the results we have seen today. It feels like an eternity ago that we lost Anton Wig in 6th place, followed out the door by Bobby James. A great result for him. Again, a career best score of $271,400. Andrei Lubovetsky went out in 4th shortly after. Mikhail Shalamov got that result, $459,000 for his 3rd place finish. And we did play around 90 hands of heads-up poker. And when that heads-up battle started, Saloftis had the dominant chip lead, and at one point it looked like he was going to close it out, but Oliver Weiss, as you would say, Nick, did not wave the Weiss flag of surrender, kept going, fought back, and proved his mettle, proved his experience, showed his expertise and skill, and finally, once he gained that chip advantage, drove his opponent into the ground, and has closed it out to win the $1 million top score. Applause on the floor for our new EPT champion. We'll hear from him in just a moment, and he will receive the winner's trophy, and he'll take his place in European Poker Tour history alongside other former champions like Anton Wig. But yeah, this final table, I mean, it had its ups and downs for us, Nick, with the internet problems this afternoon, but overall, entertaining stuff.
Yeah, and also shout out to the production team. Sometimes we have these little emergencies, and they do such a good job of recovering and sharing what we missed. We've seen it once before in Barcelona when the building was struck by lightning, but we still managed to recover the stream. We did the same again here in Cyprus, and I'm very pleased to say that that was some absolutely incredible poker that we witnessed.
It's days like this, I'm very jealous of all the poker productions that get to do their stuff from a studio. It's a hell of a lot easier, trust me. So of course now we are done here in Cyprus. That is a wrap on the penultimate stop of EPT 2024, with Prague coming up at the end of the year. But before we go to Prague, we are going stateside, because the North American Poker Tour is coming up. That's right, NAPT Las Vegas is literally days away, running from the 1st to the 10th of November, with Resorts World playing host to 35 tournaments, plus a new season of the Big Game on Tour. And there will be qualifying tournaments if you want to be a loose cannon. If you would like to enter the casting process for the Big Game on Tour, make sure you play one of those qualifying tournaments. They're taking place on the 30th of October, the 31st of October, and the 4th of November. They're win your seat satellites. And if you do win your seat, what you effectively win is a spot in the auditions. And we will select 3 loose cannons who'll play at 3 different tables, high stakes hold'em against some of the best in the game, including Sam Grafton, who revealed today that he's going to be returning to the Big Game this year, Nick.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see what's going to happen. You actually could be in with a chance of competing against the Merit Poker Cyprus number 3 all-time money lister, Sam Grafton. We couldn't get 1 and 2, but who knows? Who knows what might happen between now and then, James? We can't say.
After the NAPT has wrapped, Joe is going to go to Sao Paulo. That's right, he will be attending this PokerStars-sponsored series, the BSOP Millions, which is running from November the 15th to 29th in Sao Paulo. There is a $12 million guarantee across the series. They're going to have a variety of tournaments, including the biggest ever 5K buy-in tournament ever held in Brazil. Now, if you are interested in following Joe to Sao Paulo, making the trip there, you can see all the details and a full tournament schedule in the PokerStars Live app. And of course, I'm sure you can follow Joe on social media, and I'm sure there'll be some interesting photos and videos on Joe's Insta from his first ever trip to South America.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. There's a chance I might be able to sneak out there as well, but we're just so busy and there's so much content we got to get to you guys. It's hard to find the time.
Well, Nick, you and I, of course, will be at UK IPT Nottingham while Joe is in Brazil. And then, of course, we have to think about Prague. I mentioned that's where we're going to finish EPT 2024. We always finish the year in Prague just before Christmas. It's a great place to celebrate the festive season, especially when you've got the Christmas market and a real holiday season vibe. December 4th to 15th is when the festival runs. And again, if you want all the tournament details, if you want the full schedule, you can check out the PokerStars Live app or go to pokerstarslive.com. And of course, we're going to provide 5 days of live streaming, that being the last 5 days of the main event. Very excited about that. The question is, how much of that coverage are you going to be a part of, Nick? Because there's something extra special happening in Prague this year that I know you are very excited about. We made a few references during the heads-up battle here in Cyprus that you love your spin and goes.
I do.
And we are bringing the spin and go format to Prague. That's right, a live spin and go championship, the first event of its kind. December 14th and 15th, 74 qualifiers, and just to be clear, 17 coming from Italy, 24 from Southern Europe, 33 from the rest of the world, and then 7 special invited guests. But if you want to be a part of this, there's a series of leaderboard competitions running right now on PokerStars, qualification running from now until mid-November. You could win a package which effectively brings you to Prague, pays for your travel, your accommodation, and you could play for 100K in guaranteed prize money.
Yeah, and don't forget, some of that guaranteed prize money is also going to be randomized in true spin and go fashion, James. Very excited to see how they're going to handle that moving forward, and very excited to be a part of that in some capacity. I'll be in Prague regardless, of course, might be doing comms, but I might also have the opportunity to join you guys on those tables and see our first ever spin and go championship get off the ground.
A series of 3-handed tournaments and a lot of prize money at stake. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Let's head back to the tournament floor. We have had a champion here in the main event in Cyprus, and he is down on the main stage with Joe Stapleton.
Hello and welcome to the trophy presentation for the EPT Cyprus main event. Here with me on stage is our worthy champion, Tournament Director Toby Stone, and PokerStars Live Event Associate Director Cedric Below. Before we get to the trophy stuff, Oliver, just a couple of questions. First of all, being that, this was something that we would have predicted at the beginning of today, that you would have won this event, but the path to get here was a kind of a crazy one, was it not?
Yeah, for sure. I was kind of sure it wouldn't be that easy today. Like, there's like one person is doubling up and then like everything can go the wrong way. So you need to stay patient and just play your hands and your spots.
I can say you definitely did stay patient. It looked like one of the craziest heads-up matches we've seen in a long time. What did you think of your opponent?
Very tough to play, actually. Like, I think he got me good like many times today. Made a horrible fold against him earlier, not heads up. So, yeah, very annoying.
I think that's fair. And finally, sometimes it looks like a lot of fun out there. This tournament looked exhausting. Are you as exhausted as it looked?
I mean, main events like the big ones are always exhausting. Especially here, you don't have a day off. Like, it's just like 5 days, 6 days straight, from 12 to 12 basically. So 10 to 12 hours every day. So yeah, this is a tough grind, yeah.
So, just for the record, you are happy though, right?
I'm very happy, but exhausted.
All right, cool. Before we do the trophy, Cedric would just like to say a couple of words. Thank you, Ollie.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening, everyone. A couple of words as promised. It was another magnificent EPT, another massive main event, a lot of high rollers and side events. There's one statistic which always is amazing to me. We have more than 70 nationalities here taking part in Cyprus. And it's just a nice reminder of how universal the game of poker is, wherever you're from, whichever language you speak, we can always meet and play the game we all love. So thank you all players. And of course, a big thank you to the Merit poker team as well, Miss Songun and all the team. Big thank you to everyone. It's amazing playing conditions. Thank you to all PokerStars team and everyone working here. Many live events are soon to come. We are heading to Las Vegas. We are going to Nottingham. We are going to London. We are going to Prague. Please keep following us on the action. And now it's time for the most important, to give the trophy to the winner. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric. Now, there's just one thing. Just one thing left to do. Besting a field of 1,284 to take the title and more than $1 million. Please give it up for Oliver Weiss.
They called for the 7. They said the 7 is always coming. The 7 did come. And Oliver Weiss is an EPT champion. Congratulations to him and everyone else who won one of the many trophies and titles awarded here during EPT Cyprus. But that is a wrap on this event. For more, go to the PokerStars blog for updates and stories. And of course, make sure you join us for the next live stream, which will be from the NAPT in Las Vegas. We start streaming on November 9th. We will see you then. Thank you for watching our live coverage from EPT Cyprus. For Nick Walsh, Griffin Benjer, Sam Grafton, Maria Ho, Joe Stapleton, and the entire EPT team, I'm James Hartigan saying good night from Cyprus.
This back guy is throwing better.